Good morning. It's the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is January 26th, a Thursday, and we are undertaking the remainder of our business agenda that we started yesterday. We will start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Okay, good morning. Good to see everybody. We are undertaking docket 2011-00261 involving KP Kaufman. Why don't we go ahead and elevate the attorneys to the panel? Good morning, Ms. Stafford. Good morning, Mr. Jacobs.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
So we'll start, Mr. Jacobs, on a good night's sleep and reflection. Did you uncover any procedural matters that you would like to raise?
Yes, and I've also corresponded with Ms. Stafford in light of our time limitation. We would withdraw the proposed testimony of Marcella Medor, the president and founder of Marcom LLC. We believe Mr. Totkus can address any issue regarding the commitment of resources by Marcom to the KPK effort. That'll economize a bit on our use of time. We would also like to propose that we reserve the testimony of Dr. Timothy Considine. He's our energy economist expert witness. You may recall that in 2021, he testified on the ability to pay. He has slightly revised, expanded testimony in his report submitted in our pre-hearing filings. But we would suggest that we bifurcate this proceeding to limit testimony in this phase to substantial compliance, and then should a penalty phase be necessary, we believe Dr. Considine's testimony would be most relevant at that time to be heard by the commission. We proposed this after 9 o'clock last night. I apologize for the hour. Ms. Stafford got with the director this morning and informed me, about an hour ago, that the staff would oppose that motion to bifurcate. But that is my suggestion. I do think that we will still endeavor to fit within our remaining time, what was it, 2 hours, 11 minutes or something along those lines. I would like a time check again, just to remind me before we get started, but that is our proposal. I think we could hopefully get everything in, our remaining witnesses, our cross-examination, our rebuttal testimony, and our closing in the time remaining without Dr. Considine and without Ms. Medor.
All right, let's take up procedural issues one at a time. Ms. Stafford, would you like to respond to the recently thought about motion to bifurcate?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be as brief as possible here. Like KPK's counsel just informed you, staff does oppose this particular motion to bifurcate. Without a clear demonstration of how a delay would benefit the environment, we do not see this as an appropriate measure at this point. I'm also a little concerned that this looks a little bit like an end run around the time that's been allotted. Just want to note that for the record, not that it is necessarily the most important piece to argue here. So those are staff's thoughts on this motion. Thank you.
Brief response.
Go ahead.
This actually fits well with the commission's prior action. After closing statements in June, you took the weekend and considered all that you'd heard. All we're asking is that if you keep the record open to allow for some testimony, cross-exam, certainly a rebuttal to that, if any would be welcome, that would be the time to consider that Dr. Considine testimony and opinions before potentially imposing sanctions if that should be necessary at the conclusion of these proceedings. And you took the weekend to do that. So we're not asking for delay. And we also ran into the time limit and respectfully requested additional time to conclude our arguments and closing statement before. And it's not new that I told Hearing Officer Peskin this, and I mentioned this at the outset of this hearing, that we'll do our best with 4 hours, but we may need more. And we asked for 6 all along, and 6 would have been adequate. So we're working hard to fit within the time allotted. But this is our effort to find a solution that works for both parties and doesn't delay compliance in the least.
I am not inclined to bifurcate at this late date, this hearing. I think we have provided ample time for both parties to present their cases in chief. If you want to reserve your ability to call Mr. Considine, please do so. Maybe focus this morning on the issues relative to substantial compliance, and we'll see where we end up. As I mentioned at the outset, we'll see where we end up with regard to timing issues at the conclusion, and then we can make better decisions on those fronts. Does any commissioner have any concern with this approach as chair? All right, I'm not seeing any. Anything further procedurally, Mr. Jacobs?
I do have one question regarding the interim order of Hearing Officer Peskin regarding the June hearing. We don't need to take that up now, but it's my understanding that once that recommended order goes to this commission, there's an opportunity to take exception to it. And while we very much appreciate your clarification on the scope of this hearing yesterday, and we'll certainly address that in our closing statement, among other things. It's curious to us that the recommended order says nothing about the determination of the scope and the standard in June. It is absolutely devoid of reference to that. And yet our motion for summary judgment was denied on the basis that it had already been decided in the June hearing. So we cannot do anything but take exception to that recommended order regarding the findings at the June hearing. And I just want to apprise you of that to clarify the record. We must take exception to that.
Noted.
Thank you.
Anything further procedurally from you, Ms. Stafford?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Jacobs, I believe we now are back to your case in chief. If you would like to call your next witness.
Yes, I'll turn it over. Oh, excuse me.
Before we do that, let's get time checks.
Yes, thank you.
So KPK has 2 hours, 15 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. Staff has 2 hours, 53 minutes and 46 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Satterley. If you could elevate him, he'll be doing a direct for our next witness, which is Greg Weiss. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Larson. Could you also please elevate Greg Weiss to a panelist?
Here he is.
Oh, there he is. All right, I'll begin.
Very good.
Good morning, Mr. Weiss, and welcome back again. I know you've testified several times before in this docket, but could you please remind us, especially for our new commissioners, of your name, current employment position, and area of expertise?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Weiss. I'm a Colorado licensed certified public accountant. I'm also certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and I'm a certified valuation analyst certified by the National Association of Certified Valuators and Analysts.
During the prior proceedings in this docket, we have shared that you have a bachelor and master's degree in business administration. You are a certified public accountant, certified in financial forensics, certified in valuation analysis, and your CV is attached as Exhibit CC in the current proceeding. That's all still correct, right?
Yes,
Now, can you tell us the purpose of your testimony today?
sure. I was asked to do three different things. The first thing was to evaluate KP Kaufman's compliance with the dedicated project account portion of the compliance agreement. I was also asked to evaluate how much money has been spent on CPA related projects by KP Kaufman. And then finally, I was asked to evaluate the financial impact to KP Kaufman if the suspended penalties are imposed on the company.
And then that analysis is set forth in the reports you prepared for this proceeding, Exhibit YYYY and Rebuttal Exhibit X, a redacted version of which is in the record. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Now, as to KPK's conformity with the CPA requirements associated with the dedicated project account, can you summarize those requirements just briefly and your assessment as to whether KPK complied with them?
Sure. Under the agreement, KP Kaufman had to set up a dedicated project account. That account needed to be funded with $150,000. And then as the account was used, the account could not go below $25,000 and had to be reinstated to $150,000 at the beginning of every month. I reviewed all the financials or all the bank statements for that account from the beginning until last month. At no time did the account drop below the $25,000 minimum. I think at its lowest, it was like $25,094. And at the height, it had over $285,000 in it. Another requirement was that the KP Kaufman provide the bank statements to staff. And my understanding is that those were done for all the months that the account's been open.
Thanks, Mr. Weiss. And do you recall if this commission made any findings with regard to KPK substantial compliance with the dedicated project account requirements back in June of 2022?
Yeah, my understanding is in June, it was discussed and that it was agreed that KP Kaufman was in compliance with the dedicated account portion of the agreement.
And have you also had a chance to read page 6 of staff's January 11th pre-hearing statement as it relates to the dedicated project account?
Yes, I have. And that too agreed that they were in compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Now, switching gears, back in June, you explained that the expenditures reflected in the dedicated project account statements don't really provide the full picture in terms of how much money KPK has dedicated to the CPA compliance effort. Is that conclusion still true?
Yes.
Can you please elaborate briefly on what your report explains in greater detail with regard to this conclusion?
Yes, KP Kaufman was paying for the remediation or the activities that were described in the compliance agreement from multiple accounts, not just the dedicated project account. So if you look solely at the dedicated project account, their expenditures were $4.1 million. But if you include the other accounts, from the time the CPA went into effect until now, they had spent about $7 million. And if you look at the expenditures they made prior to the CPA going into effect, you're looking at $9 million in total expenditures.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I have just one final line of inquiry for you today. So you were asked to evaluate the likely economic impact on the company if the commission were to impose the $1.2 million in suspended penalties and the other relief recently requested by staff, such as suspending certificates of clearance and refusing to issue new oil and gas development plans. What did you conclude in that regard?
Yes, so KP Kaufman has been essentially putting all the money that they're generating into funding these projects for the compliance plan. And if the suspended penalties is imposed on them, they just don't have the financial resources liquid to pay that penalty, and it will make them insolvent. And if you include the other penalties that are proposed, it'll likely push them towards bankruptcy.
And by other penalties imposed, you mean the non-monetary relief that has been requested by staff, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. For your testimony, I have no further questions on direct.
Cross-examination, Ms. Stafford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will attempt to be brief here. Good morning, Mr. Weiss. Thank you
Good
for being
morning.
with us today.
My pleasure.
Now you've testified with respect to the dedicated project account and sort of your analysis of how that's been working. Is there anything in the CPA that says that $150,000 would be the limit on funds KPK had to spend to return to compliance?
I don't believe the portion that discusses the dedicated project account says anything about expenditures at all. It simply sets a kind of a floor amount that can be in the account, how much it had to be funded originally and how much it has to be funded at the beginning of every month.
Thank you. So you've testified that KPK has spent approximately between $7 and $9 million. Is that correct? Or please correct me if I misunderstood that.
Yes, you're correct.
Can you tell us exactly how much was spent between KPK related entities like Kaufman Wall Services?
I didn't do that analysis, but I could tell you that, yes. There's for the dedicated project account, I could tell you that because I have a schedule in my report that breaks that out, but I don't have a schedule that breaks it out for the total.
So I see a Schedule 1, a Schedule 2. Which schedule would that be?
I don't have it in front of me, so I couldn't. I don't know off the top of my head.
That's okay, thanks.
It's probably Schedule 1, but without seeing it for sure, I can't say for sure.
I appreciate that additional information. So after spending between $7 and $9 million, you are aware that KPK has only achieved closure at 3 out of the 58 remediation projects on Attachment A?
That's what I've learned through these proceedings, yes.
And so does funding these projects automatically mean KPK has complied with the CPA and the rules?
I'm not qualified to make that conclusion. I think a lot of that is a legal conclusion. I can tell you how much they've spent, though.
Thank you. I don't think I have anything further.
Can you redirect, Mr. Satterley?
No, Chair Robbins, I think you can open it up to quick commissioner questions to the extent there are any.
Commissioners, time for our questions of the witness. I'm seeing no questions from commissioners. I believe the witness can be excused and we'll proceed to the next witness of KPK.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Mr. Jacobs now.
Thank you, Mr. Satterley. Just a moment. I believe Mr. Hines is our next witness. We should be getting situated in our witness room. We could see him elevated.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobs, again, the name of your next witness?
David Hines. He'll be logging in with his witness link from our witness room, so he should appear in the list of attendees for elevation. Let me know if that's not the case.
I'm not seeing Mr. Hines in the meeting at the moment.
If we could take 5 minutes and I'll run down the hall and see what's going on. I apologize. That's really all I can do.
No, or we could just,
Let's take 5. We'll return at 9:25 and hopefully we can identify the witness at that point.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
1, 2, 3, 4. We're still waiting on one commissioner. Let's allow Mr. Cross to visualize himself. There we go. No problem. All right, it looks like we found your witness, Mr. Jacobs, so let's move on.
Thank you for the brief pause. Happy to proceed. Can you make sure your audio is working, Mr. Hines?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is David Hines.
And what is your current occupation and area of expertise?
I'm a principal engineer at Ramball US Consulting. My experience is in the investigation and remediation of sites under various state and federal programs.
Could you briefly expand on your education and work history for the commissioners?
Sure. I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering from the University of Missouri-Columbia in 1990. Then I obtained a Master of Science degree in civil and environmental engineering, also from the University of Missouri-Columbia in 1992. I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Colorado, as well as Missouri and Wyoming. My work history includes, after obtaining my master's degree, I went to work for a company called McLaren Hart Environmental Engineering from 1992 through 1996. In 1996, I joined Dames and Moore, which ultimately became URS, and that was 1996 to 2000. 2000, I joined a small company and was part owner, a company called Terra Technologies from 2000 to 2008. And I've been with Ramball since 2008, so for the last 15 years.
What other professional experience have you had in your career that supports your testimony as an expert on assessing background metal concentrations in soils and establishing cleanup standards at remediation sites?
Much of my 30-year career has been in doing investigation and remediation of sites under various state and federal programs across the country. I have substantial experience on mine sites here in Colorado and throughout the West, so I'm very familiar with heavy metals, including arsenic. I have been published and presented on various environmental topics, including Superfund sites and mining sites.
Thank you. Now that we've gotten that introductory material out of the way, can you please tell us the purpose of your testimony this morning?
Sure. I'm here representing KP Kaufman Company. My review and discussion is on the use of background, specifically metals, in determining cleanup concentrations at sites. In doing so, I reviewed various pertinent local, federal, and state regulations, including the COGCC regulations, those by guidance by the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment, as well as the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And doing so was also looking to see if there were delays that could be caused by the establishment of background using the COGCC regulations.
Thank you. Did you prepare a written expert report summarizing your review of the available EPA, CDPHE, and COGCC guidance with respect to background determinations to guide remediation work?
I did.
And is that APK exhibit quadruple Z?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain why it's important to evaluate and properly characterize background concentrations of naturally occurring constituents in soil remediation sites?
It is critical. It's critical to understand background at sites to be able to determine the boundaries of your remediation. It allows you then to determine or distinguish between what are true contaminants and what are naturally occurring background constituents. Operators or any responsible party shouldn't be required to remediate beyond what would be essentially naturally occurring background materials, where it's indistinguishable between the constituents constituents in the release and the constituents in the background concentrations.
Thank you. Does poor delineation or determination of background have other negative consequences?
Yes, if you don't understand background, you really don't know the bounds of your excavation. So then you're potentially excavating a lot more material than you need to do.
And what sort of impacts or consequences are associated with that circumstance where you're over excavating?
I call that collateral environmental impact. So if you are unnecessarily removing soils that really is just background concentrations, it creates environmental impacts. There's additional soil disturbance. There are potential for erosion to occur, stormwater impacts. There's health and safety concerns simply with running the heavy equipment to dig up that soil. There's additional emissions that occur from the heavy equipment. There's emissions from the vehicles running back and forth to the job site. So a lot of environmental impacts that are occurring unnecessarily to dig up really background concentrations of constituents.
Does this also impact the time and expense necessary for remediation?
Yes, if you are spending additional time digging up soil that is really just background, it's taking more time and more costs.
In your experience, are naturally occurring inorganic elements in soil elevated in certain parts of the country above state-specific standards?
Yes, that's very common. It's common. Colorado is known to have higher than average arsenic concentrations. Missouri does as well. So that's very common.
Thank you. Can you please summarize some of the more relevant findings and conclusions from your review of the available COGCC, EPA, and CDPHE guidance on collecting background samples and establishing background concentrations?
Sure. The COGCC 900 series regulations does allow the director to request background samples be collected at sites. However, it doesn't provide direction as to the number of samples to be collected, the depth, the location, distance from the spiller release. It does indicate that you can use 1.25 times the background concentration to come up with a site-specific concentration, but it doesn't tell you how to come up with that site-specific background concentration. CDPHE has various guidance. The one that's relevant to this, because the state is known to have higher than average arsenic concentrations, they came up with a threshold limit value. EPA and CDPHE collected 2,700 some odd samples across the state to come up with a more reasonable background value. And so it ranges from the samples they collected, the background range from 3 to 19, and they use a threshold value of 11. So below which you would not need to clean up anything on those sites. They also have some guidance on the use of multiple lines of evidence approach, which is a valuable tool as well. EPA has various guidance under the CERCLA guidance or Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. They allow for direct that background samples can be collected in areas immediately outside of any disturbed areas. The whole key is just to collect a representative sample, but it doesn't dictate how far away. It just dictates that it's in an area that's similar to the area of disturbance, but undisturbed. They also have guidance on how to calculate background. There's various statistical methods. One method that the KPK proposed was the pro-UCL method.
Good. And then with respect to CDPHE's risk management guidance, you indicated 11 milligrams per kilogram as the screen level.
That's correct. That's their threshold limit value.
And how does that compare to the table 915-1 regulatory values for arsenic?
For arsenic, the table 915, I believe, is 0.68, which is the EPA's regional screening level, which is simply that, a screening level. So that 11 is 16 times higher than what is in the table 915-1, which is more reasonable for the state of Colorado.
If I understand your testimony correctly, the COGCC rule and available guidance does not specify, for example, the distance at which you should obtain your background samples from an area of disturbance or release location.
It does not.
Okay, so does that leave it up to the operator to make a best judgment as to how far is enough?
That's correct. It's professional judgment, rule of thumb, whatever they feel is appropriate, and then they submit to staff and wait to hear whether the staff concurs.
And then if the staff does not concur, do they end up having to take another background?
Then they have to resample, correct?
Did you also review various spill release reports and Form 27 site investigation and remediation work plans for KPK and several other Colorado operators in the course of preparing your expert report?
I did.
Did you develop a professional opinion as to COGCC's approach? Well, let me withdraw that. Are those forms in the exhibits provided by KPK to your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
I reviewed others and also had discussions with the Marcom, but yes,
thank you. Did you develop a professional opinion as to COGCC's approach to determining background concentrations and sampling at KPK's locations governed by the CPA?
yes. In general, I found a lack of consistency, a lack of a consistent approach in doing that. Because there isn't that direction in the number of samples, it's left up to the operator to make that professional judgment and leave it up to whether the staff agree or not. And there's been some inconsistent approach, different approaches on different sites. So there's just not a consistent approach, it appears.
How many Forms 27 did you review in preparation of your report?
Approximately 2 dozen.
And have you worked on petroleum hydrocarbon remediation sites in the past?
Many.
Also here in Colorado?
Yes,
Is establishing background equally important in Colorado as in other regions and jurisdictions of the country?
yes, it's important at any remediation site.
Have you, are you familiar with the naturally occurring background levels of arsenic in Colorado?
I have.
Do you have any examples you'd like to discuss based on your review of spill release reports and Form 27 site investigation remediation work plans?
Sure. One that was discussed several times yesterday, soil spread field. I think that provides an example of some of the inconsistencies in approach. Staff had recommended to KPK to use the PRO-UCL method. Marcom provided a memo to staff indicating that their intention to use that. Staff then told them that they shouldn't use that because there wasn't enough samples, a sample base to use that. So instead suggested they throw out the lowest value and the highest value and use that to calculate background. And then ultimately they recommended a t-test be performed, which is a valuable tool, but it would have been good if that had been suggested from the get-go instead of several other approaches.
So 3 different approaches. The last proposal or request of staff is the use of a t-test. What is a t-test?
It's a statistical method to determine background.
Are you aware of whether there's any COGCC guidance requiring the use of a t-test?
No, there's not.
Okay. Is there another site you wish to discuss?
One of the interesting sites, again, was also discussed yesterday, the Pan Am AE2. At that site, the service owner was concerned with the speed with which remediation was progressing. They hired their own consultant to do an evaluation, and their independent evaluation was that the remediation was successful, that the impacted material had been removed, and that there was some anomalous readings, I believe it was barium and cadmium, that based on multiple lines of evidence were not associated with the release. So it was kind of an independent opinion by somebody else that came at the same conclusion that there was some difficulties in obtaining the correct background or realistic background for sites.
Is that independent expression of concern with background at that site, KPK exhibit quadruple F?
Yes.
Communities Globoda environmental letter?
That's it. Yes.
Okay, and then just backtracking slightly on soil spread field, the independent quadruple F. Very good. And then for soil spread field, the Form 27 you were referring to, that's KPK exhibit triple X. Is that also correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Can you expand on why it's important or beneficial for COGCC to provide clarity and consistency with respect to establishing background concentrations at a remediation site?
I think if there was more direction, more clarity, it would provide for much more expedited closure on sites. I think having that consistent approach across all sites, across all operators, there'd be less question on how that approach, how to come up with background, and then it would allow sites to be closed much more timely and efficiently.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you would like to share or draw our attention to in respect to your report and testimony provided this morning?
No, not other than just that it would be helpful to have a more consistent approach for sites to more expeditiously close out sites.
Very good. Thank you. No further questions on direct exam.
Ms. Stafford Cross.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good morning, Mr. Hines. Thanks for being with us today.
Good morning.
I will try to be brief with this line of questioning. So you testified that you reviewed about 24 Forms 27 to prepare your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your report, I am counting that 3 of those were Form 27 submitted by KPK. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So out of hundreds of available Form 27s submitted by KPK and COGCC's database, you are drawing your conclusions on 3 KPK forms and a handful of others?
It is a relatively small number in the big picture of total releases, but it gave me a good snapshot of the approach.
Now, you discussed the importance of understanding background, but you weren't hired to conduct this type of analysis for KPK, were you?
No.
Given your expertise, did you prepare a detailed statistical analysis of the background data for the soil spread field site that we just talked about?
I did not.
And so you weren't asked or hired to do so?
No.
So have you done any work in the field on behalf of KPK at this particular location?
No.
Soil spread field? And you've never visited soil spread field?
No.
Okay. I think finally, you suggest that the table 915-1 limit is 16 times higher than CDPHE screening levels. Has KPK, are you aware if KPK has sought a variance on applying, on the application of this particular rule or limit?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hines, did you have occasion to visit with Craig Meese and Kevin Totkus regarding their concerns over background determinations at the many CPA locations that are part of their work for KPK?
I did.
And did that cause you to change your opinion after review of the Forms 27 that you reviewed in forming your opinion?
No, it actually reinforced my opinion.
Thank you. That's all I have. Redirect.
Ms. Hines, at this time, the next step is commissioners have chances to make questions to you as witness. I might start. Is it common or uncommon that there may be this this on the ground sort of gut check to determine what the backgrounds are, and then that may be different than sort of the standard of the agency? Does that happen in your experience?
Yes, because you know what the background is in an area or region or in the state. The state and EPA have collected that data, so we have good understanding. So if you get a sample and it's a certain value, you can do a gut check to see where that falls within what you're expecting the background to be.
And what is the next step, generally speaking, for the operator if they've determined that the on-the-ground gut check is, not in line with the general standard?
If it is the samples that they collect from the excavation, if it's exceeded, and then they collect the background sample, they submit that to staff at that point to determine what they need to do moving forward.
And as Ms. Stafford indicated, I mean, is it common to seek a variance or seek a waiver from the standard so that we're operating as against apples to apples as opposed to the general standard?
Yes. However, I did in one of the instances in talking with Mr. Tuckus, there was one site where a sample of arsenic was around 1.5, and they were asked to collect background samples, which, my gut check would be, the states, across the state, the background is from 3 to 19. If you have a 1, you're below background. So that my gut check would be asking, we don't plan to do anything here because our values of arsenic were so low. But at that site, they were requested to continue with performing more background sampling.
Okay, and we can ask Mr. Talkus about that. So
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cross, then Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hines, for your testimony today. Going on what Chair Robbins just asked about with respect to additional data being sought when there was a background arsenic level of 1, was there any other background metal numbers that exceeded kind of the baseline, or was it just arsenic that they wanted to look at?
I believe it was just arsenic.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that I understand some of your criticisms from your testimony. I believe you said that the EPA standard is significantly lower than the background levels you were finding in that area, correct?
The regional screening value, and that forms the basis of the arsenic value in table 915-1.
So the 915.1 is based on the EPA values.
Correct.
Which a minute ago, in response to one of Chair Robbins' questions, you said the EPA has collected that data and has a good understanding. How far or widespread is the regional data collected by EPA? Is it the whole state? Is it certain parts of the state? Can you give us a little explanation?
Sure. It's the entire state. They collected 2,700 samples, or they used 2,700 samples across the entire state. And they split it up between whether it was farm fields, urban areas. And so they have different ranges depending on where you're at. The urban areas, the numbers were higher compared to farm fields and forested land.
Okay. So you said that they have collected this data, they have a good understanding, but that good understanding isn't necessarily what you would want to use?
It's guidance, but it once you collect a sample and you know that you're at a certain value, you can use that guidance rather than the 0.68. It would be good to use a more reasonable background for the state of Colorado versus a screening level that was established for the entire country.
So the 0.68, the EPA's 0.68 is the country, not the state.
Correct.
What is the EPA's Colorado limits that they've determined, or have they?
They haven't. And that's when the state of Colorado, knowing that our background is higher, the state of Colorado, the Department of Public Health and the Environment, in conjunction with EPA, but it's a CDPHE document, a guidance document. It's a risk management document.
Okay.
So that's where that came from.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. And consistent with some of the questioning about the soil spread field and some of the background amounts there, you indicated in cross-examination that you had not visited, but you have reviewed the information that was provided. And who conducted that study, the analytical summary again?
Marcom.
Okay.
I believe so.
And what approach did you take in looking at it? Did you QA/QC any of the data that was found? Did you just look at the summaries? What did you do to analyze that?
I just looked at the summaries, the kind of the chronology of what happened at that site.
That's the only questions I have right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I think the chair and Commissioner Cross covered a lot of kind of some of the thoughts I had in mind, but I do have just one remaining question. Mr. Hines, thank you for being here today and for providing your testimony. One of the things that you touched upon in your testimony was urging consistency across remediation sites, and certainly can appreciate consistent approaches in scientific gathering of data. The way I understand it is staff's, I'm just exploring the word consistency. Staff's approach generally is one of establishing a baseline, understanding what's there, and then if needed, gathering more information in order to create a situation where there's not overkill on every site. And so to me, that would be a consistent approach of starting at the bottom and working up to gather the information that's needed and available rather than a heavy approach. Are you advocating that there should be a consistent gathering data across all sites at all times, which in my opinion would necessitate a more intensive approach from the baseline?
That's a good question. No, I'm not advocating a more robust approach, just that it's consistent across the board. Some of the forms I reviewed, they were basing their background values on one sample. KPK is typically collects 4, 6, 8, more samples. So just, some direction in the regulations that state that you need to collect a minimum of 3 samples or whatever that is, some direction. There's been, I don't know the number, but I'm guessing thousands of release sites and probably thousands and thousands of background samples collected. So the staff has a robust data set that they could use to help inform what they recommend that those steps should be. So I'm just saying that there should be some direction for all operators to follow, that based on a size of a release, they should take X number of samples. If the release is bigger, it's more samples, and maybe give some direction on the depth of those samples to be collected, just so there is that consistent approach.
Thanks, Mr. Hines. I appreciate that. Consistency on variable sites is a tough issue, and so thank you for your opinion on that.
Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hines, for sharing your expertise today. Is it unusual for an organization to choose what I would say is another respected organization's limits or criteria instead of doing all that work itself? So would it be usual for an organization to pick EPA's screening levels?
No, that's common. The CDPHE has adopted the RSLs, the EPA RSLs. In that risk guidance for arsenic, it indicates that other organizations can use it as they'd like. So that's pretty common.
Thank you. And then even though in your expert opinion or KPK's opinion, there's might be disagreement about how our levels have been set or why they've been set the way that they have, do they still need to be followed as part of our rules and regulations?
Because they are in regulation, they need to be followed, but there should be some flexibility to use multiple lines of evidence or present a technical scientific argument as to why you don't need to excavate more samples, more soil.
And are you aware that there is an avenue to do that through a variance process and request with COGCC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hines, for testifying today. Most of my questions have already been answered, but I just wanted to understand one thing. So I think in your testimony, you indicated that you have actually determined background remediations on a number of sites within the state of Colorado. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I assume the remediations that you worked on were able to receive closure.
Yes,
And so you were able to figure out how to work with the COGCC in order to be able to determine background levels in order to be able to receive closure.
I believe I could present a good argument as to, how to go about doing that.
Right. And so it seems like, a professional in the field like yourself, an expert in the field, would be able to figure out how to work with COGCC in determining background levels and receive closures on remediation projects, just like you have, correct?
Correct. I've never tried, so I can't say how successful I'd be, but that would be my approach.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you. And I apologize. I had one other question. It was also brought up that an independent study was done, and I apologize if I mispronounce it. Your exhibit quadruple F from Glabata Environmental. It had a couple of recommendations to reanalyze some of the samples. Do you know if that reanalyzation was done?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Further questions from commissioners? Mr. Jacobs, did any of the commissioner questions cause you to have further questions for your witness?
No, Mr. Chairman, thanks to Mr. Hines for his testimony this morning.
Very good.
Thank you.
We will excuse Mr. Hines and we would look for your next witness, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next witness will be Mr. Richard Price. My partner, Kirk Mueller, will be examining Mr. Price. If Ms. Larson could elevate Mr. Mueller and Mr. Price, we'll get started. Thank you.
Very good. I see both Mr. Mueller and Mr. Price. Good to see you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see the commissioners again, and thank you for giving us a few minutes to present Mr. Price's testimony. Mr. Price, can you see and hear and participate from your circumstances well removed from the action here?
Yes, sir. I believe I can.
Thank you very much. Mr. Price, you appeared and testified before this panel previously back in June of 2022. We have a couple of new commissioners who didn't hear you at that time, and for their benefit and for all of our benefits, might you remind us who you are and your background and expertise with regard to environmental health and safety matters?
No, certainly, sir. My name is Richard Price. I have been a practicing environmental health and safety professional for 35 years now. I hold associate's, bachelor's, and master's degrees in environmental health and safety disciplines, currently board certified in industrial hygiene, safety, and environmental. What else can I tell you? I've been a manager or director at 4 different Fortune 250s within the EH&S realm: General Electric, United Technologies, Duke Energy, and Waste Management. Currently appointed to the adjunct faculties of 4 universities, including the University of Denver's graduate program in environmental, and do consulting work such as this, as well as consulting work within industry for the Department of Energy and the Department of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Price. You prepared 2 reports over the course of these proceedings, one back in June, one more recently, as well as your CV. Those reports and your CV, I think, are exhibits of record, and thank you for the summary. In that experience that you described, you've had experience, have you not, with remediation projects and programs that are akin to the one that's at issue here today?
Yes, sir.
And It's the case that you were engaged in June of last year and were re-engaged this year to evaluate KPK's response and performance with regard to the compliance plan agreement and to the various remediation projects that are the subject of that agreement. My question is, you evaluated that once before and you've done it more recently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you tell us, please, what you did to conduct that review and to evaluate the performance of KPK?
I reviewed a number of documents which I have listed in my written testimony into the record, including the CPA, the GRIP, the spreadsheet that is used to track KPK's activities with regards to Section 4 of the CPA, and also weekly and monthly reports, as well as a affidavit submitted by Mr. Taucus into the record.
One of the things that you were particularly focused on and are an expert with respect to is this thing that we call a culture of compliance. You have evaluated in the course of your review most recently and then back in June, the culture of compliance within KPK. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir.
Is there a process, a metric, a methodology that you use to evaluate something that's called a culture of compliance? How do you measure or evaluate something like that?
There are a number of widely accepted methodologies for implementing a structure which will drive a culture of continuous improvement in environmental health and safety compliance. A couple of them come right to mind. The OSHA Voluntary Protection Program is used for health and safety within general industry and in construction. ISO 14001 is one that is commonly used to provide a framework for implementation of a environmental culture and management system.
So within these paradigms that you described, there are various milestones or various criteria that get taken into account and are measured in some fashion.
Yes, sir.
Can you call out a couple of them, or is it too exhaustive a list?
It's not all that exhaustive. Basically, all of these systems, including any continuous process improvement system that you would implement in industry, it's a circuitous process that involves 4 steps: plan, do, check, and act, which is pretty basic. But where this current situation is, based upon my review of the documentation, is the planning phase has been largely completed at this point, the CPA being the initial documentation that is driving the process. And then the doing piece is, of course, having retained Marcom, having retained an executive director of EH&S over at KPK in order to oversee the entire process. And then some metrics that have been mentioned that are significant in the whole realm of the do piece of the plan, do, check, and act circuitous methodology is spending over $7 million since the implementation of the CPA. 9 million if we include the 2 million previous to that, as testified by the forensic accountant earlier today. Approximately 150 employees engaged in remediation at the 58 sites in question, about $300,000 in analysis, 1,200 samples taken. There's an awful lot of do going on. Now, it has been raised that only 3 of 58 sites have reached closure. I would expect that based upon the requirements in the CPA. And the reason I say that is because quite often you're required to have 4 quarters of sampling data prior to submitting for closure. So we haven't even met the calendar requirements to close more than what we've closed so far. But from what I've seen and the testimony I've heard over the last day and over the last morning, is there's a tremendous amount of effort on everybody's part in moving forward with these remediations. And I honestly believe that is a shared goal of both KPK and staff and the commission itself, is to complete these remediation projects as accurately and as expeditiously as possible. And based upon my review of the information so far, with the CPA being only a little over a year old, this is pretty substantial progress so far. When you form a new project team, there are 4 stages that you go through consistently. And whether it's a remediation project or an industrial construction project, I have about $5 billion in industrial construction on my resume. So starting up new projects and driving them to closure is fairly common. Your 4 stages of team formation are forming, storming, norming, and performing. You've made it through the forming stage. You're doing the storming, you're coming off the end of that, and now you're hitting into performance, starting to close things out. And I would say performance in the amount of 446,000 tons of soil removed and 7,000 tons of backfill. That's getting into performance pretty solidly. So from what I see so far, everything seems to be headed in the right direction and towards the common shared goal of getting these sites remediated. That's in the best interest of not only the environment, but the people of Colorado. And I would encourage everybody to continue to keep that in mind and to continue to move forward with that shared goal.
So all of that's very helpful. Let me just speak generally. If there's a goal to achieve something called culture of compliance, and
Yes.
you talked about there are various ways to measure that. Indeed, I think there are ways, but correct me if I'm wrong, to score it. How long does it take typically for an organization to evolve to that final status of we now have the culture of compliance that we set out to build? What's the window on completing something like that?
In general, the OSHA VPP process essentially says that you have to have 3 years worth of data demonstrating the effectiveness of your program prior to submission. Under the most ideal circumstances, you can achieve certification to the merit level of the VPP program after 1 year. I've only managed to do that once in my career. More often than not, it's closer to the 3-year milestone, where you have to go in and establish that culture, provide the training, do the field inspections, and then it's a feedback loop, making sure that if you find discrepancies, then you do a root cause analysis and you say, okay, why is this occurring? Let's dig down, let's get to the root causes, and then let's develop corrective actions to prevent recurrence and implement them. And that's all part of the Plan, Do, Check, Act type of feedback. Your checking is those continued inquiries and inspections, and then modifying your approaches in order to drive compliance to an even higher level.
So given that the typical time involved in reaching the OSHA levels of highest compliance and so forth, and noting that the CPA was signed in November of 2021, roughly a little over a year ago, are you surprised that the KPK hasn't completed all of the can do check and act sequences and so forth?
I wouldn't expect them to have proceeded much beyond the implementation phase, and that's what I'm witnessing right now. And this is a function of a number of things. First off, leadership commitment right up front is one of the key elements of all of these environmental compliance management systems. And you've got an executive, Mr. Meese, you've got an executive director now of EH&S over at KPK, who's been on board since August. And from what I've seen from him and the efforts of Mr. Totkis, they hit the ground running over there. They're doing a pretty good job of getting this stuff moving forward, moving in the right direction, and getting things, particularly the submissions to staff, improvements in those, getting that piece cleaned up as well. So I see substantial progress in the right direction within the last, 6 months. It's headed in the right direction, and I think the CPA was well thought out by all parties involved, and was a good agreement on how to proceed forward.
Yeah, in your experience on various remediation projects, are there factors that are sort of critical to the success of the implementation phase, as you've described it? Or what kind of things make or break projects as you try to bring them online and complete them?
Okay, a couple of the things that I've seen is a lot of the waste handling and spill response policies and procedures and training programs. It's very, very important to set those up at the beginning of a project, along with the health and safety plan for any remediation site. That's required by OSHA. and then making sure that everyone on those sites are trained to those procedures to implement them. And then you have an inspection piece where supervision, management, and regulatory inspectors routinely go and check and make sure that we are following those plans as they have been developed. And if there are any discrepancies, then we do the root cause analysis. Okay, what's causing this discrepancy? Let's dig down, figure it out, because we need to fix it and keep it moving forward and continuously improve. Good enough never is. We're always able to get better as we move forward. And that's part of a good culture of compliance.
Are there, as you've reviewed this and interviewed the folks who are implementing the KPK response, are there any impediments or hindrances that jump out at you that could be addressed that might explain why things aren't moving fast enough or faster, or any impediments that you've identified?
Well, first off, I want to give credit to the forensic accountant that spoke earlier, who essentially stated that any of the profit that KPK is currently making is going into their remediation efforts. And based upon the magnitude of the CPA, I find that completely appropriate to making this move forward. Right now, what I would encourage, and I've got a significant background in nuclear, okay, and we have a tremendous number of hold points because we want to make sure that we are accurate and that we do not commit errors, because the consequences can be significant. You have good hold points scattered out throughout the CPA, things like notifications prior to sampling, notifications prior to backfill, things like that, and then your process for obtaining permission to do things like backfill. All of these hold points are absolutely essential, necessary to the accurate performance of these remediation projects. There are some opportunities for shortening the intervals between submissions and approvals, even with staff's limitations. I would encourage increased communications, not only formal but informal. Basically, everyone is playing on the same team here, and that's important to keep in mind and realize at all times. We have a shared mission of getting these remediation projects done correctly and as expeditiously as possible. So I would encourage things like more frequent communications. I understand you had weekly meetings that have kind of gone by the wayside. A little bit more flexibility in being able to have phone calls or email exchanges. I've seen some email exchanges. They seem extremely formal. That's fine. And I also see that there has been tremendous progress made on form submissions and forms accuracy as they have moved forward, and I've included that in my written testimony.
So I don't mean to interrupt. Please continue if I cut you off.
Okay, I would encourage staff in KPK and Markov to pay more attention to working more as a team and less of an adversarial relationship. The CPA documents an adversarial relationship very thoroughly prior to the implementation of the CPA. The CPA, in my opinion, was an event and an attempt to do something a little different, come to an agreement on how we would move forward together with our shared goals. And from what I'm seeing so far, it's being implemented pretty well and as expeditiously as possible. We would all like for it to move more quickly. I've never seen anybody ask for projects to be delayed. Most of the time it's let's improve schedule whenever possible. And we can do a lot to that, improving informal communications. And for instance, I understand that occasionally staff does go out and examine a site and doesn't necessarily discuss their findings or their concerns with the people on site, but writes a report and sends it over. It's really, really helpful when regulators and operators work together side by side and do those inspections together, understand what the concerns are, agree to a path forward, and even begin to implement that before the report is even written. Is the point at which a culture is starting to really manifest itself is being supportive of a good EH&S culture, is when you have that kind of collaboration and that shared commitment to moving things forward in agreed upon manners.
That's all very helpful, Mr. Price. I really appreciate it. One last question. You talked about cooperation versus adversarial relationships and so forth. Just speaking generally about organizations coming into compliance with regulatory authorities, KPK has already received fines and sanctions. Do you think additional fines and sanctions will motivate additional culture of change, or is there a limit to what can be achieved?
That I think that's not going to be effective in moving the ball down the field, essentially improving the remediation efforts and increasing their efficacy as well as their timeliness. That is well documented in the CPA. There was an adversarial relationship going on for quite some time, and it failed to accomplish the shared objectives of the two organizations. And so the organizations agreed to a CPA and said, this is how we will do things moving forward. And we've had just over a year. What are we looking at? Looks like 14 months, maybe 15 of the CPA being in effect. It's a 5-year agreement. And I would encourage everyone to continue to do what you're doing. You're showing substantial progress. You're showing greater effectiveness as you move forward, as you hash things out and define things and find better ways of doing things. The forensic accountant who testified earlier basically said that KPK is really incapable of doing a whole lot more in terms of fines and forfeitures, and information that was submitted into the record and is included in the CPA early on that was not refuted at all is detail KPK's ability to pay additional fines and forfeitures. And your forensic accountant said, you know, if there are additional fines and forfeitures, KPK might be looking at having to file bankruptcy. I don't think that serves anyone's best interest. I think the current path is the one you should stay on, continue to refine it, continue to make it better, and allow it the time necessary to fully develop. The reason I say that is because you do have quite a few hold points in there that are going to slow you down. Those are necessary to make sure that the remediation is done correctly, and we don't have to go back and do it all over again. That's a very wise position to take. So let's be methodical about it, and let's do it correctly, but at the same time, find opportunities to improve schedule wherever possible.
That's terrific, very helpful. And Chairman Robbins, I have no further questions on direct for this witness.
Ms. Stafford, it is now the opportunity for cross. Are you ready for cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, I am, Chair Robbins. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Price. Thanks for being here with us today.
My pleasure, Ms. Stafford.
Now, I believe you wrapped your testimony or direct testimony up by discussing the, I guess, the improvements to what you see as an adversarial relationship. Now, it's my understanding, based on your report, that you've reviewed the final GRIP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that a 17-page legal argument against reasonable and necessary conditions of approval on the GRIP is more adversarial than cooperative?
To which report are you referring?
That would be the final global remediation implementation plan.
The GRIP itself. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think the GRIP is probably a good starting point. You should probably move forward with that.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Price, but
yes.
that wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question was related to the conditions of approval that staff had applied to the GRIP.
I believe that the GRIP has been agreed to by all parties.
Okay.
So I would find it appropriate because it is a collaborative effort.
Thank you for that. So you discussed in your testimony your philosophy of plan, do, check, and act. And did I repeat that correctly?
That is correct. That's common to all continuous process improvement systems.
And so you've indicated you've reviewed the plans that have emanated from the CPA, right?
That's correct.
and you've reviewed the reports that KPK is required to submit,
That's correct.
but you've never been on site at any of these remediation projects or spill projects?
I have not.
Did you also review the rules as part of your preparation for submitting your report?
Can you be more specific?
Specifically the 900 series rules?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Now, I believe you testified that as part of Plan, Do, Check, and Act, and I am summarizing what you said, so if I misquote you, please correct me, that much of the do here has been the resources or finances spent in retaining Marcom. Did I understand that correctly?
I am not aware of how the financial assets allocated to these projects has been distributed. I would assume the majority of it has been spent on the remediation contractor, which would be Marcom. I have no personal knowledge of that, but that would be a reasonable assumption to make.
So the do here is not complying with the CPA or the rules or implementing the plans?
I don't believe I've suggested not complying with the CPA as an option. I believe complying with the CPA is something that all parties have agreed to. And that should be front and center because it supports the shared mission of accomplishing these remediations.
Would you agree that efforts and improvements do not necessarily equate to compliance?
I would, but as long as those efforts are in the direction of improving compliance, then they are obviously always worthwhile.
And did I hear you correctly that it was your assessment it would take 3 years to allow this culture of compliance to permeate KPK and result in real improvements?
That is 3 years is a pretty well accepted number for how long it would take to develop a full culture of EHS compliance within an organization. And I would say 3 years is as good a number as any. And that's well supported by the OSHA VPP program, which has been in operation for decades upon decades and based upon their evaluation of various sites. So three years is a pretty good number.
Does the CPA allow for this 3-year window or a quote gearing up phase?
Not to my knowledge, but I have yet to be involved in any project that did not have a mobilization, startup, and execution phase, as well as a demobilization phase. So by design, any project has these phases built into it.
And are you aware that COGCC staff has conducted numerous hours of field inspections with KPK?
I've been made aware of that, yes.
Okay. And are you also aware that the Oil and Gas Conservation Act requires the commission to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources?
Yes, and I believe that that is essentially the mindset that all parties involved in this should embrace fully.
So while KPK has this gearing up phase to achieve its culture of compliance, would you agree that the commission's mandate is not furthered by allowing numerous open aging remediation projects to remain open?
I think that open remediation projects should be closed as expeditiously as possible. And per your opening comments, 3 out of 58 sites, I believe is what you said, have been closed so far. I would expect that number to be right about accurately. And right about accurate. And the reason I say that is because of the requirements to initiate closure. You're in situations where you have to demonstrate, in many instances, 4 quarters of sampling data. So that's a 12-month hold point. It's a necessary hold point. But as a result, that number 3 out of 58 is what you get as a result of hold points like that.
So this 3 out of 58 you just mentioned, 3 out of the 58 remediation projects on attachment A. And you suggest that's due to ongoing monitoring requirements.
I suggest
are-
that,
Are you aware?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. Are you aware of how many locations are done and just in that monitoring phase?
I am not. I understand that we have 58 sites, 3 are at closure. And the number 72 you mentioned earlier as well, there might be some additional sites as well that we have to pay attention to. What I am familiar with is that Marcom has mobilized to these sites, has 150 employees engaged, et cetera. You know, the metrics have been brought out during this conference and this testimony. There's a tremendous amount of effort headed in the right direction. When you spent $7 million and collected 1,200 samples and moved 46,000 tons of dirt, that's a lot of work that's been going on in what appears to be the last 14, 15 months. So,
Mr. Price, if I can interrupt you for a second, do those
Yes, ma'am.
efforts equal compliance?
ideally, the efforts move you towards full compliance. That's what we're after.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
May I mention one additional point?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Price.
Okay. The one point that I do want to mention is the fact that remediation is needed tells me that we had a situation of non-compliance. To remedy that non-compliance, we must complete remediations, and that takes time. It's not a light switch, it is a process. And thank you for allowing me to make that additional comment.
Any redirect, Mr. Mueller?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Price, for being here today.
My pleasure, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions associated with compliance, and I understand from your background that you are an expert on helping create a culture of compliance, and it's such an important thing. We've stated in these hearings before that in Colorado, compliance is expected as the baseline. In your last comment, you stated that there has been non-compliance and that the intent of the CPA is to work toward compliance. And I would agree with that. You mentioned in your testimony a couple of times the shared objective of ultimate compliance. And I would say that, in my opinion, it should be largely the sole objective of KPK to reach compliance. And the reason that I preface it that way is that I wanted to ask you, in your professional opinion, who is responsible for the compliance with governmental regulations?
In this case, it is KPK. They are the operator of these sites.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And I think that it's a good effort, as you mentioned, to try to collaborate and help bring them to compliance. As you know, they've been significantly out of compliance. It is a unique circumstance to this operator in the state, and so is very much in the public eye. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate a little bit on why compliance is necessary and what the potential consequences of non-compliance are?
Okay, in the environmental realm, essentially we're endeavoring to protect the natural environment with all of the flora and fauna out there, as well as protection of human health. And so it's a multi-pronged approach, but what we do with our regulations, whether that's EPA or Colorado regulations or OSHA regulations, is we develop standards that endeavor to protect the environment and human health. Basically following those standards is a minimal standard that all operators need to essentially meet. When you have a remediation situation, you by default have a situation where that has not occurred, and corrective action needs to be taken, and remediation needs to be performed in a correct and expeditious manner in order to return to a state of compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I appreciate that and would agree that environmental protection certainly is a key outcome of compliance in this instance. And what's expected, and certainly one of our shared goals in the state and built into our mission. A little further on that one, compliance is important to the achievement of societal goals.
Yes.
What are the potential ramifications, in your opinion, to the company itself if it cannot reach compliance?
In my mind, I think that the company essentially will not be able to continue operations. The reason I say that is because the CPA is very specific on what they must achieve, and the financial analysis has been done and presented as to what KPK is capable of doing in moving these projects forward. So essentially, this is a condition for continuing to do business in the state of Colorado, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your testimony and your expertise, Mr. Price.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Price, for your testimony. I want to ask a couple clarifying questions. And one of the things that Ms. Stafford touched on was kind of the 3 years for the culture to permeate. And just to make sure I understand, I thought one of the things you said at first is some of the work that KPK has done, including hiring Mr. Meese, hiring Marcom, meant that they have started to create this culture. So is it an issue of the culture is created but hasn't fully permeated yet? Or I guess, could you just clarify that?
Yes, it's again, it's not a light switch. It is a process. The first thing in the hiring of Mr. Meese is hiring someone with a significant background in oil and gas production in the state of Colorado. So the familiarity with Colorado rules and regs, as well as the talent available in the state of Colorado and the sites in Colorado, is invaluable. Having a senior executive like that responsible for the process is very, very good. I really enjoyed Mr. Totka's testimony yesterday. I think in him you have a fantastic project manager, or Marcom. I'm really glad to see him out there doing his thing. Very, very talented individual. What you have to do is you establish that leadership at the top, and then you drive it into the organization. You've already begun to do that by the implementation of your spill and training and response programs, as well as your flow line process safety management work. As there's a number of different things that demonstrate progress in the right direction. Driving that culture into the workforce happens at the site level. Now, where you are at a slight disadvantage is 58 sites is a lot of sites. So making sure that you touch those sites on a regular basis, which based upon previous testimony, I'm hearing that the leadership is making it out there, getting eye to eye with the folks on each of these projects. That's a huge step in the right direction, and making sure that they catch issues and address them, ideally before staff has to address them or before senior management at KPK has to address them. So it is a process. It's driving those perceptions, those values down into the workforce. Typically that would take about 3 years time. You're making solid progress at this point, as early in the CPA as this is, 15 months in.
And if you are making progress, especially as early in the CPA process as you're talking about, would you expect to still see newer issues coming up both at CPA sites as well as non-CPA sites, or would you expect those to start to be minimized or not existent as you're working on cleaning those up?
As you progress with a remediation project, there are fewer and fewer things that will pop up. However, as you first start, as you're well aware, I'm sure, when you do your site characterization and you first start your remediation, sometimes there's surprises. Sometimes you're dealing with things you were not anticipating. Occasionally you run into controls not working as well as they should. And that requires analysis and modification to improve efficacy. This is all part of good project management, and it is a daily ongoing process. But as these projects progress, the number of issues requiring further attention should continue to drop.
And then I believe one of your responses to Ms. Stafford is that you haven't been on site at any
That's
of the
correct.
locations at issue. And if you could clarify for everyone's benefit,
Mhm.
what information have you reviewed in preparing your expertise? And I guess to be a little more specific, what I hopefully want to understand is, have you looked at steps taken at each site? Have you looked at just overall holistic, here's what the CPA is, here's kind of the steps they've taken? What kind of level of detail have you gotten into?
I've listed 9 different documents in my written testimony submitted to the board, and among those documents includes the CPA, the GRIP, the spreadsheet that details individual specific actions taken in response to Section 4 of the CPA by KPK and Marcom, the monthly reports, things such as that. So it's not to the extent that individual site detail appears in weekly and monthly reports. I've reviewed those.
Not necessarily checking to see if there's been specific analysis provided, all the different information provided to the commission staff, but just the updates of we provided information, that kind of stuff, correct?
I reviewed the monthly reports, yes. As far as the quality control, making sure that the information is accurate and in the format prescribed by staff and on the forms prescribed by staff, that role would, in most project situations, be accomplished by Mr. Tarkus. And it appears he's paid a tremendous amount of attention and effort to getting that cleaned up since his arrival in August. So, progress in that front made as well. But yeah, it's good to be in Mr. Tarkus's role. It is good to be just a little bit suspicious about how things are operating, and always to personally, independently verify what is happening at your remediation sites to make sure that things are going as they should.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions from commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Price, for your testimony today. I'm wondering at what point would you be concerned that continuous culture actually isn't taking place? Like, what are some red flags?
Some of the red flags that I would look for would be in the implementation phase of this project. First off, the selection of a remediation contractor agreed upon by both the operator and staff is essential. That has happened. Marcom has mobilized to the site in what I would consider to be a timely manner. Apparently they have 150 folks out there working these sites right now. That's a lot of people to find and bring up to speed and put to work in a 6-month period of time. That's a good thing. 1,200 samples, that's a lot of work that's happened as well. I'm seeing a lot of effort in the right directions here. So so far I'm seeing a lot of good positive things. If, for instance, you start seeing drops in the amount of effort in terms of people on site, the amount of earth being removed, the backfills happening, the updates submitting to staff, if those started to fall off, I would be concerned. But what I'm seeing right now is the development of a discipline in conducting these remediations that I think will get you there in the shortest period of time possible. And again, I feel like that is absolutely in everyone's best interest, including the state of Colorado, both the natural and the human components of the state of Colorado.
Thank you. Do you think, as part of continuous improvement, that a red flag might be that we're continually seeing these forms going back and forth between the two staffs?
From what I've heard over the past day, a lot of those are administrative things related to duplication of attachments or things such as the not most recently updated attachment accompanying a form. I can understand how that would be somewhat frustrating to staff. This is part of the process. You make submittals to a regulatory agency and they say, well, yeah, you missed this. We would like to see more in this vein, things like that. It is a learning process where the remediation contractor has to understand exactly what it is staff is looking for in order to be able to produce it and submit it on a more consistent and timely manner. So this is exactly what I would expect to happen early in the process, where the initial submissions were like, yeah, we're looking for a little bit more than that. We need you to clean this up. And from what I've seen, Marcom has been responsive to that and has cleaned up a lot of forms. And I actually included a table in my written submission to the commission that shows how many forms have been submitted and how many have been accepted or returned to draft, things like that. So from a numerical standpoint, from a quantitative standpoint, I think you're headed in the right direction on cleaning that process up. But it will continue.
Thank you. Have you been listening to testimony of these yesterday? Did you listen in?
I did.
Okay. Were you surprised to hear that Mr. Takis hadn't gone into a shared document with our staff that's being used to keep track of progress of projects and prioritization?
I don't recall that. I am an advocate of anything that looks like shared ownership and shared collaboration. That's what it takes to move these things forward and get them completed. So if there is a reluctance to work in any form collaboratively, that should be overcome. That should be identified and said, okay, this is not conducive to our shared mission. We need to work more collaboratively, more cooperatively together.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Further questions for this witness? Commissioner Cross?
And I apologize. I just wanted to double check one other thing. I believe you said early on in your testimony, Mr. Price, that you believe that they are past the planning stage now, and I believe you called it kind of the implementation stages where they are now.
Yes, they're in the implementation stage. When you got 150 folks out on 58 sites, you're getting some stuff done. And the amount of dirt, when you move 46,000 tons of contaminated soil, yeah, that's starting to get it done. So yeah, it's in the do phase. It's in the implementation phase.
Okay, and the do phase, I believe, is the term
Yes.
that really caught my attention.
Plan, do, check, act. Yeah.
And would you say that consistent with kind of like where you would expect to see this process, if it's moving the way it should be, that planning on the site should be done and they should be in the do phase here, or would there still be some planning occurring?
I think the majority of your planning phase is behind you. The planning phase never really ends. You're constantly reacting to things that you find out on your sites and having to address those with additional efforts. However, yeah, the majority of the stuff you guys have in place, your CPA is an agreed upon path forward. That's been in place for about 15 months. That's great. A number of different written documents and training programs have been developed in order to comply with the CPA. Those have been finalized within 2022. I was very happy to see that happen. And mobilization of Marcom to the sites and the fact that they're moving soil and taking samples and getting the remediation accomplished. That's what we all should focus on. That's the shared mission.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions from commissioners? Seeing no further questions, Mr. Mueller, did you have any need for redirect?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. We appreciate you being with us. You're excused. I believe it would probably be appropriate to take a morning break before we call the next witness. Mr. Jacobs, if you want to work with Ms. Larson to get the next witness up and running and ready to go during the break, that will be fine. Let's go 10 minutes, come back at 10:55.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Considine is a professor at the University of Wyoming. He will be available at 11. Could we break till 11?
Sure.
And with
Yeah.
the late start yesterday, it just sort of got crosswise with some of his instructional obligations.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll take 15 minutes and return at 11.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are back online. We have Mr. Jacobs, and I believe we're ready to call your next witness if he's available.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He is. I believe he's been elevated and he's coming on video.
Good morning.
Very good. Can you hear Mr. or Dr. Considine clearly?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Great.
great.
Happy to call our next witness. Dr. Considine, good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Timothy Considine.
And what is your current occupation and area of expertise?
I'm a professor of energy economics at the School of Energy Resources and Department of Economics at the University of Wyoming.
Thank you. And could you briefly expand a little more on your education background and work history?
Yes, I have a BA in economics with honors from Loyola University of Chicago, a master's of science in agricultural economics from Purdue University, and a PhD in agricultural and resource economics from Cornell in 1981. After that, I took a job with the Congressional Budget Office as a natural gas analyst from 81 to 83. I went on to Bank of America, where I worked forecasting oil and gas prices to 86. When I joined the faculty in the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences at the Pennsylvania State University from 1986 to 2008, when I joined the faculty at the University of Wyoming.
Thank you. What other experience have you had in your career that supports your testimony and previously submitted expert report in this docket?
I've published numerous peer-reviewed articles on the economics of oil and gas, economic and environmental impacts of hydraulic fracturing, the environmental policy in the steel industry, and the economics of energy resource development.
And finally, have you testified as an expert witness previously in litigation and before this commission?
Yes, I have with regard to both.
Thank you. Now, with all that by way of introduction, can you tell us what is the purpose of your testimony today?
It's twofold. First, to reiterate some of the points I made in my prior testimony, based on a peer review, review of the peer-reviewed literature on the impact of environmental fines and sanctions on environmental compliance, markets for oil and gas, and state and regional economies. And secondly, more recently, to discuss the unique economic opportunities from redeploying the spindle field owned by KPK for carbon capture and sequestration.
Thank you, Dr. Considine. Did you prepare a written report summarizing your review of the economic literature and analysis in light of other materials relating to this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Is that KPK exhibit quadruple M? Mr. Killian, if you could just bring up that report and confirm that that's exhibit quadruple M is your expert report. And while we're waiting on that, we can move forward. What are some of the more relevant? Here we go. You see that screen? Is that your report?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. What are some of the more relevant findings and general conclusions you derived from your review of the economic literature as it relates to the ability to pay and imposition of environmental fines and sanctions?
Well, in reviewing the literature, I found that there was one finding where increasing the severity of punishment on polluting firms, in this case, oil and gas, may deter them from producing the products that are sought by consumers. In other words, they just shy away from those production activities. Or in this particular case, it would hinder their ability to manage legacy oil and gas properties. I also found that penalties affect incentives for environmental compliance, and setting penalties below their maximal level may actually enhance compliance and environmental quality by encouraging firms to share information and environmental performance and compliance. And I think that's a really important point. And it's been interesting for me to sit in this hearing in light of my review of the literature, because this exchange of information to get the job done is so essential. And so setting the penalties too high may impede that progress. Finally, a few papers, several papers actually, found that there's an upper limit to a fine or a sanction consistent with the ability to pay. So when you look at the past, for instance, and the way regulators have dealt with firms with environmental management, they keep in mind their ability to pay, because the ultimate objective is not punitive, but positive in terms of getting firms to comply with the environmental regulations.
Thank you, Dr. Considine. I believe you referred to your prior testimony. That was in the phase 3 hearings of 2021 before this commission in this docket. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Not last June when we had another hearing, just to clarify for our new commission.
That is correct.
Thank you. What are some of your, let's see, having evaluated the literature and reviewed staff's pre-hearing statement and other pleadings in this proceeding, as well as the COGCC's enforcement guidance and penalty policy, did you develop an opinion as to the appropriateness of the relief sought by staff as it relates to the economic and environmental consequence such measures might have on KPK and perhaps on other operators in Colorado facing similar circumstances?
Yes, I did. I actually have been somewhat surprised by the proposal to revoke KPK's ability to sell products. I can't remember what the exact terminology is. And I mean, right off, it seems that they are in the middle of this remediation process. That's a pretty significant move that would, I would say, at a minimum, delay the remediation. And more generally, it could discourage other oil and gas firms from operating in Colorado. Also, when I returned to this effort, as you mentioned, I testified before, the accounting numbers indicate, and the prior testimony indicates, that there's a pretty significant effort underway under the CPA, both financially, I mean, millions of dollars. This is not, I mean, this is a rather small company, and also in just the volume of materials that have been moved is quite impressive. Also, what I discovered in my analysis more recently is that KPK offers Colorado value in terms of redeploying its assets to meet greenhouse gas emission reduction goals.
Can you elaborate on the option values obtainable through carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration development of the Spindle Field as more fully described in your written report?
Yes, my understanding is that the geology of the Spindle Field is potentially quite conducive to carbon sequestration, either for enhanced oil recovery or ultimate sequestration. And the assets as a whole, in particular, the establishment of access to the field through the leaseholds, provides a lot of value for possibly capturing and sequestering carbon in the field. So the existing facilities, the field itself, the underground reservoir, the gathering and flow lines, and the other infrastructure is an asset that can be redeployed, and that avoids a lot of new capital costs. And moreover, the location of the field is very favorable because it's nearby a lot of significant industrial sources of carbon dioxide, close proximity to gas processing plants. And heck, if you just look at a map, it's, I think Lupton is about 25 miles from the big refineries in North Denver that are major sources of carbon dioxide. So even though we may move into an electrified future, you know, driving electric cars in 20 years, there's still going to be a lot of difficult to abate carbon sources like big industrial sources, cement plants and the like. And having an asset so nearby to potentially capture that carbon and sequester them underground, it provides a lot of value. And economists call this the option value to invest in these facilities. Finally, the Inflation Reduction Act has totally changed the economics of capturing and sequestering carbon with very generous tax credits for sequestration and even enhanced oil recovery.
Thank you. You mentioned location being such a important factor in the suitability of the Spindle Field. You reviewed some confidential business information prepared by KPK that has been submitted to this commission in support of its financial assurance package, did you not?
Yes.
And that's identified as having been reviewed in your report.
Yes, that's listed as materials considered.
Right. I think this testimony might benefit from a look at the map, the orientation map in that material. It itself does not contain confidential business information. I'd like to use that one slide as a demonstrative. I do apologize that it has not been identified as a demonstrative for use previously, but it is completely available to staff. They've had it for months because it's been submitted in support of the financial assurance package. And so with the chairman's permission and perhaps with opposing counsel's concurrence or objection, I'd like to at least request that before I just flash it up there and draw an objection.
Is there a method for you to share this to opposing counsel before you flash it on the screen?
There is. Let me explore that while we continue with the testimony. Mr. Killian, if you could simply email that to Ms. Stafford while we continue with Dr. Considine, we might be able to flash that up with her concurrence at the end of his testimony. Thank you.
Yep, I'll do that right now.
Just a moment here.
Go ahead, Ms. Stafford.
Staff has no objection to Mr. Jacobs just putting it up on screen.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, you have authority to put the demonstrative exhibit up on screen.
Thank you. I do appreciate that very much. Mr. Killian, if you could pull that up. Is this one of the slides that you looked at in that confidential package regarding Spindle Field development potential?
Yes, it is.
And could you elaborate on the importance of location relative to other reservoirs that could take a lot of CO2, like in Wyoming?
Yes, in fact, I'm working on a DOE-funded project for the potential of hydrogen production in the Rocky Mountain region. I also just completed a study for the Wyoming legislature on the economic and fiscal impacts of carbon capture and sequestration. And one of the key factors affecting the economics of these projects is proximity to sources of carbon and access to existing infrastructure. So for instance, there are investor groups right now considering redesigning natural gas pipelines to move CO2. It's a much more cost-effective approach. And to use existing assets. And in this regard, we have KPK with an oil field, not, it still has oil in it, but it can serve as a repository for carbon, and it's close by a lot of sources of carbon dioxide, all the gas processing plants in the neighborhood. And then some 20 miles away, there are big industrial sources of carbon dioxide that are difficult to abate. For instance, my understanding, looking at the data on hydrogen production at the refinery, I think it's the Suncor refinery, there's significant hydrogen production and equally significant carbon dioxide emissions at that particular facility. And that's yet another important source. What this does is it lowers the cost of either producing hydrogen or sequestering carbon.
Dr. Considine, are you also familiar with what's going on with clean hydrogen hubs under recent federal legislation nationally?
Yes, in fact, the DOE project I mentioned I was working on is this group here at Wyoming is collaborating with other groups in the Rocky Mountain region to bring a hub somewhere in the Rocky Mountain region, perhaps Colorado, I'm not sure.
And so the suitability of the Spindle Field could enhance the location of a hydrogen hub in Colorado?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, just, quick look at its location. Location's very important for energy in general. Because transport costs are a significant factor in the business.
Thank you. Dr. Considine, is there anything else that you would like to share or draw our attention to with respect to your report and testimony provided today?
Yes, just a few big picture ideas. I think in my judgment, I understand the concern about the environment and the energy transition underway, but we have to get from A to B. And I think one of the means to doing that is ensuring a sound and economically viable oil and gas industry, because they have the expertise to facilitate this energy transition with carbon capture and utilization, CCUS, and also, as Mr. Jacobs has mentioned, hydrogen development opportunities in Colorado. I think a heavy-handed regulatory approach in this matter. Think about the wider consequence, the wider impacts of this. These decisions would have on the oil and gas industry. And in this particular case, my latest investigation indicates that the Spindle Field may be an important piece in this puzzle of capture of dealing with greenhouse gas emissions in the in the Denver region. So
Thank you, Dr. Considine.
you're welcome.
Your testimony. I have no further questions on direct.
Cross-examination, Ms. Stafford?
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I could not find the unmute button. Just one brief question for you, Mr. Considine, and thank you for being with us today. You know, a lot of your testimony focused on KPK's future financial prospects. But those shouldn't have an ability, or those shouldn't have an impact on KPK's current ability to comply with the CPA today, should they?
Would you rephrase that question?
Well, you've talked a lot about
reiterate.
Sure. So you've talked a lot about KPK's future prospects with carbon sequestration and the like, but those shouldn't have an ability, or those shouldn't have an impact on KPK's current ability to comply with the compliance plan agreement, should they?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they have a plan in place and they're proceeding with their remediation plans, and it appears that they're making progress. The only point I would add to that is that severe penalties could disrupt that effort because it would put the company under financial duress, actually could throw a lot of people out of work. We haven't mentioned that. And also it could impede the possibility of using, or at least slow down the possibility of using that spindle field for CCUS. So, you know, you've got to, there's a valuable asset here, not just in terms of producing oil and gas, but also now, this is new, for sequestering carbon.
I don't have anything further.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Considine, for your testimony. I first want to touch on a statement that you just made, is that it could slow down the ability to use the spindle field for CCUS. How would it slow down the ability?
Well, one, my understanding is that KPK owns all the leases in the spindle field. And if the firm would go into bankruptcy, for instance, this could affect those leases. Because if the company stops producing, there are clauses in the lease that nullifies the lease. And that, my understanding is, that would be a complicating factor if the assets were ever sold.
Would it prevent the assets from being sold?
I can't say definitively, you know, it could.
So the assets could be sold in bankruptcy and still be used for CCUS?
I don't know for sure. I am confident that the leases and their status could be a complicating factor in that. It would delay things and make things more, make the transaction that much more costly.
And do you know if the spindle field would be used for CCUS immediately, or would it be used for enhanced oil recovery?
I don't know the order of that. I think the project managers are looking at, as I recall, now I recall that there was a proposal to initially do enhanced oil recovery with carbon, and then transition to class 6 wells for carbon sequestration. That was the proposed plan that I saw in some of the supporting documents.
And similarly, if KPK was to sell its assets, would there still be an ability to do enhanced oil recovery within the spindle field before doing CCUS?
I would presume so, yes.
And then I just want to ask one quick question about your report that was provided, that exhibit quadruple M. In the conclusion, you say, in the next 20 years, the COGCC should thoughtfully consider innovative strategies for dealing with the environmental impacts of legacy oil and gas properties in an economically efficient manner. Can you provide some examples of what you think some of those innovative strategies for dealing with the impacts would be?
Well, in this case, it would be to facilitate the environmental remediation that has to be done in an efficient manner. You know, you need to find a sweet spot in terms of setting policies to provide incentives for compliance versus penalties for mistakes. A lot of these mistakes, as the prior witnesses have indicated, are stochastic in nature. You know, you don't know how certain infrastructure will corrode under certain environments because there's a lot of stochastic environmental events, and that has to be kept in mind. Also, in terms of efficiency, if you're, and this is, I cited a report by the consulting firm Deloitte, where they have articulated a strategy called legacy asset redeployment. And that is, I think, a powerful paradigm to consider in the future for the commission, because you have a big oil and gas infrastructure in Colorado that could be redeployed efficiently rather than building a new set of infrastructure to meet greenhouse gas emission reductions, especially for the hard to abate sectors like heavy industry. And the idea is you capture the carbon and you use the oil and gas infrastructure to sequester it, or either enhanced oil recovery. Okay, so those would be two examples of efficient strategies. It's efficient to use assets that already exist, you know, like pipelines and oil and gas fields and the like.
And do you think any of the COGCC rules currently prohibit those kind of strategies from being used?
Oh, I'm not a student of all this, of all your rules, but in this particular case, I think the decision of how far you go in your decision before you is one example.
Would it be fair to summarize your opinion as saying the penalties recommended or requested by staff are just too severe to, I guess, let me rephrase that. The penalty suggested would be a disincentive rather than incentivizing compliance.
Yes, yeah, yes. I'm not sure what the monetary value of those penalties are, but one penalty that's been mentioned is revoking their ability to sell their product. That's pretty severe. And that would have two effects in my mind. It would impede and possibly delay the remediation. And more importantly, it could reduce the option value of using the properties to sequester carbon by just complicating the transaction, having more litigation, more transaction costs, and an opportunity that's right in your backyard for sequestering carbon could be locked up for a period of time. And that would be inefficient.
Thank you.
You're You're welcome.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, because I'm trying to tie this all together, but help me. And maybe I'm missing something, but help me understand how your testimony that we've just listened to provides any insight or whether or not KPK is complying with Section 4 of the CPA. I mean, I guess we can talk spindle fields, we can talk carbon sequestration, we can talk this all day long. We're here today to determine whether KPK is in substantial compliance with Section 4 of the CPA, and I'm just not seeing where your testimony speaks to that at all.
Well, I thank you. I did mention in my testimony, in my written report, that KPK has spent upwards of $7 million in complying with the CPA. And as Mr. Jacobs opened today, he acknowledged that my testimony and my report is most relevant in the penalty phase of this proceeding, if you enter that. So
So not relevant to whether they're substantially compliant or not.
well, to the extent that I acknowledged and that there was significant financial commitment made, money paid to meet the CPA.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Dr. Considine, let me ask a question.
Yes.
In response to Commissioner Cross's question, you indicated that there needs to be a finding of the sweet spot, that policies for incentives for compliance need to be kind of first and foremost versus penalties for mistakes. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So, how do you square that approach and that testimony with the fact that the CPA and our rules of operating require compliance? In other words, how do you balance this idea that somehow or another the commission needs to create policies for incentives for compliance when compliance is that's net zero? That's the gain. I'm confused.
Yes, I understand your question. As I mentioned to Commissioner Messner, I was primarily focused on the economic literature on environmental enforcement and compliance. And with respect to this sweet spot, you know, in judging compliance, there are a lot of subjective elements. You know, there's a lot of unknowns. And in hearing the testimony of prior witnesses, it appears to, you know, for instance, you know, how do you measure metals in soils, and what's the appropriate benchmark? There are a lot of technical unknowns or uncertainties, and when you look at the economic literature, as I have, and I brought up this idea of a sweet spot, the economic literature recommends or has found that in prior cases, regulators have brought back the penalties from their maximum levels, okay, to encourage compliance and the exchange of information, okay? And that's what I see a lot of parallels from what I've read in the literature from your deliberations. It's not an easy task. I don't envy your the decisions you have to make, but it's striking a balance. That's the only point I'm making here. I hope that addresses some of your part of your question, at least.
Thank you. One follow-up question. Are you the same Dr. Timothy Considine that recently authored a report for Garfield County about the negative impacts of the SB 19-181 oil and gas rules to operators within Operator County?
Yeah,
Garfield?
yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah.
clear that up. I had read that. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Professor Considine. So I thank you for clarifying that your testimony is related to a potential discussion of financial penalties, because I feel like we were conflating some issues here. And so that was, I'm appreciative. I'm wondering if you know how and why we're here in this place with KPK and why there's a compliance agreement in place.
Yes, I believe I understand the reasons for that.
So you know how many violations we've considered, how many projects are on the attachment A that they need to remediate? I'm trying to understand if you understand the magnitude of the discussions we've been having with this operator and this concept that you've put on the table of penalties as punitive. Yes, they are.
Right. Yeah.
So we have other tools for compliance that are less punitive than penalties to get to this point. You've missed the mark or the bar on a lot of other opportunities to get to this point. Would you agree? By the time you get to penalties and with an operator?
Well, I must say factually, I haven't looked at the whole timeline of all the data on the NOAVs. I haven't compared it with other operators. So I don't, because that was not the focus of my assignment. My assignment was to review the economic literature and what it finds with respect to fines and penalties as it affects environmental compliance. And then more recently, the option value of these assets for potential CCUS. That's it. I understand the point you're making and I appreciate it, but that's those are the facts.
Great, thanks for, so my point of view, right, is it's one thing to have kind of an esoteric viewpoint about penalties and what it means for compliance and regulatory regime. It's another to actually understand why we are here in this space with this operator and trying to apply this more generalized view of penalties instead of kind of this micro view that we are in reality here in this hearing. So I appreciate the work that you did and this viewpoint that you have. I'm a little disappointed that it hasn't actually been applied specifically to the situation that we're in.
Yeah, I understand. I would just make one point about, I'm not sure if it's esoteric because these papers I've reviewed are written by scholars in environmental law and economics, and they're based on prior experience in regulatory matters in other industries.
Any further questions?
Chair, just a couple of questions on redirect following.
Yeah, let me just make sure I don't have anybody else.
I jumped the gun.
Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing no hands, Mr. Jacobs, so please conduct redirect.
Dr. Considine, your prior testimony in 2021 was on ability to pay exclusively, was it not?
Yes.
And that was unrefuted testimony, was it not?
I believe so.
And this commission found an inability to pay and suspended penalties and crafted a payment plan in the order finding violation, presumably as a result of that testimony. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And that was consistent with this commission's own enforcement policy and guidance on ability to pay as it affects the imposition of penalties. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, and ability to pay as a theme that shows up in the literature in terms of ensuring compliance and improvement in
Thank you.
exchange of
I have no
information.
further questions on redirect.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Considine, for your evidence and testimony. In particular, I was impressed with your thoughtful information that our job is somewhat difficult. So we appreciate that point, as well as everything else. I believe that you can be dismissed at this point. And so again, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, checking in. We're closing in on the lunchtime hour, but we might have time for one more witness if you've got someone that is not going to be lengthy. What are your thoughts?
Could I get a time check for a moment?
Oh, absolutely. We should do that every time.
Thank you.
Give us just a sec.
Give me just a second to add in or subtract the last session of 53 seconds. Okay, KPK has 1 hour, 16 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. And staff has 2 hours, 39 minutes and 56 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have no further witnesses, and so you may wish to entertain an early lunch break prior to staff beginning their case in chief.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good plan. But can I ask both you and Ms. Stafford one question about the trial management order? It says that the next element of the case is staff rebuttal, followed by staff case in chief, and then KPK rebuttal, and then closing. Ms. Stafford, did you plan on doing staff rebuttal and then case in chief? That's not something I'm normally familiar with, but if that's something you guys agreed to, it's fine with me. It's y'all's time.
That is not the way that we were planning to present. This was included in the trial management order as you see, and yes, frankly, I was a little confused by it, I admit.
So are the parties okay if we sua sponte change this, and so we would delete staff rebuttal, and then we would conduct the final parts of the case as staff case in chief, KPK rebuttal, staff closing, KPK closing, and commission deliberations? Is that edit okay with both of you, Ms. Stafford?
Well, I would appreciate it if staff rebuttal was just moved, if possible, if KPK to after.
So where would you like staff rebuttal placed?
Looking at, I guess, currently the enumerated points here, instead of KPK's rebuttal is listed as number 8, and I would think it would go after that.
So staff case in chief, KPK rebuttal, staff rebuttal, and then closings?
Yes, please.
Mr. Jacobs?
I believe that that's a rebuttal. I don't think it's normally allowed. And we have the burden. I think we should have the last word.
I tend to agree that you have the burden and that you should have the last word in terms of rebuttals and surrebuttals and all that.
Then
Ms. Stafford, thoughts?
As is. I apologize for interrupting.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were your thoughts given this discussion between Mr. Jacobs and myself?
We can leave things as is. We will just need to caucus amongst ourselves to see if we have any rebuttal pieces we'd like to present.
All right, well, why don't we proceed with staff case in chief next? Well, actually, let's proceed to lunch and then staff case in chief next. Do you need, given this sort of alteration of the TMO, do you need a little more time to caucus with your witnesses or your staff? Like, and I guess what I'm asking is how much time do you want to take off for lunch?
I appreciate that. Understanding, the time constraints here, probably just 40 minutes or so.
All right, why don't we return at 12:30? That's 44 minutes. Does that work? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 12:31. We are back on docket 2011000261. Wanted just to clarify next steps, Ms. Stafford, sort of next up is your case, whether you want to call it like rebuttal or case in chief or rebuttal and then case in chief or case in chief and then rebuttal. But at the end of the day, I think that the appropriate procedure is staff is now recognized for all of its case, and then KPK has rebuttal, and then we would move to closing. So just want to make sure that I've got that order of play correct and that staff is in agreement with me.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're in agreement there, and I apologize for my confusion going into the lunch break. I think what staff is planning to do here is to present its case in chief and fold in rebuttal points as appropriate, if that is okay.
That's fine. Mr. Jacobs, I assume that works for you as well.
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Do you need a time check, Ms. Stafford, or are you ready just to get into your case?
I don't believe so. I believe Ms. Larson let us know we had just about 2 hours and 40 minutes or so. So I think we're ready.
Okay. So what we probably should do is call all of your witnesses to the panel and then have AG Stafford swear them in as an initial matter. And this is not counting against your time.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. We'll only be, we are only anticipating calling two witnesses. So if we could have Mr. Greg Duranlo and Miss Nikki Graber elevated to the panel, please.
Okay, I see both your witnesses are with us. Welcome to you both. AG Davenport.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Duranlo, would you please raise your right hand, state your name, and say that you swear to tell the truth?
My name is Greg Duranlo, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Graber, same thing.
I had to find the unmute button first. My name is Nikki Graber, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Great. Good work. Ms. Stafford, who will you be calling first?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Staff will first call Mr. Greg Duranlo.
Very good. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Duranlo.
Hello.
Would you please state your name and your job title.
My name is Greg Duranlo. I'm the Environmental Manager at Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission.
Now, for your time at COGCC, have you served in any different roles other than environmental manager?
Yes, I was hired in 2010 at COGCC as the Oil and Gas Location Assessment Supervisor, and I became the Environmental Manager in 2014.
And Mr. Duranlo, can you please elaborate on your education and experience that is relevant to your current work here at the COGCC?
Sure, I received a BA in Environmental Sciences with a minor in Geology from CU at Boulder in 1995. Following that, I had 15 years of experience as an environmental consultant to the private sector, where I consulted for a variety of clients with 5 years focused pretty exclusively on upstream oil and gas. My work entailed due diligence audits, site assessments, site investigations, remediation projects, environmental exploration, production, waste management, and dealing with a variety of contaminants and various media.
And can you tell us what you did to prepare for today, please?
Sure, I have met with, obviously, you and our legal team. I've met with staff. I've reviewed documents related to this matter, filed exhibits. I've reviewed our rules again where they're applicable. I've looked at field inspection reports, photos of sites, and watched some testimony from prior hearings.
And aside from lawyers and enforcement staff and the things you just listed, did you speak to anybody else while preparing for your testimony?
Well, yeah, I've spoken with our technical staff, obviously at length. I've spent hours in meetings with Ms. Graber and others about various KPK sites and the status of the CPA. And I've had discussions with Director Murphy and our management team about this as well.
So let's discuss a little bit your role with COGCC and specifically as environmental manager. Can you please explain what your duties are and what they entail?
Sure. So the environmental unit consists of about 24 environmental protection specialists. We have environmental protection specialists who look at spills remediations, do complaint response associated with those matters and oversight of E&P waste. And then we have a reclamation team as well that looks at stormwater interim and final reclamation. So I'm responsible for the overall operations of that unit, the allocation of resources, budget management, performance management, sort of everything related to the success of our team, as well as how our team interacts with, other work units at the agency and interacts with operators in the public.
And so based on all of that, would you say you have a general familiarity with operators and operations here in Colorado?
Certainly, across the state.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your general observations of operators and environmental work. Could you explain a little bit about different environmental remedial work that occurs and things of that nature?
Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, in my prior career as a consultant and then with my work here at COGCC, I mean, I've been involved in, hundreds of remediation projects, whether it's in an oversight capacity or, actually in the dirt and putting in, installing, maintaining remediation systems and conducting investigations. And through that time, to kind of characterize remediation projects generally, I mean, I noticed that as I started to work with the upstream oil and gas sector, the remediation projects, the investigations were handled much more aggressively and with really a focus on aggressive source removal And, there was sort of less long-term prolonged project management involved in those.
So is it fair to say that the remediation timelines you've observed are typically shorter in nature?
When dealing with upstream oil and gas, generally, yes, if there's, for simple, straightforward, typical sites, I would say yes. They're generally well-financed and, can move forward at a reasonable rate.
Now let's talk a little bit about timeline of cleanups. I'll take you from there. So I guess, is there a typical cleanup? If so, please can you explain that? But if not, please explain your understanding of cleanups.
I mean, I think every site is unique, certainly, but there is, I guess you could say, a typical shallow, like impacts from a shallow source, like a spill on the surface or a flow line release near surface where there's no impacts to groundwater. Let's call that, even if not typical, let's call that an example of a site impact. And in cases like that, what I've witnessed is those are very straightforward cleanups. The operator can, show up on site, direct load, excavate and direct load their impacted materials off site. They're hauling it to the landfill, bringing backfill back in on their return trip. And, they can quickly collect samples. Many operators actually rush samples. That was one thing, when I moved into the oil and gas sector, seeing samples rushed, so that they could get cleanup and closure was pretty impressive. And then, as soon as they get clean confirmation samples, they can backfill and request closure. So that type of timeline can happen in weeks. Obviously, if groundwater is encountered, then there's a longer term, investigation and remediation. But those typical sites where there's no groundwater, is really a quick process.
And specifically related to, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Related to the groundwater monitoring phase. Are you aware of how many sites subject to attachment A are in that monitoring only phase?
Yes. And there was some discussion about that earlier. And so, looking at the CPA and attachment A sites, we have 4 sites that are listed as in the groundwater monitoring only phase. So of the 58, only 4.
Okay, thank you for that. So now I'd like to turn to the subject matter of why we're here, specifically related to KPK and compliance. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your familiarity with KPK. How long has KPK been on your radar?
Well, they're a significant operator here in the DJ Basin with a lot of sites. And I know that this particular enforcement matter, kicked off, if you will, with some discussions late in 2019. I recall conversations, about challenges with KPK as an operator dating back to when I first started as a manager. We dealt with, some complaint response and reporting issues back in 2014, 2015 timeframe.
Thank you for that. And have you ever been a part of any meetings, or have you been a part of discussions with KPK related to compliance prior to this particular proceeding?
You know, not with, I don't think with directly with, well, yes, on individual sites. We used to work pretty closely with their VP of engineering to obtain compliance on certain sites. You know, I think there was a big, you know, a large roundtable meeting with our staff and a number of work units, our compliance unit, reclamation, engineering, and the environmental team in November of 2019. I was not present at that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. So, you know, since you've been part of different discussions, what has KPK's posture toward compliance been, in your opinion?
I would say challenging. You know, historically, as I mentioned, we work directly with their VP of engineering, and on a site-specific basis, we could, you know, with direct conversations, we could, I guess, encourage work to be done. But it really did feel like overall, it was kind of, you know, consistently seemed to be underfunded or under-resourced. It just was, it felt like it was always a challenge to get environmental work prioritized and done.
And so following the 2021 enforcement hearing, I guess, how did you feel about KPK's posture to compliance then?
Well, so in 2021, we issued a 901A order. The director issued a 901A order, you know, given some significant site concerns and safety concerns that we saw. So, you know, that's a pretty, I guess that's a pretty contentious, that creates a pretty contentious relationship. But obviously KPK made a commitment at the 2021 hearings, you know, to adopt a culture of compliance. And you know, staff was optimistic about that. But I'd say, unlike a witness from earlier today, I don't believe that staff has seen that borne out. I mean, you asked a question about the GRIP COAs, and I can't see a 17-page legal response to see, you know, some reasonable COAs to be not contentious. So I guess I would say we remained hopeful, but it continues to feel adversarial.
And in your opinion, at this point, do you believe that culture of compliance has been established at KPK?
No. And, you know, I know we can't talk about 7 issued but non-adjudicated NOAVs, but that's, you know, that helps frame the answer to my question.
Objection. I think you are talking about unadjudicated NOAVs, and I would direct the witness to refrain.
I think, Mr. Ronald, if you could focus in on not unadjudicated non-NOAVs, that's kind of the tenor of what we've agreed to.
That's fine. And I would say under the CPA, and I think you will hear our testimony on the CPA and attachment A sites that also supports that.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. Now I'd like to talk to you more about the compliance plan agreement. Can you discuss your familiarity with the required plans under this particular agreement?
I am familiar with the comprehensive waste management plan and the spill response and training plan.
And, in your review of these plans, what do you think these plans were meant to show?
So, I guess my philosophy on plans, if you will, we require them for oil and gas development plans, as standalone plans in conditions of approval, or sometimes as corrective actions, sometimes in enforcement actions. They're a remedy, and the Form 27 itself is a plan. My philosophy on that is that if you put a plan in place, the plan should show you how you will comply with the applicable regulations. If you follow the plan, you should find yourself in compliance with the rules. And I guess if you follow a plan and you find yourself not in compliance with the rules, then the plan certainly needs to be revisited. And so when staff receive plans in, wherever they come in, our review of them is to help look at them and determine whether or not, we believe that following the plan will lead to compliance. And so that's the way we sort of approach our review of them and provide comments and feedback back to the operators about them. And, the goal of our review is to help operators get a workable plan that can, again, help them achieve compliance. And so, and once they're in place, they can't just be, dogmatically followed. If they're not working, they need to be, reevaluated and revised and updated.
Thank you. Now you mentioned, excuse me, the waste management plan. I think we'll discuss some of the specifics a little bit later today, but can you discuss or elaborate on your general takeaways from the plan KPK provided?
Well, it's titled Comprehensive Waste Management Plan. It should be comprehensive. It should cover all waste streams. It should be detailed enough, but also plain enough that someone on site, a roustabout, for example, could follow the plan and handle and document waste management safely and properly. I know it took us, it took KPK 4 subsequent revisions to finalize over about 6 months following the initial submittal. And then I would say, afterwards, after it was accepted and approved and implemented, we still saw issues with it. We saw waste manifests, which, KPK testified were just scanned and therefore hard to read signatures, but there was no evidence in the manifest that really supported that. They appeared to be blank manifests. So, well, not blank, but unsigned manifests, excuse me. There was duplication of submittals on the manifests or on Form 27s. And that was, again, downplayed by KPK, but we saw a couple of Form 27s that had dozens and actually over 100 waste manifests submitted. And when we lined those waste manifests up next to each other, all but a few were overlapping from site to site. So with that kind of duplication, staff can't track the waste generation, we can't track disposal, and we can't confirm compliance with Rule 905. Record keeping is fundamental to waste management and demonstration of compliance. So I guess in general, like those examples make me feel like, we should be questioning whether the waste management plan is working as well as it should.
Thank you for that, Mr. Duranlo. I want to move to the spill release reporting and training plan. And again, we'll talk about specifics a little bit later, but I'd like you to explain your general takeaways from this process and what was in KPK submittals.
Sure. So, that was originally submitted about a month after the CPA was signed. Again, it took, multiple reviews and correspondence back and forth to ultimately get the final plan signed, I believe in August of 2022. After the plan was initially developed by KPK, there were some pretty significant reporting errors right away. We had conversations, at the highest level with KPK, and I really appreciate that, where they were taking that seriously and readdressing those issues. I would say we've still seen numerous incidents of improper reporting, and late reporting, and maybe not making all the necessary third-party reports. So it seems like there's still a ways to go on that as well.
I want to move to the monthly and quarterly updates. And are you aware of that requirement from the CPA?
Yes, the CPA requires KPK to prepare written monthly updates and then quarterly presentations to the commission.
And can you, I guess, what's your understanding of whether KPK has fully met those requirements?
I guess it kind of depends. The written updates have been provided, and the quarterly updates have been provided to the commission. But staff would dispute information that's been reported in each of the report. We have an exhibit in the record, I believe it's exhibit 1003, that shows staff comments on the monthly reports, and there's some pretty significant disparity between what is stated and what we're seeing on the ground. And so I don't think we have necessarily time to go through that exhibit here, but I would certainly urge the commissioners to read it. So, I guess my point there is it enough to submit the report, or does the report really need to contain accurate information in accordance with Rule 206?
Thank you for that, Mr. Duranlo. I apologize. I was going to pull that exhibit up, but you accurately described it. Or at least from my perspective, so I will move on. I want to pull up the compliance plan agreement, which I am working to do right here. So if you'll just bear with me for a second while my computer thinks, I will share my screen.
I meant to have it up here as well, but I had to restart my computer hastily before we got on here. So
all right. What I've put up on the screen is the order from the docket. This is order 1B772. This is the order finding violation in the enforcement matter. I'm going to scroll down to the compliance plan agreement, which is attached to the order. Can everyone see that? I just want to make sure that it's not too small.
I can see it, but I'm not speaking for everyone.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. And so I'd like to, Mr. Duranlo, I'd like to talk about the CPA here and some of the requirements. And specifically, I want to talk with you about the role of the contractor under paragraph 2 here. So can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here is in paragraph 2. Could you explain what this requirement is and what it requires from KPK?
Yeah, so clearly stated in paragraph 2 there, it says that the work under the plan will be performed under the direction and supervision of a qualified firm acting in the capacity of project manager. There's some more details there, but essentially it says that the primary contractor should be the project manager for these sites.
And does it appear to you that KPK is following this directive from the CPA?
not consistently. And I recognize that the primary contractor has done a lot of work, but it seems to me that there, appears to be maybe a communication gap or something between the primary contractor and, for example, Kaufman Well Services, KWS, where the primary contractor isn't always looped into the work that's being done.
And do you have any, I guess, basis for this conclusion? Do you have specific examples?
I do have specific examples.
Could you explain those, please?
Yeah, so, the first that comes to mind is the Grant Tank Battery site. And COGCC granted conditional approval to backfill that site, recognizing the significant ongoing safety concern of having that large excavation open. And that's despite contaminants remaining in place, and staff asserts that no point of compliance had been established. Weeks after that approval, COGCC found out that Kaufman Well Services had begun backfilling and had done that without coordinating that work with Marcom. And so it left Marcom giving notice to a nearby school about upcoming work after the work had commenced. And, so I would say if the primary contractor is not aware of, critical technical work, when that gets started, are they really acting in the capacity of a project manager? Another example site that's been brought to my attention recently is the Haley site. And in this case, staff looked at the Form 27s and the maps and the soil sample location data, and in kind of overlaying that data, staff, it was evident that the excavation had been expanded without the knowledge of Marcom, the project manager. So the form that was submitted didn't match the work that had been completed on the ground. And so, with those as two examples, it doesn't look like the primary contractor is really in the driver's seat or effectively, I guess, supervising all of the technical work.
Thank you for your answer there. I'd like to turn to the NOAV sites. I think as we've discussed, those sites are, those requirements for those sites are specifically included in paragraphs 4 through 7 of section 4. Are you aware of those requirements?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding, or how familiar are you with those sites?
I am quite familiar with the sites. I've been in numerous meetings about them, been copied on emails, informal discussions with staff. I've been involved in the forms review and review of inspections of those sites. I've been on site at 2 of the sites. So fairly familiar.
And you mentioned you've been on site at a couple of those sites. Can you recall the last time you were last on site at those sites?
So I was on site at UPRR last spring or early summer, and then and I haven't been back to that site since then. And then I've been at the Grant site twice, or if not on site, certainly at the site, peering through the fence. As also early late spring or early summer, and then again, I think in late October or early November.
And in the meantime, have you reviewed any of staff's inspections or other photographs that have been taken of those sites?
Yeah, field inspection reports, drone images, aerial images, etc. Yeah.
So with that in mind, what are your general takeaways on the NOAV sites?
Well, I guess starting with the UPRR, I'm fairly disappointed. I would say the safety issues that were there remain. When I was on site last year, the homeowner, was concerned about his family's safety and the footprint of the land operations, of the operations on his land. I remain concerned about the open excavation adjacent to a county road. And that site has not seen the progress that we would hope under the CPA. On the grant, it is a little shocking that the excavation had been open so long that wetland species were growing in the bottom of the pit. Excuse me, pit's a term of art, so in the bottom of the excavation. The excavation's close to a public road and near a walking route to school. And so, that safety issue was why we did authorize backfill when we did.
And so in talking about the grant, I want to briefly get your take on a discussion that occurred yesterday. Not to belabor the point here, but can you see the exhibit that I've put up on screen here?
Yes, I can.
And again, for the record, this is staff exhibit 1082B. And they are, can you tell me what you're looking at here? How has this exhibit been identified?
Sure. So this exhibit is from a field inspection report. And what I'm seeing is a view from across Gooding Hollow Parkway at the grant site, at the exit to the grant site. And in the foreground along the road, I see tracking from the site. And in fact, when looking at this yesterday, when it was up, I did not see the area in the immediate foreground of the pump building and tank that has pretty clear clods of mud out into the turning lane in the center of Godding Hollow Parkway.
Now I've switched to page 4 of this exhibit. Is this the conditions you were just describing?
Well, yeah, this is looking out across the exit of the tracking pad onto Godding Hollow Parkway, and in that picture, just up and left of the individual shadow there, you can see significant amount of mud being dragged beyond the tracking pad and onto the paved surface of the road.
So these pictures of these purported best management practices, do you view these as a problem? If so, why?
Well, absolutely. So, I see this as a BMP that's not working and needs maintenance. A tracking pad is an appropriate BMP to prevent the transport of material off-site. And this is clearly not working to do that. And yesterday, Marcom asserts that no contaminated material was being tracked off-site, but under the Clean Water Act, sedimentation is contamination. Sediments contaminate waterways, and you can clearly see that sediments are being transported off-site despite the tracking pad. Frankly, to be blunt, I was shocked to hear the project manager for the primary contractor admit that he could not tell if those pictures showed mud being tracked off-site.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. I'd like to turn to another site that we discussed extensively yesterday, and I'm hoping I can just get your brief take on that discussion. The soil spread field site. Are you familiar with that site?
I am.
And now I think the discussion yesterday focused around some reclamation and inspections. Did you hear that?
I did.
And is there anything that struck you about those particular discussions?
Yes.
Can you explain, please?
Yes. So Mr. Takas stated that, what he saw was that the vegetative growth looked great and the site looked great on October 11th. And, that's in conflict with what our staff observed and identified in the joint October 11th site visit. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into here, but I did have follow-up conversations with, with our reclamation team. So the information that was discussed at the October hearing, and then put into the Form 27 was based on COGCC's inspection from October 11th, but as used in those two cases, it mischaracterized the conclusions drawn by staff.
Thank you for that, Mr. Duranlo. I think we pulled up that exhibit yesterday, so I don't think we need to continue to walk through it. So I'd like to turn your attention now to some of the discussion around some of the form review and approval. So I'm gonna again share my screen. This is a demonstrative that we exchanged with KPK last Friday, January 20th. As long as everybody can see that, I will go forward. Please let me know if you cannot. Mr. Duranlo, I've put this demonstrative that staff has prepared on the screen here. Can you explain to me what this is supposed to represent?
Sure. So this is a very simplified process flow diagram of what it takes, or sort of how a Form 27 moves through our system, or a Form 19 or 27. Once it's submitted, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say what you started to do, which was to briefly take us through the process.
Yeah, so once it's submitted, it's assigned to an area EPS and it's reviewed. And then there's, several possible outcomes from that review. It can be passed with COAs, a form can be returned to draft, or it may, in some cases, be elevated to a supervisory or environmental manager review. And, if the issues are significant enough that then we can consider failing the form. But more often than not, the return to draft is the outcome of those discussions. Although sometimes the forms just get passed with COAs as well.
Thank you for that. I'm going to switch to the next page of this demonstrative here. Can you explain now what this demonstrative is attempting to represent and walk us through it?
Sure. So our staff, and again, thanks to staff for putting this together, because what we were finding was that as we were processing KPK forms, we were getting bogged down. And so we tried to look at what was happening and why we continued to reach impasses on forms that were submitted. Our staff was having trouble determining, what actual site conditions were, what the data that were being presented were showing, and we were finding enough discrepancies that we were really having a hard time even figuring out how to ask for corrections when sending back to draft. So what we started doing was we added this step that says form complexity assessed. And, based on that, we sort of assigned either an additional peer reviewer or a supervisory reviewer to forms to help get through those otherwise, sort of complex issues. And, in some cases, we're having 3 reviewers look at these to really try and sort it out, and then develop a return to draft comment or email that describes the needs of the form in order to get it back into our process and something that we can pass.
Thank you for that, Mr. Duranlo. You mentioned this concept of return to draft, so I'd like to share another exhibit here, and I apologize for being slow there. This is an exhibit that's been marked as staff exhibit 1004. But before I get into it, can you explain a little bit what return to draft means?
So yeah, we talked. That's been discussed a lot. What return to draft is we're essentially taking the form out of process from COGCC, returning it to the operator to do work. It means that there's discrepancies in that form that can't be resolved without the operator making corrections. There are obviously some minor fixes that we can do, but when there are discrepancies or conflicting information on a form, we really need to send it back. It's a commonly used tool for our staff, not just in the environmental unit, but it gives the operator the opportunity to correct errors or inaccuracies. They can add information, they can take information off or supplement information as necessary.
I do apologize. And I did want to allow the witness to finish talking about the forms process, but KPK objects to staff exhibit 1004 for lack of foundation, unless Mr. Duranlo is prepared to say that he prepared it on the basis of what documents. It's a summary of a lot of information, and I would appreciate some foundation for this exhibit in response to that objection. Thank you.
So I guess that's on me to reply to that, Caitlin or Ms. Stafford, or is?
No, sorry. So I can lay some foundation here. It would probably be best to discuss it with Ms. Graber, but I will point out that this is the summary of document numbers from COGIS. So Mr. Duranlo, are you familiar with this exhibit here?
Yes, I am. This is one document that was put together to track some timelines of review, as well as to briefly summarize the sort of reasons that forms were returned to draft, and staff started putting this together and tracking it after the discussion about return to draft in October at the October update. And so this is just one of the tools that we've used to help us, keep track of that process. As you saw earlier, that process is pretty complicated, so it does take a bit of tracking.
And so this is a document created by staff in, I guess, the normal course of business?
Yes.
The document is admitted.
I'd wish to further object prior to your ruling, Mr. Chairman, if I may. It occurs to me that most of these locations are non-GRIP locations, and I believe this is a substantial compliance with the CPA hearing. On that basis, I continue to object to this document.
Okay, objection noted, document is admitted. Go ahead with your questions, Ms. Stafford.
Thank you, Chair. I just briefly wanted to touch on that there is quite a bit of discussion about the timing of review of forms and return to draft generally. And I will note that by speaking about sites outside of the CPA in their case in chief, I believe KPK has opened the door to a broader discussion. So I would just, Mr. Duranlo, like to point you to this particular page here. So what does this chart show?
So the table shows for each form that staff has returned to draft, And it's grouped by 19s and 27s, and then those are listed as a 19 initial or a 27 initial or a 19 supplemental or 27 supplemental in the first column. Obviously, the document number is shown, and the site name, et cetera. What it shows is the form submit date, the return to draft date, and then a resubmit date. So we're trying to track the time. There was a great deal of discussion about the time staff takes to review forms. And one of the things we noted was that staff is looking at the time that a form is in its current state. And KPK was looking at the time since the original submittal. And so, you know, this shows the most recent submittal, or not the most recent, but each iteration that's submitted and then returned to draft. And so we're just trying to track that. The reasons are just summarized from the email. We talked about duplication being a reason, and you can see, you know, in some of these cells here, the you know, that duplication is included as a reason. And there's other reasons as well. And you can also see that, oops, you don't need to pull it back up, but the last column shows some of those were returned to draft multiple times. You know, and that, I mean, that's one of the reasons that we can't really talk about the length of time it takes to review a form from the original submit date. If it gets returned to draft 2, 4, or 7 times, you know, or we've had cases where forms, you know, go back to the operator and sit for months or nearly a year. And so, you know, we have to look at our workload as what's in process in front of us.
Now, Mr. Girona, I'd like to just broaden this or talk about this a little bit more. I think I want to briefly go through I think 2 other demonstrative charts that were included in this particular demonstrative. Can you walk us through this particular slide here, and what is this information summarizing?
Sure. Before I do, I want to correct the record from yesterday, because I was the source of some misinformation, Ms. Stafford, that you introduced into cross-examination of Mr. Toktis, I believe. And yesterday, we talked about the number of forms that were approved, and what that amounted to, the number of forms per day that staff had approved. And I erroneously added all of the KPK forms that had been approved since the CPA was signed, instead of just looking at this time period from October 19th, when we started tracking this return to draft issue. And so when I went back and corrected, so when I looked at those numbers, and Caitlin, excuse me, Ms. Stafford, I think in your cross, you had said, isn't it true that 8.5 forms per day, per business day had been approved? And that number is incorrect. And if you look at instead the number of forms from October 19th through January 10th, when this data was put together, it's, you know, 61 Form 27s, 36 Form 19s have been approved, 71 Form 27s and 19 Form 19s were returned to draft, which amounts to 3.5 forms per day, either approved or returned to draft by staff between October 19th and January 10th. So that's to correct the record. I maybe should have done this in the reverse order and answered your question that said, what is this data showing? But that's what it's showing, is how much basically the approval of KPK forms and those that have been returned to draft since we really started tracking those numbers in October. You'll note that there's, you know, since October 19th, there's, you know, been more Form 27s returned to draft than approved. And then the pie chart at the bottom summarizes the reasons for those return to draft. And what you'll see there is there are a finite list of reasons that we're returning forms to draft. And certainly there have been 5 that were only returned to draft for duplicate information. And I'm sure get into details about those specifics, but what you see is most of them were actually, the largest number of forms were returned for multiple reasons. That's the largest wedge on the pie there.
If I might interrupt briefly. May I ask if this is altered from or revised from the demonstratives that we exchanged for the hearing officer's case management order?
I don't believe that it is.
Okay,
To my knowledge, it is not.
thank you. Thank you for the confirmation.
Briefly, Mr. Duranlo, how does returning forms to draft impact other work?
Well, as you saw in those process flow diagrams, when it's returned to draft, eventually it comes back in as a resubmitted form. And, when it does that, we frequently jump those to the top of the pile, if you will. So it sometimes can have impacts on other work that we're doing, either for the same operator or for different operators. When forms come back in from draft, the review is often somewhat quicker, but it's not, it still has to go through a thorough staff review when it comes back in, because it is, once it's out of our hands and back in the operators, any changes can be made. All fields are open, all attachments are open. So, we really do have to look at it and make sure that everything is what we expect when it comes back in. So it slows things down.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. I want to move next, and I think finally just to a discussion on staff resources here. I think you talked about this at the October update, and I think we received some stats from you on that. Can you explain what a majority of the time is spent, staff resources, I mean, is spent doing on this particular CPA, the KPK matter?
Well, related specifically to the CPA, it is forms review and field inspection documentation. It's reviewing the information that's coming in and in some cases spending a great deal of time trying to make sense of that information, and then I guess we also spend time sort of tracking the information as as that exhibit 1003 shows. We're putting things like that together to make sure that we're keeping things in line on our end.
What have been the biggest challenges for staff since the June hearing?
I would say it is dealing with the back and forth on forms. I think that really burdens and bogs down staff and occupies a significant amount of our time.
And in their pre-hearing statement, KPK had argued that staff moves the goalposts on them. Do you agree with this statement?
No.
Why not?
Our goalposts are consistently applied. They're the rules, and they've always been the rules. That's what compliance is for us.
And can you talk a little bit about this contention that staff has broad authority with respect to closing sites, achieving no further action?
Yeah, the compliance plan agreement lists a number of considerations to be made in determining no further action status. And in its pre-hearing statement, KPK said that staff has broad authority with respect to closing sites, and that's not true. Those standards that are written into the CPA are directly derived from the 900 series rules requirements. And there's really no discretion. I believe Commissioner McGowan asked about, the option is for a variance. The only thing that's different is the CPA is explicit that staff can add a requirement to not, that NFA is not achieved until final reclamation is achieved.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. I just, one last question here, based on this experience and the CPA, I guess how things have gone to date, do you have an important takeaway that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I heard it yesterday in KPK's statements and testimony that the time and energy we've spent on this is unsustainable, and staff feels the same way. We're in a very challenging situation, and we've been in situations where we're trying to provide feedback and help to KPK to reach goals, and feel like we're getting pushed back against pretty hard. So it really doesn't feel sustainable.
Thank you. I think that concludes my direct with Mr. Duranlo.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jacobs, are you ready for cross-examination?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go for it.
Mr. Duranlo, good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. Good to see you.
Thank you.
You began your testimony talking about remediation timelines and a typical cleanup. Are there some, well, let me rephrase that. Do you have examples of operators who engage in these typical cleanups? I assume that's other than KPK based on your testimony. Can you name a few operators that you come to mind? Because you brought up this subject of a typical cleanup.
Well, frankly, I was the circumstance that I described may have been more from my own experience as a consultant. So those would have been clients. I've certainly seen that work performed that way by a number of operators throughout the DJ Basin, on the West Slope, in the San Juan Basin,
Thank
the
you.
Rincon Basin.
So that related to your experience prior to 2014 when you joined the COGCC, or 2010 when you joined the COGCC?
No, I mean, it's really both. It's here at the COGCC as well.
You mentioned the issue of rush samples. Those come at a premium price, do they not?
Yes, usually it's usually 100% markup on a like a 24-hour turn.
And don't dispute that KPK's obtained 1,215 samples recently since the June hearing across many sites. You dispute those numbers?
I don't know how many of those were CPA sites versus how many were not, but I don't have reason to dispute that.
You also acknowledge that this commission found an ability to pay and the order finding violation based on Dr. Considine's prior testimony and Mr. Weiss' prior testimony.
Yep.
Thank you. You talked about KPK's posture historically, but this compliance hearing is about their substantial compliance with the CPA now, is it not?
It is, you're correct.
Thank you. You've talked also about unsigned manifests being duplicated, that I believe was regarding the Parker remediation project where that came up. Does that ring a bell?
I don't know which sites. I know it happened, and actually there's two different issues there. Unsigned manifests versus duplicate manifests. The unsigned manifests I saw in multiple sites were brought to my attention. And the duplicate manifests were also brought to my attention in multiple instances.
But the overlapping from site to site example you gave, that's from prior to the CPA being effective, is it not?
No, that's from this last year, 2022.
Certainly difficult for us to confirm that, given your testimony and lack of discovery in this matter, no prior deposition or interview with you. Just a note for the record. You also talked about monthly and quarterly reports and some comments made by staff on them. In fact, staff has only commented on one quarterly report. Isn't that correct?
Objection. That's not correct, actually. Oh, sorry. You said quarterly report. Is it monthly report?
One quarterly report and a handful of monthly reports. That would be my next question. Thanks for asking it.
I'll withdraw.
Can I just get you to circle back to the question I'm being asked then? Sorry.
Staff has commented on just one of the quarterly reports that KPK has submitted. Isn't that correct?
I can't answer that question. I don't know whether that's correct or incorrect.
And I believe no more than 3 monthly reports have been commented on by staff of the 12 submitted to date. Is that also correct?
I would give the same answer. I haven't counted how many were commented on or not.
Thank you. You also talked about being present at the location of the Grant Tank Battery and Upper 43 Pan MG NOAV sites, the unadjudicated NOAV sites, correct? You talked about being present there a couple of times.
The Grant and Upper sites that I was at were the NOAV sites adjudicated.
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said unadjudicated.
I meant adjudicated, the ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yes.
There on one occasion with Jeffrey Kaufman and Kevin Kaufman, were you not?
We did not go to either of those sites, I don't believe.
Oh, well.
We went to the Hewitt, the Stybar, and the Schaefer.
Very good. Are you aware that the Upper 43 Pan Am G site that you talked about has a pending request for backfill?
I'm not aware of that. That may come up in Ms.
That's fine.
Graber's testimony.
I do believe. Oh, at one point, I think you mentioned Exhibit 1003. I believe you were referring to that chart 1004 that Ms. Stafford brought up. I don't recall 1003 being brought on screen.
1003 wasn't brought on screen. That's actually the staff comments on those monthly reports.
Okay.
And rather than dive into those, I thought that might be easier for the commissioners to just look so they can read the text, etc.
That concludes my cross-examination.
Redirect, Ms. Stafford.
Just a moment, please. No, I don't believe I have nothing on redirect. Thank you.
Okay, we now have commissioner questions. Mr. Duranlo, if you would be so kind, I'd like to start out, if that's okay. Let me go through my notes here. I had a number of different areas I wanted to chat with you about. Let's bring up Exhibit 1003, please. Mr. Geronimo, I actually would rather hear from you about the disparities and the concerns that staff raise on this, as opposed to just letting commissioners review it, on their own. I think it's an important component of the record. So I'm not sure exactly how to best go through this, but if you could provide us with your more detailed commentary about the exhibit and the staff's concerns that were raised.
Sure. And I think that the first one in there, had some sort of general comments. Well, that site-specific implementation schedule is one of those ongoing issues. This was constructive criticism. I would say, it's helpful if you provide spiller remediation numbers for future reports. Here's, issues where the first issue on here is one of those things where in the report, information is conveyed to us in the monthly report, and then in the, but staff received a monthly report with that information, but had not received, boring logs or sampling or anything, in the chain of documentation for the actual project itself.
So
I think,
let me stop you there real quick.
Okay.
So you received this is the quarterly report, is that right?
I'm sorry, I didn't look at what title it was. This is a monthly update.
So this is a monthly update.
Yep.
So scroll back down to that area in which we were asking you about. So am I right to understand that this is the information you received? The monitoring wells were installed on May 18th of 2022. And is your testimony that that establishes for staff, because you look at your other data in your information sheets and you realize you've not received logs, maps, or analytical results? Is that accurate?
Exactly. And further, the second comment says we didn't have a 48-hour notification, which was required by COA.
Okay.
Prior to
And
that
so
work being done.
are those violations of the COA that was applicable to the compliance plan agreement?
The 48-hour notice was part, if this is a GRIP site, it was part of the COAs to the GRIP. The 48-hour notice was COAs to most of the sites individually as well.
And what about the logs, maps, or analytical results? Is that a violation of COGCC rule?
Well, to not have it submitted before this monthly report is merely confusing. Ultimately, that information will need to be provided in order for us to conduct our oversight review of the site, and at the time, closure is requested, et cetera. We will need to have that information in. It's typically submitted in the first report after the work is done.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at you on my bigger screen, so I'm not looking at the camera.
That's okay. So just working your way down, I would like to get from you your perspective on the comments. Is it a violation of the COA? Is it just frustrating or whatever? But I'd like to sort of drill down on these issues.
Yeah, I ask for clarification and possibly object just prior to that happening, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Did you prepare these comments, Mr. Duranlo? Are they yours?
I did not. These are comments made by our environmental staff, and they're enumerated by the initials of the individuals who made the comments.
I would object on grounds of foundation, and I think it's more appropriate to be reviewed with Ms. Graber, and she's available and will be called as a witness.
Mr. Duranlo, go ahead, Ms. Stafford.
This exhibit has been authenticated and admitted into the record already. So I just want to at least point that.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Duranlo, I'd like you to focus your areas on areas in which you are familiar, in which your employees put some of this information down. And then if you want to defer some of the inquiry to Ms. Graber, we'll do that too. Is that fair, Mr. Gronlo?
May I clarify for the record my objection? This has not been admitted to the record in terms of we were going to go exhibit by exhibit. This was not previously admitted in the June hearing. It's a July 15 monthly report for June. So I'm at liberty to object, as I have. And I believe that it's more appropriate to be an exhibit authenticated by Ms. Graber and for her to speak from personal knowledge about.
Could I have a point of order very briefly?
Go ahead.
It was my understanding that any exhibits that either party had not objected to as part of the pre-hearing statements were automatically authenticated and admitted into the record. KPK has raised numerous objections on numerous staff exhibits, and this was not one of them. Pursuant to the third amended case management order, I guess I need to understand which of staff's exhibits are in the record and which are not marked for this January hearing.
All right, I want to call a 10-minute break. We will return at 1:56. Okay, we're back on the record. We're now being recorded. We're back on the record. I took the opportunity to have a chat with my AG who talked with the hearing officer. I'd like to elevate hearing officer Peskin, please.
I am here, Chair, but I cannot start the video. It says host has disabled it.
Ms. Larson, if you could enable video for Mr. Peskin.
There it goes. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Peskin, you're the hearing officer in this matter, is that right?
That's correct.
And as hearing officer, you're in charge of all procedural motions relevant to getting us to the hearing today?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with the dispute between the attorneys as to which documents are in evidence versus not in evidence? That happened right before the break.
Yes, I was listening, Chair.
Can you provide us your perspective given the third pre-hearing order that you authored?
I agree with Ms. Stafford's application. It's specifically addressed in paragraph 2 of page 2. And if the chair would like, I can read it into the record.
Please do.
Responses to pre-hearing statements are permitted, limited to 5 pages, not including objections to proposed exhibits and/or witnesses, which are due by January 17, 2023. Replies are not authorized, absent leave from the hearing officer. Responses to pre-hearing statements should include all objections to exhibits and/or witnesses listed in the pre-hearing statements. In the absence of objections to exhibits included in the pre-hearing statement by January 17, 2023, authenticity of those exhibits will be deemed admitted, and all proffered exhibits listed in the pre-hearing statements will be admitted into the record unless the hearing officer rules otherwise for reasons unrelated to authenticity. And then it goes on to state other things about expert witnesses and things that will be addressed at the final pre-hearing conference on January 19th.
Okay, so based upon that information, you agree that with Ms. Stafford that the exhibit in question was admitted?
I do. Unless KPK filed an objection I was unaware of, there's been a plethora of paperwork filed. It's possible I missed it, but Ms. Stafford indicated there was no objection filed, and if there
detail on some of these comments. And what I'm looking for is what the comment informs the commission relevant to this particular quarterly report, whether the comment illustrates non-compliance with the compliance plan agreement and or rule. Do you understand that question?
I do.
Okay, and then if you're not familiar with one of the comments because it's from someone that did not alert you to it or didn't work for you, that's fine, and we'll mark those and we'll talk with future witness Nikki Graber about that.
Okay.
So go
is
ahead.
your preference that I literally go through each comment and discuss it, or is your preference that we kind of scroll through and I pick some here and there?
Nope, I'd like to go through each and every one.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
In order. It seems that if staff wanted to expend time on this, they would have. I see this as not quite fair to KPK in terms of use of limited time allotted for this hearing. If this is lengthy commissioner question in the nature of direct exam of exhibits, and then I mean, it's clearly you have discretion as commissioners to ask questions, but to sort of assume the role of direct examination counsel is problematic from my perspective.
Duly noted. Go ahead, Mr. Duranlo.
All right, I'd actually like to start above what Ms. Stafford has. There's a comment on the first page that I'll talk to. You can go all the way up. So this first comment directly addresses CPA requirements and the requirement to establish and implement schedules for the 4 NOAV sites. This is a difference of opinion what a detailed implementation schedule is and why it was included in the CPA. And so the report here says that the implementation schedules have been provided, and staff comment says they have not been provided despite COAs requiring that submittal. We had asked for a detailed standalone implementation schedule for each of these sites so that we could see into the future what the operator's steps were going to be. The operator filled out the implementation schedule on the Form 27, but that's a very rudimentary schedule with very little detail on it, and it's insufficient for really tracking a project of this significance. And I would expect that it's not really a tracking. I guess it's just not the detail that was always expected from the inclusion of that requirement into the CPA. So I would say our comment there indicates that we believe that the CPA was not complied with.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation. Let's go down to the next comment that you've not addressed.
And so again, I think I kind of mentioned this one before. I think this was one of those things where this is a, hey, in the future, use the spill or remediation project numbers so that we can track things. I mean, there's a number of different sites that are named UPRR something, 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 and it does get very, very challenging to track. Okay. So moving ahead, the next one with monitoring wells installed at the site, I started to discuss this. We can't evaluate the veracity of the installation of the monitoring wells in looking at this monthly report if we haven't received a Form 27 that has the information required about the location of the monitoring wells, the boring logs, how they were constructed, whether they were sampled, developed, et cetera. And then I mentioned that 48-hour notice is a violation or is not in compliance, excuse me, with the COAs either on the Form 27 itself or on the GRIP in its entirety. The next one there, again, COGCC has not received any of this information, so it's hard for us to validate what we're reading when we receive a summary report and we haven't received the detail information. The next one labeled LA6, you know, the stormwater inspections, the operator is saying that the stormwater inspections were completed, but staff observed that the stormwater BMPs were overflowing during the June 23rd inspection, at least, which, you know, and silt fence was failing. So what we witnessed was failing BMPs. What the operator reported was that they inspected. And so, you know, again, that just creates a differing, you know, a different story is presented if you dig in deeper there. Moving to the Morgan A1. Markham performed a post-precipitation inspection. I think what we found was that there was, you know, again, BMPs that were not maintained and maybe properly used around those. You know, the operator is here based on PID screening results. They determined that confirmation samples need to be collected, which is a reasonable thing to do in the field. Again, we hadn't seen that information provided to us at the time that we received the monthly report.
Should that information have been provided at that time?
You know, it's unclear. In this case, it maybe wasn't due yet, so it's that may be just a comment. The next comment again is just a comment. There's no mention of soil probing, but there's a mention of samples obtained, and you know, and then samples turnaround time at the lab taking a long time, and that's been an off and on case for KPK, for other operators as well. But you know, generally a 2-week turnaround is still achievable by most labs without expedited fees. The next comment, quarterly report overdue on the H. Hewitt consolidation. That is a violation of rules. Rule 913 requires quarterly reporting on remediation projects. So if there wasn't a quarterly report provided, then that, you know, is not in compliance with that rule. And so that's one that colors all the comments below. You know, if we've not received that data, the GN12 comment there, you know, if we've not received the data and the quarterly report is overdue, then that's, you know, not in compliance. That, you know, we should have received that data. The next comment about lab analytical and summary tables. So this I guess maybe says we've received a report with some of this information, but we pushed it back to draft not once but twice, and we're waiting on the resubmittal there. We expected it prior to this monthly report being submitted, it looks like. And again, we don't have boring and construction logs for the monitoring wells. And let's see, so yep, tracking now to the Grant tank battery, and again, an overdue quarterly report. The next comment there.
Mr. Brown, at this point, why don't you scroll and kind of hit the highlights? There's so many comments here, but hit the ones that are, in your opinion, you know, most relevant for this commission.
I mean, yeah, I guess if we could maybe scroll down.
Why don't you review the whole report real quickly, and then you can gather your thoughts and get back to us.
Yeah, I think if we scroll down to the Kamenish 1 flow line release, you know, again, there was an overdue quarterly report. You know, that's significance. There was fencing, and this is a site that another site that I've been on and was, you know, when I was there, I don't know, I guess unimpressed with the state of things when I was on site, and this one also, you know, the fencing still remains improperly installed. This site actually had a second release within the excavation, and so the comment at the bottom here, the additional release response activities will be summarized in a future. There's sort of, I mean, there were uncapped flow lines sticking into that excavation, and the flow line system got repressurized and fluid came back into that excavation. So
Speak to the your understanding of the environmental impact of something like that.
well, I mean, a couple of things. We're trying to, you know, work with this operator to get things cleaned up. An excavation went, you know, left open for a long time. The flow lines were uncapped and essentially uncontrolled, and yet still connected to a system. The excavation is 20 feet deep, and you know, all of a sudden, you know, we find oil in the bottom of it from one of the uncapped flow lines. So you know, the operator saying the inspection was determined that the site was in good condition and no further maintenance of the measures are in place. I mean, it's a very limited window to look at a site that we're looking at and seeing a very different picture. The fact that Marcom was informed of a new release on the site, you know, rather than KPK's personnel finding it, you know, on their own, is disappointing as well. That just goes to site control and overall system control.
Anything else relevance from the review of this exhibit that you'd like to make us aware of?
I think the SAC 1 is in here, and you know, there's information here about the SAC facility, and the question asked, you know, does this cover all work conducted at the SAC unit facilities? There's a number of spills and sites and excavations in the decommissioning of the SAC facilities. You know, and so it was, you know, it wasn't a very thorough reporting of that information in the monthly report. I think if you go down, you know, and starting into the next quarterly update, you know, you'll see again, the first comment is going back to that site specific detailed implementation schedule. You know, it's frustrating for us because to us that seemed like a very you know, sort of straightforward requirement, and it just never got implemented. And you know, frankly, then, you know, we saw issues such as at the grant where, you know, we did a pretty expedited approval of backfill, whereas that we felt like that could have been planned out and communicated better through a implementation plan schedule. Let's see, I'm scrolling through, and I'm scrolling through on my computer here, so that and I apologize for that because hopefully Caitlin's keeping up with me. I'm now kind of looking for highlights. You know, I would say, Chair Robbins, there's definitely a mix of some things that are, we're making comments and questions, in this document. Our staff is making comments and questions, but they're not, and then some of them are actually, significant relative to compliance. Ms. Stafford, yes, you're on page 13. That's where I was too. That comment is pretty significant. GN 10 there says POC. That's point of compliance. Stybar was a site that we, again, approved excavation or approved backfill for a site despite the remedial excavation not removing all of the source material due to the site constraints. So when that happens, we want to make sure that horizontal and vertical delineation is achieved. Groundwater was impacted in that site, and we did not have a point of compliance, a monitoring point that actually had, demonstrated it was beyond the edge of impacts.
What's the significance of that?
Well, the significance of that is that there are residual impacts in place, and without the monitoring of a point of compliance, you don't know where those contaminants are migrating to, and you don't know the severity of the impacts off-site.
Is there a rule governing this issue?
Yes, point of compliance is required by rule.
And if there was not a point of compliance when the work was done, is that a violation of the rule?
The point of compliance needs to be established. And I believe we included that as a COA on this site at Hewitt as well as Grant Tank Battery, to make sure that the operator was putting in a point of compliance well for those.
Okay. Anything else on this document?
And this one, in fact, let's see the bottom comment here that's shown on the screen. The analytical results showing that all constituent concentrations are below regulatory limits, but there was GRO detection, gasoline range organic detection in the water, and I don't have the data in front of me to be able to describe the severity of that, but it's certainly a note to self that something else is going on there. If you're comfortable with that as an answer to your question, Chair, I would be fine with that. If you'd like me to keep going, I certainly.
I think that helps round out the testimony on that point. I would note that you testified for an additional 15 minutes and 30 seconds. I would ask Hearings Manager Larson to apply that to the applicant's remaining time. I do have some other questions, but they're more general in nature. And I would also inform Attorney Jacobs that following the questions from commissioners, we'll give you a chance to do an additional recross, given that was a little more extensive than is normal from commissioners.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate the accommodation with the time spent being allocated to our allocation as well. Thank you, Mr.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Darnell, I have other questions for you. When you talked about the plans and you were talking about the waste plan, the spill response and training plan, you said the plan should show how you comply with applicable regulations. The plan should then be followed, and the plan should establish compliance with the rules. If you follow the plan, then you're in compliance. If you follow the plan and you're not in compliance, then the plan needs to be revisited. Do you recall all that?
I do.
Okay. So I want to ask you on each of the plans, the waste plan and the spill response plan, you articulated several different areas in which there were non-rule followings. And so what is your opinion with regard to each of the plans and whether those plans were sufficient, given that they resulted in your testimony that they created rule violations occurred? So talk about that.
Sure. So the waste management, comprehensive waste management plan, in looking at the section with respect to documentation, and I will, testify that staff ultimately approved both of those plans. But I will say that the section on documentation seemed a bit anemic to me. And then when we started seeing issues with waste manifest documentation in the field, I think that sort of bears out. I would need to pull up the plan in front of me. I can do that. If you would like me to get into more specifics than that, but for the waste management plan, you know, in my review of it, I thought, well, there's not a lot here in terms of the documentation section.
Did you raise that concern with APK or Markham? Once the concern about the plan evidenced itself in actual things that were being brought to bear?
I did not personally raise that with either KPK directly or with Markham.
Okay, I'll talk with Ms. Graber about that in a bit. Okay, on the grant tank, when you were asked about specifics, you pointed out there was no point of compliance, even though you had given conditional approval to backfill. Is that a similar violation in that the rule requires a point of compliance?
Yeah, and I would say that point of compliance should have been established long ago. There should have been step out borings north, either, you know, in Gauding Hollow Parkway or on the other side of Gauding Hollow Parkway. But that was never established, and so it was required then again, even though it's required by rule.
And then on the Haley site, you said that when your staff reviewed the Form 27, you found overlapping data evident that excavation expanded without Markham's knowledge. I assume Markham is the one who submitted that form, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so
to the best of my knowledge, it was submitted by Markham, not directly by KPK.
Okay. How is it that staff determined the nonconformity, determined the overlying data, and determined the excavation expanded?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Ms. Graber will have this in her demonstratives, but we did take the lat lawns from the boring logs, I believe, and we plotted them, or from the data that was provided, we plotted the lat lawns, and what we kept finding was one sampling event wasn't lining up with the next sampling event, and where the samples were taken weren't lining up with where the edge of the excavation was. So using a map of the site, a detailed map of the site that showed the edges of the excavation and where the samples were taken, you know, it was clear that the excavation was a different configuration than what was being portrayed in the information that was being provided.
Chair, if I may,
Ms. Pfeffer?
I think the information you're looking for is included in staff exhibit 1207.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on down my notes. When you spoke to the soil spread field site, you indicated that you heard Mr. Talkish yesterday stating when he saw was vegetative growth and it was great. And this has to do with the October 11th site visit. And then you said that that testimony on behalf of Mr. Talkish was for some reason in conflict with what the staff ID'd in the joint visit, but you didn't go into detail. I'd like you to go into detail around this different perspective about what that site visit established.
Sure. So for starters, and the information was used in the October hearing and then in a Form 27 submitted shortly thereafter. And for starters, the operator incorrectly referenced several of the plant species that were noted in the field inspection report. The most significant I guess incorrect reference was the actual plant species identified in the inspection report was white sweet clover. It's a different species than what was put in the Form 27 white clover. The other thing was that another one was they mentioned vineweed, which is actually field bindweed. referred to smooth bromus, which is actually smooth brome. And of course, I've been given the Latin for the plant species, which is Bromus inermis. So it's, you know, there was just some combined terms there. But, you know, so the significance of that and sort of why some of those issues, you know, matter. The operator indicated on their Form 27 that final reclamation is complete. And, you know, that there was an excellent native variations of those various species. And they characterize them as native grasses under the white clover canopy. And the species, you know, were the species that they were identifying are introduced perennial grasses. They're not native. And so, you know, they were taking the information that we provided in a field inspection report and in the field and you know, using it improperly and again stating the final reclamation is complete. We also flew a drone that day and took drone imagery, which they referred to and said that the drone imagery identified plants, I believe plant density, diversity, and native vegetation being healthier on site than in the surrounding area. Our reclamation specialist flew a drone equipped with a red, green, blue camera at, I believe, 200 feet. And at that height with that equipment, you'd be limited to a visual estimate. You couldn't actually conclude that the, you know, you couldn't actually make a conclusory statement about plant health, density, and diversity. I can go on, but that's, you know, I think the bottom line is, you know, they were making claims that this is, you know, that everything's great there. And what we were seeing was some annuals, some weeds, and nothing that was leading us to believe that this was, you know, ripe for what our reclamation group would be looking for, which is a robust and long-term self-sustaining plant communities on the site.
Ms. Stafford, if you could bring up exhibit 1004.
Oops.
And as we're bringing that up, Mr. Dronello, I had a question. So there was that other exhibit, the demonstrative exhibit about like how you guys process stuff and, you know, from form submittal and then the potential approval to return to draft to failure. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And first off, my question is, when does or how do you make a decision to say return to draft versus the sort of penultimate failure?
That's a tough one. We use failure rarely. Return to draft is really more working with the operator. It's frankly a more cooperative means to get through something. Arguably, failing forms would create a better record, because when a form is failed, every part of it pushes into the well file. When a form goes back to draft, it just goes back to draft and then doesn't push into the well file or the location file or the facility file until it gets finalized. So fail is a final action. The operator has to start over with a blank form. And so we really use that for incidents where it's just the information is you know, egregiously wrong, you know, or you know, or there's something in there that's demonstrative of a violation. We might push it into fail so that it's you know, preserved in the record.
is it safe to say that the return to draft approach is the approach that is taken by COGCC staff to try to get to passage, like to work with the operator to get to a place where the form is approved?
Yes, absolutely. And we really do view it as an opportunity for the operator to a second chance to get it right.
Okay, and now exhibit 1004 that we're looking at. This is an exhibit that your staff created that tries to explain, I think, the return to draft. Is that what this is doing?
It's tracking the time frame on return to draft, and it's also summarizing the reasons for return to draft.
Okay, and I assume you do this with every single operator in the state?
No, we don't.
Have you done this?
This was, I'm sorry, I should not interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Was this done, well, I mean, have you done this type of work only with KPK?
We put this table together specifically after the October 19th update, where the return to draft discussion kind of came to a forefront. And so we wanted to make sure that we were keeping track of these things as best we could. I would say we probably have, more documents that are in the return to draft cycle with KPK than with other operators. I would say it's not, you saw the one demonstrative that said we approved 71 or approved 61 27s and returned to draft 71. I don't think there's other operators that were returning to draft more forms than we're able to approve without returning them to draft.
And in your work with other operators, do you feel, or have you felt the need to use this type of a form to provide a delineation of the return to draft status?
No, I've not seen this come up in that way before.
Okay. And then you were asked at the end of your testimony about a takeaway, and you sort of said time and energy spent on this is unsustainable. That's, in your opinion, staff's trying to provide feedback and help KPK to reach its goals, but there's pushback. But you didn't really kind of like sort of, what is that takeaway? Like why is this unsustainable? I guess would be my first question.
Well, the exhibit that's still up is part of it. I mean, if we're having to track, greater than 50% of the forms that we're processing are going back for what I will characterize as errors, omissions, duplications, the enumerated reasons on the pie chart that we showed. We're not, that's as I discussed in October, that's not effective use of our staff resources to provide responsible oversight to the regulated community across the state of Colorado. If we're having to spend so much additional time working on this particular operator and situation. We have over a dozen people, staffers that are really practically solely focused on KPK. We had, in order to put together some of the numbers, we took a couple of days in January and didn't process, didn't return to draft or approve any KPK forms. And one of my staff came to me and said, I was able to process like 10 times the number of forms than when I'm looking at KPK forms. That it's that much of a challenge and a burden on staff. I processed a form on Tuesday night. I went through a form for the North Quebec site, and there were so many inconsistencies in it. I wound up spending 3.5 hours trying to make sense of it, just to help put a timeline together that we didn't wind up using today. So, I see, I mean, there were inconsistencies in that form that we simply don't see when we're processing forms from other operators, using other consultants, and it's been very challenging.
Thank you for allowing this commissioner to ask those questions to my fellow commissioners. I'm sorry that I think they did a lot of time. We can stop the screen share now, and I'll look to my fellow commissioners for additional questions. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duranlo, for your time today. This is enlightening and very helpful. I think a lot of the things that I wanted to cover were touched on by Chair Robbins, and so I'll try and be as brief as possible. But I do want to go over a few different issues. First of all, in the CPA, Section 4, paragraphs 12 and 13, and I don't know if it's easier to put it up on the screen, but this is with respect to the monthly compliance reporting via COGCC, as well as the quarterly updates. And so I want to spend a minute talking about those two provisions. With respect to the monthly compliance updates first, or compliance reporting first, I just want to confirm that the information that was in Exhibit 1003, which included staff comments, that is shared with KPK. Is that correct?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe it to be, but I don't know. And I do also know that we haven't provided comments on all of those, because it's just not a place that, because we're trying to approve forms, so we haven't necessarily dug in and reviewed every one of those in that level of detail that you saw in that exhibit.
And that's fine. And to clarify, will Ms. Graber be able to speak to that issue?
She will be able to answer that question.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it. I'll save that line of questioning for Ms. Graber then. In talking about the monthly compliance reporting, though, in the CPA, it specifically says these monthly updates will be submitted via COGCC and will serve as a means by which COGCC staff and the commission may monitor KPK's progress in achieving the terms and conditions of the plan. Do you think the quality, based on looking at Exhibit 1003, based on looking at the quality of the monthly reporting that's in that exhibit, allows a feasible ability for staff and commission to be able to track the progress in achieving the CPA?
I mean, based on those comments that we looked through, no. And that's where, our expectation is that filings to the commission are going to be accurate and thorough and detailed and provide sufficient support and backup documentation, to the question about, are well logs required? Well, not by rule, but they're required for us to understand the construction of a monitoring well. And so, I would say that the monthly reports, if they're submitted and they contain inaccuracies, then no, we aren't able to use them to monitor progress.
And maybe a bit of clarifying, based on some of the comments, especially those you went through with Chair Robbins and kind of going line by line on those, it looks as though for some, comments are being made suggesting that certain aspects are complete, but staff may agree with them. And others, maybe staff doesn't necessarily disagree with, but for example, a date is not provided. And maybe for ease, I'll point to, this appears to be the sorry, this one appears to be the July 15th, 2022. And on page 6 of that, it says backfill is complete. Please provide the date. And I guess I'll preview, but maybe you do know about this. In kind of with you thinking that this may be done, and I'll try and confirm with Ms. Graber as well. But do you know if KPK submitted supplemental or revised monthly reports to try and fix some of this information?
I'm pretty sure they did not.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, probably Ms. Graber is the correct one as the project manager to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's helpful just to try and discuss the compliance with subsection 13 or 12 there. And in section 13, it talks about quarterly updates having to be provided in a written report as well as orally to the commission. And noticing several times as you went through both the monthly reports as well as the quarterly report, it said in there several times, quarterly report not up to date. Do you know if some of those quarterly reports were later supplemented or updated, or is that another question for Ms. Graber?
So the quarterly reports that are referred to in those comments are the requirement in Rule 913 for active site investigation and remediation projects for the operator to submit a quarterly update or an update on a quarterly basis unless a different reporting schedule has been approved. So that's a filing on each individual remediation work plan or remediation project. It's not the quarterly update that the CPA is referring to in that paragraph.
Thank you for that.
Does that change your question, or do you still need me?
No, I think that's very helpful. A good clarification to make there. And I guess with respect to that, so the fact that quarterly reports are not being made there doesn't go to the CPA provision under section 13. Instead, that goes to failure to comply with COGCC rules.
Correct.
Okay. And then I do want to touch on, let me just get down to, and for this one, it may be helpful, Ms. Stafford, if you can pull up exhibit 1003. And the one I'm looking at right now is the July 2022 report. And right now I'm looking at page 3 of that report. So I believe the first picture that's included.
Oops. Is that page 22 of 37 in the packet?
I was going to say, I'll be honest. I think that page 2. So
yeah. Okay. So page 21. Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that what I was able to download was just one giant PDF. So it's a little bit harder to tell.
Oh, sure. Gotcha.
So I want to talk about some of these pictures in here as well. So one of the things, and part of the reason I'll bring this up is there's some discussion within, let me get to the exact spot here. So on page 7 of the KPK pre-hearing statement, it says KPK has made significant improvements to its remediation site conditions by ensuring the use of best management practices, including regular inspections to ensure adequate fencing and storage of impacted soil when necessary. And so because they made that comment, I wanted to specifically try and talk about a few of these. There's been several comments made throughout the monthly reports going into the fencing aspect. Were these comments made solely in the monthly reports, or were these comments also made separately to KPK?
Yes. Both. I mean, for the fencing, if we identify fencing in a field inspection report, then we are, that gets submitted to the operator, and we expect that then they'll correct those conditions. We can't be in all places at all times. We are documenting field conditions, as best we can, but yeah, I mean, we try to capture those images, put them in a field inspection report and get them to the operator.
Okay, and maybe if we just go to the next page, there's another picture there as well. And I wanted to highlight this one as well, because it seems there's a distinct discrepancy between what was presented by Marcom. KPK has also conducted routine site inspections that show the fencing is in place and effective. But here we're seeing that, is this a supplemental? I assume a supplemental inspection is showing that this is still partially covering and therefore not effective?
Yes, I would say that's what that's showing, that and that's documenting August 11th inspection, where it's only partially I believe that was one where orange construction fence, I think due to the surrounding properties, was maybe not the best construction practice or best management practice. So we had wanted to see the cattle panels, and so here in this monthly report they're saying that it was decided to replace the existing fence, and I think you said this is the July report we're looking at, and yet on August 11th we still see that part of the fence has not been replaced. So that looks to me like they're providing in their monthly update a statement that is not consistent with what's on the ground.
And without going into detail on all of them, page 5, you're additionally seeing fencing is actually being down in a July 28th inspection. It looks like another one, weeds and tracking issues, weeds and fencing issues with the UPRR sites. And so I guess sort of as a conclusory kind of comment, do you believe that KPK is accurate in its pre-hearing statement that it is following best management practices to ensure, that it's conducting routine inspections to ensure that best management practices, including fencing, is being adhered to?
No, we frequently, when we go out to the sites, we frequently find that that's not the condition on the ground.
Okay, thank you. And some of the discussion that I wanted to have again with the soil spread field was already talked about by Chair Robbins, but I do want to go into one question on the soil spread field. I believe you said that in what was reported by KPK is that reclamation is complete because and again, without going into the mischaracterization or the alleged mischaracterization about the vegetation that was present, but they stated that reclamation was complete. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was stated on their Form 27.
Do you believe that reclamation is complete?
No.
Who makes the ultimate determination whether reclamation is complete?
Ultimately, it's our reclamation inspectors who do a final reclamation inspection to make that determination. And
have they made a final reclamation inspection?
No, they conducted an inspection with KPK present with a drone inspection on October 11th, and they did not conclude that final reclamation was complete.
Okay, thank you. And one other point before I get to a couple site-specific issues, I believe in the cross-examination, Mr. Jake has talked about the prior findings of ability to pay. And this came up in conjunction with you saying that you were concerned with the fact that testing and analysis for different monitoring programs was taking longer than you would anticipate. A lot of times you'll see other operators do overnight. Is it a requirement that it be done overnight?
No, it's not. And yeah, no, it's not.
Okay. Given that it doesn't have to be done overnight, and you talked about, I think you said 100% markup for trying to rush it, You also, I believe, stated, and I just want to confirm this for the record, you said that you should still be able to get it within a week or so. Is that correct?
Typical lab turnaround is 2 weeks on our table 915-1 parameters.
And are you seeing most of the results coming back within that 2-week time period?
It depends. Labs last summer were backed up, and so things were running longer for a lot of operators. You know, I haven't heard that complaint in a while. So my assumption then is that it's not been a problem lately.
With respect to the different plans that have been implemented, because that's another part of Section 4 that's a focus of this hearing. You specifically testified with respect to the waste management plan. And,
yes, sir.
And you were part of the approval for the waste management plan, is that correct?
Yes.
And you also spoke, I believe, about, sorry, just let me make sure I get the right wording here. The comprehensive waste management plan and the spill release reporting and training plan, correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't testify with respect to the flow line system integrity evaluation plan, correct?
Correct.
Would you be more appropriate to speak about the flow line plan with, or would that be Ms. Graber?
So the flow line integrity plan is reviewed by the evaluation, the evaluation and then the plan was reviewed by our flow line integrity group. They're within our engineering group. And so, you know, our Ms. Graber's role as KPK project manager has been to just, you know, kind of, hey, here we received the plan, make sure it gets into the right hands for review, get the comments back and retransmit and you know, so maybe neither of us.
Okay.
I do know that we received the updated and revised flow line integrity plan a couple days before its due date, just shortly before I think last week, maybe on the 11th. So maybe
thank you. And one of the things I want to make sure that I understand from your testimony, you did testify that the plans have been submitted by KPK and approved by staff, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a matter of they haven't adhered to the CPA because they haven't submitted the plans. And correct me if I'm wrong with this summary, but your contention is that KPK is not meeting substantial compliance with the CPA because even though they have these plans, they're not following the plans.
My contention would be that they have the plans. They were initially submitted, you know, by the deadline, but the first submittals were not approvable. And I think the CPA speaks to that they can have iterations after that. But I would say that they're not in compliance because even in following the plans, they're not finding themselves in compliance with the rules. So does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
It does. And then the last two things I just want to touch on, and I think this again kind of goes back to what KPK put in their preliminary, or sorry, their pre-hearing statement, is that when you look at the essential components of what the CPA Section 4 are, there's the plans, the submittal of the plans, there's the account and that kind of stuff, but then they also specifically go into some of the sites for which there was violations found. We talked about the soil spread field a little bit, but I want to specifically talk a little bit about the testimony you provided for two of the other sites. The first is a Grand Tank battery. And I wanted to clarify something that you brought up during that testimony. You said you did provide authority for a conditional backfill but you don't think that the remediation of the impacted soil is complete. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you provide a little bit more detail on what you believe the current status of the grab tank battery site is, as well as what needs to be done to meet the requirements under the CPA and our rules?
Sure. So there is still there are still soil impacts on the, I believe, bottom and north side of the excavation. And if I get details wrong, I apologize. I'm going off the best of my knowledge. Groundwater is in contact with the bottom of the excavation, which means that if we don't have documented groundwater impacts, we have the potential for groundwater impacts. So then that needs to be addressed and assessed. I believe we have documented groundwater impacts at that site as well. Because we have had the point of compliance discussion. So the point of compliance would be a groundwater monitoring well north of, beyond the north edge of contamination. And we don't have that established. So the conditional approval to backfill also included a provision about, the way Marcom intended to backfill with more permeable material at the base of the excavation so that they could install some wells in that area to conduct pilot testing for remediation, an in situ remediation system that would remove additional hydrocarbons from the soil and soil vapor, and something to address the groundwater issues. The pilot test that was proposed based on our judgment was insufficient. It didn't have sufficient monitoring points to effectively monitor the vacuum and the flow rates in the subsurface once the wells were installed and the pilot test was running. And so we asked for more details on that. And so we would have kicked that form back to draft and said, shore up your pilot test so that we can get that approved. Instead, we conditionally approved the Form 27. One of the conditions was develop your pilot test protocol and submit that on your next Form 27.
Yeah. It's safe to say there's still outstanding threats to health, environment, safety, wildlife resources existing.
Impacts, not threats, but impacts to the environment, to groundwater and soil and groundwater.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification. And I also want to talk about the UPRR site, because I know there's been a lot of back and forth on this one as well. It sounds like there has been some backfill done recently. I believe you testified to the point that safety issues still do remain there, and there's still some open excavation. Can you provide a little bit more detail on that side as well?
I'm quite certain that Ms. Graber will provide some pictures of that site. And I think in that case, pictures are worth 1,000 words. It's an excavation filled with water right next to a county road at the south end of someone's property, a couple hundred feet from their house. When we were there last summer, it was surrounded by orange construction fence that was falling down to the ground. And that's where the homeowner had said, my nephew was out here right at the edge of the fence, while he was out for Easter. That was, and it's still open. That's 8 months ago, so the work's not been completed.
And I'll ask one kind of conclusory question here. And again, thank you for taking the time. I know I had some lengthy questions here. During part of KPK's direct examination, there was some testimony that talking about the culture of compliance being created at KPK, as well as the fact that at this point in time, the planning is really done. We're now in the do stage where things are getting done, plans are being implemented, I apologize. Based on the fact that, as you talked about, there's still some of these pilot projects and other things like that, still form submittals coming in. And a lot of these sites, when you look through some of the exhibits, it indicates, and even some of the reports, it says no work has been done to date. Do you see this is still in the implementation stage, or do you still see this as the planning stage, or are we now in the do stage? Are we in the implementation stage?
I guess that question is predicated by me having to kind of agree with the testimony that was provided, and I tend not to. I believe that, you know, all operators need to be in the do phase all the time, right? We need to be in, you know, that's our expectation. Our base, our expectation when we go out to a site is that we find operations in compliance, whether that's on a, you know, production facility or a site investigation and remediation or a centralized E&P waste management facility. We expect to see compliance. So it's a tough question for me to answer.
Well, again, thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duranlo. I think I'm just going to jump on some of Commissioner Cross's questions because I'm not sure I'm understanding it. It could be that Ms. Graber is going to have to respond to them. So just I'm trying to understand. After KPK submits a monthly or a quarterly report, is there feedback to KPK about the deficiencies in the report so that they are corrected? And if you don't know the answer, that's okay. I would just like to know if someone has that answer.
So I don't believe that those get corrected. I believe that we are providing some feedback to them, but I think Ms. Graber will be able to answer that question definitively.
Okay. So if we're giving feedback, we should see improvements to the quality of the monthly or quarterly reports based on them understanding what we think is deficient in their reporting or not aligning, giving them some ideas about quality control, etc. So sorry, and you don't need to answer if you think Ms. Graber is more appropriate, but I'd like to know.
One would hope the statement you just made is true.
Okay. And then I think this is Exhibit 1004, where you all put together kind of reasons for return and for how long. I don't know when that was put together, but when you put together and if you saw kind of, okay, this is getting returned over and over because you're turning in duplicative, for example, you're turning in duplicative documents. We can't, please don't do that. Is that feedback being given to the operator so that they can improve their forms as they submit them so that it doesn't have, so that when you get it, we're not in this loop, this constant loop and not understanding like, why am I getting this back? Why am I getting this back?
I can answer that definitively. Yes, when we return a form to draft, it is returned with an email. I was going to say typically, but for all of our KPK ones, we return it with an email. And the email contains detailed information as to why we are returning it to draft. When it comes back in, we conduct the review again and make a determination whether the items that we enumerated have been met. And the forms that are getting sent back because they're sending it back and not addressing the issues that we've identified. And so, yeah, I think the most was 7 returns to draft because, you know, and to me, I mean, it's just a completely broken system.
Okay, thank you. And then, oh, I'm trying to read my own writing. I'll have to jump back to you and see if I can understand my scribble. So I apologize. I might need a little coffee break. Go ahead, Mr. Chair. I'm going to look at my note here and see if I can try to understand what I wrote to myself.
Commissioner Mester?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got a couple of questions to make sure that I understand some of the testimony that was provided. So, I mean, we had heard some testimony previously around this duplication and some of the feedback that was provided around forms being put back to draft due to some level of duplication as one of the reasons that it got sent back to draft. And at least I heard that some testimony around characterizing that duplication as an administrative issue. And kind of demeaning the importance of that. But my understanding, at least from your testimony, is that duplication is actually a very serious issue, because we're talking about potentially duplication or falsification of E&P or waste management forms. We're talking about not actually having accurate information provided on forms as far as who signed for those logs in order to be able to track, a potentially toxic substance as it's getting transported, to appropriate facilities. And so I wonder if you could just talk a little bit more about whether or not these are just administrative issues or whether these are actually serious items. Because, I continue to see the characterization of forms and submittal of forms in a timely fashion and in a quality fashion, as well as things like duplication of things being considered administrative rather than the importance that they actually have within the system as far as ensuring the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources.
So I agree with your characterization that waste manifest documentation of waste disposal is a significant issue. Let's see. So if waste manifests are duplicated, if the same stack of waste manifests is submitted across 3 sites, and we as the regulatory agent can't tell what sites that waste was actually generated from. We can't ensure that all wastes are being appropriately handled. And, we administer the rules over exploration and production waste, or E&P waste, as afforded in our statute. And that's instead of CDPHE, solid and hazardous waste, administering those rules because of the exemption from RCRA. And in order to be an effective administrator of that law, we have to ensure that the waste management practices are being conducted in a manner that is protective of the environment and public safety and public health. And one of the key components to that is the documentation that tells us what is happening and allows us to say, yes, we are appropriately administering this, and it isn't it because we're appropriately administering it. It's not. It therefore doesn't need to be a matter of public concern as to whether the public is being protected or not, because we are doing our job under the law and in accordance with our rules. So fundamentally, yeah, we need those. We need those done properly, and to provide more detail that I think was requested earlier. The 3 sites with the duplicated waste manifests were the Eugene Dorversberger site, the Facility 8 site, and the Hewitt site. And there were, I think one of those sites had 103 waste manifests submitted on it, and another one had 37 or something. I can't remember the numbers, but when we lined up each waste manifest has a number. So you can track that material cradle to grave. And when we lined up those numbers, we found that they were submitting the same waste management on multiple sites. That's duplication, and that is significant.
Okay, thank you for that. That clarifies it in my mind for sure. So again, I want to ask your opinion on this, as I had heard testimony previously around like some concern or some confusion or some concern around lack of consistency or confusion on how to develop background levels in arsenic, and that it seems to be super difficult for people to understand what to do because of processes that COGCC has in place or expectations that COGCC has in place. And I guess I would like to hear from you the perspective on, how that expectation is developed within COGCC on how to develop background level metals and testing requirements associated with that, as it seems that, these are situations that operators around the state are able to handle, but in this particular case, it seems to be problematic. So
we do not have a guidance document on background concentrations. It's important to note that we also do not have a risk-based closure program at COGCC. Some other regulatory agencies do have risk-based closures. We don't. We have the option for a variance. We are aware that arsenic, the standards for arsenic that are adopted from the CDPHE regional screening levels table are very low. That's historically, we know that those are very hard to meet, even in background concentrations. The soil spread field site, the CPA required the operator to provide the additional background determination information for sodium absorption ratio, soil EC, arsenic, and selenium at the location. In our review of Form 27s, we provided some possible avenues for conducting that background determination. I believe the words we used, and we are, we generally are not prescriptive in our conditions of approval. You must do it this way. We provided a t-test may be appropriate. That's a fairly non-rigorous statistical analysis that can be used in cases like that. That was made part of that Form 27 record very early after the CPA was signed. If not, discussions were already ongoing prior. And we simply never got an analysis that gave us something that we could approve. And so we didn't tell the operator how they had to do it, but we did need to see something. And I think comparing, taking a number of soil samples as background samples, and then taking the highest and saying, well, that's my background concentration. I don't think there's statistical relevance there. And I think that was one of the proposals that was made. And then, I guess the other thing we have to look at is, our staff is looking at each one of these sites, and we have, many remediation projects across the state. And, the analysis, needs to be appropriate for the site. So in a simple site, simple analysis, complex site, more complex analysis. If an operator is doing a bunch of work on a number of sites in a very close geographic area, they might aggregate their background samples across those. We don't try and do, regional background levels. We do try and do background levels based on actual soil analysis and not tables or regional analyses.
Okay, thank you for that. And is it consistent among operators that they're able to figure this out and meet the obligations of the rules, or is it generally hard for other operators to figure out how to do this?
I think this is a challenge, and with the change of the rules, emission change, it's frankly become a little more challenging. And I think this is something that we could, and we have drafted a guidance document. We didn't get internal agreement on it, so we haven't put it out. So I think it is challenging. Do most operators get it? In most cases, yes, we're able to work something out and figure it out. And there are some cases where, there may have been, on a simple site, an expedient analysis that was done. And on other sites, it takes more.
Okay, thank you for that.
Further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Duran-Low, and for the work that you've done associated with this issue. I do have a few questions. Mine are a little more global in nature, and appreciate the detail that you've provided. It's been very helpful to help understand an example of why forms are being returned. The exhibit that we looked at that you went through in pretty good detail, would you say that is a representative example of forms that are being returned, or is it on one kind of polarized side or the other?
The exhibit that's the table with the various forms returned to draft, I think 1004.
No, I'm talking about the document that we went through and that you wrote the comments.
No, so actually those are the monthly reports. So that's not a form that's getting returned to draft. The return to draft are Form 19s and 27s. So they're actually the site investigation and remediation work plans.
Right, thank you. But my question is, and I'll be more clear, are those the types of comments on the forms that are causing them to be returned? And is that kind of a representative number of comments, or are there fewer or more comments generally on forms that are being returned?
I would say that's not apples to apples, but I will say that like a Form 27 that gets returned to draft, the email is, typically has enumerated issues, and there's maybe, 1 to 3 to 7 issues that are, spelled out, and we try to use, numbered lists so that it's easier to communicate. Well, I'm looking at item number 1, and you didn't meet that. And sometimes they're item 1A, B, and C or something like that. So I would say that the detail that's provided when we return a Form 27 to draft is higher than the detail you saw in those little margin comments.
That's very helpful. Thank you. At the beginning of your testimony, you talked about seeing remediation projects and generally taking place if they were well-funded, straightforward projects at a reasonable rate. Can you help us understand what that means a little more? And I understand all sites are different and it's difficult to get an average of what remediation projects take, but can you help us understand what a straightforward remediation project reasonable rate of closure might be?
Well, again, I mean, straightforward project, I would say is shallow soil impacts with no groundwater. And again, I said in those cases, that can be a matter of weeks. A larger, a longer term release from a subsurface facility that is discovered during facility closure. Some of those are very large excavations that can take, months. I think when I say reasonable efforts, it's sort of the continuity of effort. In other words, once I've started a remediation project, it's on my radar to get the source material removed. And, if there's residual contaminants that need to be addressed, through an in situ method or monitored natural attenuation or something like that, that's different. But the source removal aspect is, open that excavation up, do your field screening, collect your samples, get the excavation backfilled, as soon as you can. An open excavation is a liability. It's a risk. It's a risk of collecting, impacted stormwater that you might have to dispose of. It's a risk of having, someone drive in or ride a bicycle into, falling into, having wildlife or entrapment or livestock entrapment. So I have seen, my experience is that operators really try to expedite that opening and closing of the excavation. I have not seen other operators with excavations open for, years on end. And that's, so that's where I feel like the pace is unreasonable.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Along those same lines, would you say that any of KPK's unresolved CPA sites meet your description of what should be straightforward sites?
I'm trying to think, when I think of some of these sites, I'm picturing ones where groundwater was encountered, ones where there's multiple flow lines in them. I believe the Morgan site is fairly straightforward, though there's multiple flow lines, but to me that, those flow lines are something that should be worked around. I believe Nesu is not extremely complicated, and yet I don't think action has been taken on that site. So yeah, there are a few that are, they're more dig and haul and get it closed up sites.
Thank you. So as I understand your testimony, there are those that should be able to be worked on and completed in a pretty expeditious time period that are not being done. And then there are others that are initiated and left at some stage of doneness or half doneness that could be further remediated in a more expeditious manner. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, that second point, even the complex sites, like develop a path to get those excavations closed. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that goes along with my next question. And I think you largely answered this one. Just wanted to see if you had anything to add. In your testimony, you also stated when talking about these sites that we just have not seen the progress that we would hope. we being staff. So anything further to say on what is the hope? What kind of more globally staff would like to see that would demonstrate compliance with the CPA?
Yeah, I mean,
in addition to testimony already given.
having excavations, you know, having the horizontal and vertical extent of you know, any impacts remaining in place defined, and having the bounds of the excavations, you know, if it's going to be a source area removal, let's get the source area removed. You know, if you have to work with a third party to conduct excavation around their pipelines, get that done, get that work done. And you know, the sampling, there were several sites that had been excavated but not sampled. I mean, that's just leaving a liability open, you know, for really no reason.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate the global thoughts there. And my last one's kind of global as well. And I wanted to ask you this specifically as COGCC's environmental manager from an environmental standpoint, so through an environmental lens. Some of KPK's, I think at least one of KPK's witnesses, I believe was Dr. Considine, stated that that there would likely be negative environmental impacts associated with staff and the director's recommendation to find that KPK is not in compliance with the CPA. Among those, he listed potential even further slowing and from what I interpreted, maybe ceasing of any remediation on these sites. He also mentioned, you know, that progress or alleges progress towards enhanced recovery and carbon sequestration on certain sites would likely be short-stopped. And I, as the environmental manager, I wanted to get your thoughts. It's a simple question, but difficult to answer, on whether or not you believe that staff's recommendation would have negative environmental impacts in Colorado.
I believe that through the conduct of its operations, KPK has caused significant environmental impacts. I believe that their ongoing operations continue to do so. I'm not convinced that them ceasing operations makes that situation worse, though I understand the implications of that, because if they cease operations and to Dr. Constantine's testimony and, you know, have to file bankruptcy, I understand that they are no longer viable to do any of this cleanup work and that it's left to the state to clean up. But if we, for lack of a better term, stop the bleeding and start the work on cleaning up, then I think the long-term outcome is better. I mean, one of the significance of, you know, the 46,000 tons of material or yards of material removed and 7,000 backfilled means the problem continues to get worse. And I guess that's the lens that I'm looking through, like, you know, the direct impacts to soil, groundwater resources, the potential impacts to public health, safety, wildlife. Those are real impacts that are ongoing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Duranlo. I appreciate that. I appreciate your expertise as well in your testimony. Thank you.
Thanks.
Further questions for this witness? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say, Commissioner Messner got my question about what the importance is of duplicative manifests. My last question, in the diagram where you showed your process for forms, There's like three options you can choose, which is approved with conditions of approval, return to draft, and then I think it's dead, start over again. Do all forms return with conditions of approval, or are some done just fine and they just get approved?
I would say there's a few forms that are approved without conditions of approval. We do have a list of standard conditions of approval that, especially in implementing the mission change rules, they might be reminding an operator of a compliance with another section of the 900 series rules or something like that. So generally, I would say the vast majority, 90% of our forms, and that's off the top of my head, contain conditions of approval. You could certainly open our database and find a few that haven't.
Thank you.
Further questions for this witness? Okay, I'm seeing no further questions. Mr. Toronto, we want to thank you for that, but you're not off the hook just yet. So what I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break, and then upon return from the break, give Ms. Stafford an opportunity for any final redirect, and then give Mr. Jacobs any final opportunity for recross. So with that in place, let's return at 3:42. Okay, I see all 5 commissioners. We've got our witness and the counsel of record for both sides. As indicated previous to the quick break, I did want to provide both parties with an opportunity for redirect and recross if they feel it's necessary, given the commissioner questions. Ms. Stafford, that would mean that you're recognized now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no redirect.
Okay, that means that Mr. Jacobs, you're recognized. Do you have any recross?
You, Mr. Chair. And hello again, Mr. Geronimo.
Hello.
Let's see. Let's start with the quarterly and monthly reports. I believe that's exhibit 1003. We don't need to pull it up. I just have a few questions about that to start. The first report we looked at was the monthly report for June. That was prior to the tenure of Mr. Totkus, is it not? I believe you heard.
Based on his testimony yesterday, yeah, I believe that was prior to him.
Yeah, and I believe his testimony is that he started July 5.
Okay.
These reports, the first one is a monthly for June. The second one that drew a lot of questions from the commission was also dated July 15, 10 days after he started. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that was the quarterly report, correct?
They were both dated July 15.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
The monthly for June and the quarterly for Q2 were submitted on the same date. That's good for clarification, because I think at one point you said the next report. You didn't mean
I was saying the next in the exhibit.
It was the next report in the exhibit, I think, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. These comments that we received on just a handful of reports outside the full complement of quarterly and monthly reports submitted per the CPA. Those were offered in the nature of, I believe you said, constructive comment. Is that correct?
I think so. That was the intent.
Thank you.
Some of them though. Yep. Okay.
There was, well, the comments themselves drew a number of questions about whether they constitute rules violations, but you've not referred those specific comments for enforcement and issuance of NOAVs, have you?
Objection.
I'm happy to substantiate the question. On what basis is the objection being raised? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's your prerogative.
You're asking about an agency's deliberative process here, so I would object to that question.
All I'm asking, excuse me, may I respond? Thank you. All I'm asking is that he confirm if they have been the subject of an NOAV and that he's involved in that referral process. I did not intend to ask for deliberative materials. Does that help?
You're talking about the NOAV referral process, which I would argue is a deliberative process.
Well, let's back up. Mr. Duranlo. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You acknowledged early in your testimony that you're not supposed to make statements about unadjudicated NOAVs, correct?
I acknowledged that there were 7 NOAVs that we weren't going to be talking about. I didn't know that I couldn't refer to them in any capacity at all.
That's all I'm asking. These are even prior to an NOAV, and yet there's been questions and discussion regarding whether there are rules violations associated with them. I think we're getting into dangerous territory if only in the middle, when you have an NOAV, is it inadmissible? And then when it's adjudicated, it's admissible. These aren't even to the NOAV stage. These are constructive comments on quarterly reports submitted by Marcom, the only one who can submit them with a new project manager. Would you agree?
Can you rephrase the question? It started to get a little convoluted for me. I'm sorry.
These are constructive comments in Exhibit 1003.
Yes.
They're intended to aid the operator.
If provided to the operator, they were provided in such a manner as to aid the operator, yes.
Thank you. I believe you also acknowledged elsewhere in your testimony that the plans required by the CPA have been timely submitted, and all but the last one, which has not enjoyed full review by staff, have been approved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Back to Exhibit 1003, there were some questions directed regarding the August report, and you acknowledged that the August report, the monthly report dated in August, is for July work because of the lag, right? The reporting lag.
I don't remember commenting about the timing.
Well, I believe you got some questions from Commissioner Cross that at least sounded to me like it implied it was more recent August occurrences being discussed, and I just wanted to clarify. If you agree that the August report is submitted in August for the prior month update?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Only Marcom can submit forms under the CPA. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's specified in the CPA.
And you spoke about some waste manifest concerns at, I believe, Eugene Doversberger, Facility 8, and H. Hewitt. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
Now, those sites are all very close to one another. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, geographically, yes.
Yes, geographically. Thank you. And those manifests, they identify the location for which the material is being hauled and the driver and the date, correct?
They're supposed to, yes.
And these manifests that were examined by staff, I mean, it wasn't major detective work. It could have been an honest mistake. And in any event, it was Marcom's mistake. They're the only ones who can submit the information. Isn't that correct?
I guess Marcom and KPK are synonymous to me under the CPA.
Oh, really? That's interesting. The CPA specifies that only Marcom can submit information and has technical responsibilities, and KPK only has non-technical work capability, at least until leave to lift that limitation is sought and obtained. Isn't that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. And in fact, staff approved Marcom as the primary contractor, did it not?
I believe the CPA required staff and chair approval of the primary contractor.
So the answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about background determinations and indicated that there's no guidance. Currently, you've drafted some, but no guidance has been issued on that issue or that matter.
COGCC has not issued guidance on that issue. That's
And
correct.
that you don't have a risk-based closure policy like TDPHE, for example.
That's correct.
Thank you. You spoke about a couple of sites. SU1 more globally, and I think you were talking about more expedited dig and haul. Are you aware that at SU1 the source has been removed and there is a background determination dispute with respect to further progress there?
That wasn't my understanding.
That's fine. And many of the comments, perhaps all of the comments on Exhibit 1003, going back to that, you didn't write those comments, did you?
1003, no, I did not. My staff did.
Just a moment, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions on recross, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr. Gronlo. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything
Sarah?
further? Ms. Beekman?
Thank you. If I may have just one redirect.
Go ahead.
Mr. Duranlo, council just asked you about certain provisions in the compliance plan agreement related to the retention of the primary contractor. Are you aware of whether KPK has ever requested to change the primary contractor?
I don't believe they have.
Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, we will excuse this witness. Ms. Stafford, I believe we would look to see what your next witness, I assume, is Ms. Graver.
Yes, that is correct, Chair Robbins.
Are you ready to go with her?
If I could just have maybe 2 minutes to get myself situated with her demonstrative, I would appreciate that.
Okay, let's come back at 3:58. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we are all back. It is 3:59. We are back on the record, and at this time, staff will be presenting or questioning its witness, Miss Nikki Graber.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. At the outset, I just, understanding the time constraints here, I'd like to reserve 15 minutes for a closing. So if someone can just cut me off if we go over or get close to that.
Ms. Larson, are you hearing of that?
Apologies. I did not hear that last statement.
So Ms. Stafford desires to reserve 15 minutes. So if she gets close, if you could let all of us know. And while we've got you, can we go ahead and get a time check?
Yes, of course. One moment. If you could give me about 30 seconds and I can come back with you with that information.
Okay. So everybody just hold your horses.
Okay. Apologies for the delay there. KPK has 50 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. And staff has 1 hour, 26 minutes and 53 seconds remaining.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask that question that you wanted to ask. Does the 15 minutes and 7 seconds include the additional 15 minutes and 30 seconds that I provided to Mr. Jacobs?
It does. It does. And I apologize. It's 1 hour and 7 seconds that you have remaining. Apologies.
Okay, so KPK is 1 hour and 7 seconds, which is much different than 15 minutes.
50, correct.
I'm sorry. Oh, 50 is what you said. I see.
It was 50, correct.
But actually, it's 1 hour.
1 hour and 7.
Okay.
7 seconds.
KPK is
1 hour and 7 seconds.
And staff's at 1:26. and
So
change.
it's 1:26 and 53 seconds.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for keeping time. And if staff gets close to the 15-minute holdout, we'll just let you know. Ms. Stafford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Good afternoon, Ms. Graber. Could you please state your name and job title?
Nikki Graber, DJ Basin Environmental Supervisor.
And at your time, and where do you work?
At the COGCC.
And at your time with the COGCC, have you been in any other roles? Can you please explain those?
Yeah, I've been here about 4.5 years prior to interviewing for and being rewarded the promotion for supervisor. I was an environmental protection specialist too, over the area around Greeley and then later around Frederick.
Thank you. And can you briefly summarize your general education and other relevant work experience?
Yeah, I have a degree in geology and a degree in sustainability. And I started working in the industry a little over 10 years ago. I started kind of at the base as a mud logger, and I did geosteering, and then I got into an environmental consulting firm where I focus mostly on environmental due diligence, which is inspections of oil and gas before they transfer hands. And I also specialize in remediation and groundwater investigations.
Thank you. And can you briefly tell me what you did to prepare for today?
I met with my team. I spoke with council. I reviewed the rules and I went back through forms and exhibits.
Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about your time at COGCC as the DJ Basin Environmental Supervisor. What are your job duties?
So I supervise a team of 5. We're kind of right there in the heart of the DJ. I help with reviewing forms, with making sure operators are in compliance. I interface with a lot of operators, trying to further that compliance or help them solve problems along the way.
And so would you say you have a deep familiarity with the operators and operations in the DJ Basin?
Yes.
Now, can you opine on your general observations of just operations in general in the basin and environmental work that goes along with it?
Yeah, I mean, the mission rule change was a really big change for our operators. There was a little bit of upheaval. We worked through that with the majority of the operators. Things are running pretty smoothly right now. We do have a backlog of forms. That's because we've had some vacancies that we have recently filled, and there are a lot of forms put in for the mission change. But typically things are going pretty smoothly. Impacts are identified, dealt with, excavated, properly disposed of, backfilled, and then we move into either the in situ monitoring or in situ remediation or the monitoring phase pretty quickly.
Thank you for that. So, you know, in the interest of time here, I will warn everybody. I will be jumping around a little bit in staff's demonstrative. So not that any updates to that have been made. It's just that I will be skipping over some previously prepared pieces. So I believe we had there was a detailed discussion with our last witness about points of compliance and background determinations and things of that matter. So I'd like to move to the subject matter of why we're here today, which is KPK's substantial compliance with the CPA. So I want to talk a little bit about your role with respect to KPK's in compliance plan agreement. Can you describe that role?
So I am the KPK project manager. So I'm pretty integrated into form review, into any issues we're seeing in the field, and a lot of the compliance we're seeing underneath the Section 4 of the CPA. All those plans, with the exception of the flow line integrity plan, as that isn't my expertise.
Thank you. And so you can say you are pretty deeply familiar with the plans required under the CPA, aside from the flow line plan?
Yes, and I'm deeply familiar with the attachment A sites too.
Okay, and let's excuse me, let's talk about that, specifically related to the NOAV sites and the projects listed on attachment A. Can you briefly describe your familiarity with them?
So I've been on site with all the NOAV sites multiple times. I've been either thoroughly involved or tangentially involved with most missions since the CPA was signed, and some even before that. I was part of that first inspection at Grant, tangentially, but I was part of it. So pretty deep knowledge on each of these sites.
And this is something that was raised during KPK's case in chief yesterday, so I'd like to briefly touch upon it. I believe it was raised in Mr. Totkus's testimony. This was a discussion about communication. There was reference to the fact that staff wants to have at least 2 members on calls with the primary contractor and KPK. Can you explain why, please?
Yeah, we've had a lot of mischaracterization of conversations we've had, and it's concerning, and I don't want to put myself or my staff in the point where they're going to be mischaracterized or accused of things. So having 2 people on board is a safety net for us, and it also helps that we have 2 people that have deep knowledge of these projects to sit down and talk to them. We've never declined to have a conversation. We have had to call them back a few times, but it's always been the same day. So it isn't a huge hiccup. It's more of a problem for staff.
And why return to draft emails versus phone calls? Can you go into that briefly?
You know, in the beginning, right after the last hearing, I actually called Craig with every return to draft. And at some point, I don't remember when, or I should say Mr. Meese, I said, I'm not trying to rub this in your face. This is kind of what you requested. And he said, you don't have to do that. So we were doing a phone call and an email in the beginning, really trying to expand on what's going on. Once that conversation happened where it was obvious that we were spending a lot of time on the phone about the same thing, we fell back on emails. Emails are nice. We format them with bullet points. We give them very explicit details. And then that way, when we get the form back, we can review it, measure it up against it. And they also have a very clean metric for their fixes.
Okay, and so now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the plans under the CPA, specifically the spill release reporting and training plan and the waste management plan. You mentioned you were familiar with those, is that correct?
Yes.
So those two plans, if you can just generally describe, what are they meant to accomplish?
They're meant to make sure that KPK is in compliance with COGCC rules. It is meant to say that they are reporting spills and releases in compliance with our 900 series, and that they are disposing of impacted soils in compliance with that same series. If they were following the rule or the plans, they should be in compliance with the rules.
Okay, and now I want to turn to, I think, probably a subject you know a lot about, which is the global remediation implementation plan. So what I'd like to do here is walk through some of the requirements from that plan. So I will share my screen now. And please let me know if this is difficult to see for anyone.
I can see it.
Okay, great. So what we have here, this is a snippet, I believe, pulled from June Exhibit 502, which was the GRIP. So in the interest of keeping things moving here, we tried to organize this in an easily presentable manner. So Ms. Graber, what does GRIP section 6.2 require KPK to do?
It's covering the deadlines for forms. In it, they say that it's what's highlighted there. It is anticipated reviewing the current Form 27s and associated conditions of approval can be completed by February 28th, 2022, and that submitting updated Form 27s can be completed by March 31st.
And how has KPK done on this front?
May I interject? I apologize. We went back and forth with council over pagination of exhibits. I don't see any pagination on this exhibit 502. With that, we can much more accurately follow this testimony and use of exhibits. I believe that was the intent of pagination and the requirements of the CMO.
Mr. Jacobs, this is an exhibit from June. It is the GRIP, exhibit 502.
Did you not paginate all your exhibits, even the ones you incorporated by reference?
I guess I'm a little confused what the problem is here.
Why don't we go ahead with the witness testimony, and you'll have to struggle through, Mr. Jacobs, if there are no pagination issues, but I'm sure you will be quite successful. Keep going, Ms. Stafford.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I'm sorry, Ms. Graber, I think we were in the middle of you about to answer a question related to how KPK is doing implementing this particular portion of the GRIP.
So we are seeing many of their forms past due on quarterly updates. A good amount of those have been returned to draft, plus we have one failed form. So we are seeing still some struggles there.
Okay, and now I'd like to move to the next section GRIP of the GRIP, which is section 3.5.1. And Ms. Graber, what does this section require KPK to do?
It's staging of soils in an area that, on protected best management controls.
And is under your assessment, is KPK implementing these particular waste management practices, which I believe are also part of their waste management plan?
Sporadically. So we have seen some improvement. I will definitely give them credit on some of the sites. There's a good setup But we do see like the Hines on the left in these pictures. That's the Hines #1 flow line from December 12th. And that shows impacted soils. You can't read it, but that sign does say contaminated. Kind of overtopping that berm, you can see the contaminated sign actually punctures the liner. And then the photo on the right is the Hladky Gorman header. That was also from December 12th. It's hard to distinguish, but that is a soil stockpile that has oozed off of the liner and overgrown with weeds. The liner is kind of blown up. The landowner has submitted complaints about the liner blowing into their croplands nearby.
I have to again object. I believe this is page 9 of your demonstrative without the pagination. Is it not? Your current demonstrative?
My current demonstrative, yes, Mr. Jacobs, this is a presentation copy that I'm showing.
Is there no way to add the pagination? I'm having to follow a 91-page demonstrative. I have objections that I'd like to lodge timely, as is my right. Without the pagination, I'm less able to do that. That was the purpose of the CMO requiring it.
I think the simple solution here is, Ms. Stafford, before you go to a next page, since you don't show the pages, if you could just inform Mr. Jacobs the page so he can turn to the right page. Is that something that's doable?
That's more than doable.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
So we are on page 9 here. Ms. Graber, these two photos you've described here, are these to your knowledge accurate representations of those particular locations when the picture was taken?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Site visits. There's also the lat long stacked on top of them. And I'm pretty familiar with these sites.
I would note for the record, we have objected to exhibits 1168 and 1308 on relevance grounds.
Are we even at those exhibits, Mr. Jacobs?
That's the source of these pictures. Lower right, source. Exhibits 502,
Okay.
1168 and 13.
And what's the irrelevance grounds?
Sorry, Chair Robbins, is your question to me or Mr.
No, it's to
Jacobs?
Mr. Jacobs.
Staff has not asserted NOAVs for these BMPs. That's the relevance grounds. There's no asserted violations. These are pictures without foundation and they're therefore irrelevant.
Well, I would disagree with Mr. Jacobs. These pictures are site status photographs. This is what you would see if you went on site on that date. And staff is showing these pictures to inform its assessment of the purpose of this hearing.
And the only
Move forward, Ms. Stafford.
I would, for the record, and I will be able to reduce these objections as we move forward, and the same kind of information is the subject of a standing objection, which I'm happy to do to allow the witness to testify.
Yeah, you are making it very difficult for this witness to testify, Mr. Jacobs. I will be honest.
This is a 91-page demonstrative with
Mr. Jacobs, overruled. Go forward, Ms. Stafford.
Chair Robbins, if I might make a suggestion that I think I made to begin the hearing, but it might make things a little bit easier related to our evidence that has these standing objections related to them. As you know well, in administrative hearings, there are relaxed rules of evidence. I do not think there is a true dispute on the foundation and relevance of these photographs. It appears that KPK wants us to be in district court here before a jury. And as we're showing right now, these continued objections is not efficient. It's untimely. The commission will have the ability to weigh the relevant evidence accordingly. And I would simply request that all of the exhibits that KPK has lodged objections to be authenticated and admitted into the record.
May I be heard?
Yes.
I have to make a record. We had hoped to get this resolved with the hearing officer before this hearing, but here we are. And if I don't make a timely objection, I'm not doing my job. So I hope you understand that. I'm not trying to obstruct the hearing. My last standing objection, you'll notice the shaded box in the lower left photo. That's an indication of an Artemis photograph, if I understand correctly. We object to Artemis photographs being utilized. They're not public record. We haven't had access to them, and there is no document custodian for Apex, the subcontractor, the contractor for COGCC, to authenticate how they're collected, how they're maintained. And that's just normal foundational authenticity basis for evidence. So standing objection on Artemis photographs, and now we've taken care of that category, and we can move on. I'm not trying to do anything but my job. I hope you understand that.
Okay, Ms. Stafford, you can move on.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. So Ms. Graber, I will move, we'll move to page 10 now. And next we have a snippet from the GRIP exhibit, which is exhibit 502, section 3.5. Do you see that?
I do, thank you.
And what does this section require KPK to do?
This is best management practices to prevent unauthorized persons to access site locations. So that could be fencing, that could be gates, that could be a variety of different best management practices that can be used.
And can you describe what we're looking at with the pictures here? Just briefly beginning on the left.
Yep, so the left is the Kamenish site. There are livestock present intermittently. It's not consistently having livestock, but 3-string barbed wire fence was installed and is down in the photo labeled January 3rd. And then the next shot is the Paul Hines #1 flow line. That was from December 12th. Again, at that point, the fencing is down. And then the next one is Premium Turkey Farms. That is December 20th. And again, the fencing is down at that location. And it is important to note that all three of these are pretty significant excavations.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. I will move on to page 11. This is GRIP section 3.8. Now, what does this particular section require KPK to do?
So this is protection of topsoil. They're supposed to be in segregating and storing non-impacted impacted manner, segregating impacted material, and not stockpiling directly on top of existing vegetation unless it is an emergency situation.
And based on your observations, does KPK appear to be implementing these topsoil protection BMPs on site?
We have seen improvement, but again, you can see in some of these photos, which I can talk through, left and center is the Rocky Mountain Fuels soil staging area. You can see the liner and the berm overlapping vegetation on the left. And in the center photo, you can see that it has been the area where they're stockpiling has been pushed out pretty far into native vegetation. And then on the right is the Hines staging area. You can see the buffer of missing vegetation surrounding the stockpile soils. So it's intermittent. I mean, there is improvement, but it's still not to the letter of the rules.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. I would like to move to slide 12 here. Now moving out of the GRIP section 3.7. What does this provision require KPK to do?
This is restoration and revegetation. It's important for stormwater, it's important for the Clean Water Act, and it's important to get the landowner their land use back.
Oh, I apologize. Let me back up for 1 minute.
Yeah.
To the slide 11. Are these photographs that are shown on here, are these accurate representations of those sites or those locations when the pictures were taken, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Familiarity with the site and the drone imagery.
Thank you. Now, going back to this slide that we were on, which is slide 12, does it appear that KPK is implementing these surface reclamation requirements?
We have a small amount of sites that have been backfilled. The Steiber and the Hewitt are both within that bucket. And as you can see here, the Steiber, we have pictures from November 20th, 2022 and December 31st, 2022, showing that it really hasn't been reseeded. We did approve a plan to reseed there. We haven't seen that done. And then the same thing with the Hewitt. It's also important to note that a lot of the tracking pad was pulled back at the Hewitt and it's sitting in a stockpile, for lack of a better word, or a mound at the edge of the excavation, or at the edge of the former excavation.
Ms. Graber, to your knowledge, are these photos included here, which are from Exhibit 1009, as was the previous slide as well? Are these accurate representations of those locations when the picture was taken, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Familiarity with the site.
I'd like to move next to what is in staff's demonstrative as slide 15. This is another piece of the GRIP implementation. This is section 3.8. What does this provision require KPK to do?
This is stormwater BMPs to prevent erosion or tracking off location.
And does KPK appear to be implementing these requirements?
Again, it's intermittent. We see an effort made, and then a lot of times we see them fall into disrepair.
Okay, and can you walk us through these pictures from left to right and explain, the date that they were taken and other identifying information?
Yeah, so Coslet 3 is on the left. That's an entrance from an access road into a residential development. We worked with KPK before to get that orange construction fencing you can see on the left and right of the access road. That is in order to funnel contractors down so that they don't go off location. And then you can see straight through the middle there, it's still tracking despite them going over the tracking pad. That's a sign that the pad needs maintenance. You kind of fluff them up, you scrape them out, it's all hand tools. And you can even see in the foreground of that picture, sediment kind of packed in there. Same thing with the Morgan A #1 in the middle picture. You can see how packed in that sediment is. Nothing's going to be trapped in if you've packed it in so thickly. And then also the Grant tank battery on the right, that was December 19th. You can see that the tracking pad is also packed in, and you can see the dirt coming off and going onto Batting Hollow Parkway.
And Ms. Graber, can you briefly explain when these photographs were taken?
Oh, I apologize. The Coslet was on December 16th. The Morgan A #1 was December 19th, and the Grant tank battery was December 19th.
And that is 2022?
2022.
And these particular photos, are they accurate representations of that portion of these locations when the photo was taken?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Site familiarity.
Thank you. I'd like to move next to slide 17 in this demonstrative presentation. This is what are we looking at here? Excuse me.
So this is a chart showing progress made at attachment A sites. As we've done a lot of discussion on, only 3 remediation sites have been closed. One of those was for administrative closure, as it was a duplicate to a project that was closed prior to the CPA. And I can talk through the rest of them if we want to.
Just one moment, I'd like to bring in the exhibit that this is based off of so that we can potentially admit it. Ms. Graber, what I'm showing you has been marked as staff exhibit 1007 Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
This is a list of the GRIP sites, result dates, and I believe we called it our GRIP site status tracker.
Okay. It looks like on our exhibit list, it's the open close remediation spreadsheet. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain your familiarity with this particular sheet? Did you create it?
Me and my staff created it together. We're active in it almost daily. It's QA/QC'd weekly.
And then what is it meant to show?
So it tracks the most recent submittal and whether or not it's achieved no further action or what's going on with that site.
Okay. I would just like to ask that staff exhibit 1007 be admitted into the record.
No objection.
Thank you. Ms. Graber, can you briefly finish explaining this particular pie chart?
Yeah, so the blue is where we've seen no additional borings or excavation reported. So that is reported. There is some stuff out there we probably don't know about. We've approved, and that's a total of 29 sites. We've approved backfill at 6 sites. I touched on the project close, which is blue, 3. We have 18 sites where borings are reported only. So that is either no excavation is conducted or step outs from the excavation trying to determine the vertical and lateral extent. That's 18 sites. And then the next two kind of overlap a little bit, but excavation progress solely, that is 4 sites, and then borings and excavation, 8 sites.
Okay, and now if we move to slide 18 here, these charts were compiled. It says this is a staff demonstrative created from exhibit 1331. Can you walk through these charts for us, please?
Yeah, so we went through and we looked at, is there soil impacts in situ, which is what you're looking at the left. Yes is 34, and that is based off of the most recent reports submitted by KPK and MARPOM. The gray is unknown, 26. We really don't know a lot about some of these projects, or we're waiting on a background determination. And then 8 of the sites have had soil impacts removed. And then the impacts to groundwater is on the right. We don't know on 37 sites. We know that there is groundwater impacts or impacts in contact with groundwater at 21. And at 10 sites, we've confirmed that there were no groundwater impacts.
Graber, I'd like to move to slide 19 in the deck. We're going to shift gears here and talk about the NOAV sites and attachment 8 projects subject to the CPA. So let's shift to the NOAV sites.
Chairman, I do need to lodge an objection. And once again, this will come up again and again, and it may turn into a standing objection that will allow testimony to flow more smoothly. But the site status information here, it assumes facts, not an evidence, and is not tied to specific exhibits, to my knowledge, at least that we can tell. Perhaps the foundation and assumption of facts, not an evidence, can be addressed by the witness testimony, but I do need to lodge that objection. Thank you.
Stafford.
To make my record, the site status information here has been taken from multiple exhibits that were admitted into the record, namely exhibit 1082, 1082A, 1082B, 1081, 1080, 1073. I could go on, but this information is taken from documents that have been admitted already.
Okay. Given our relaxed rules of evidence and procedure, we'll let you go forward with this. So please move forward. An objection is noted.
Thank you.
Ms. Graber, we are looking at now this particular site here, Grant Tank Battery. This is the subject of paragraph 4 of the CPA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's first walk through the pictures here. What are these pictures meant to display?
So this is photos of the grant excavation over time. On the left, you can see March 8th, 2022. You can see the kind of lighter color brown in the bottom of the excavation. That's actually dead cattails, which you can see in the June 8th photo, the live cattails. Those have grown in since the groundwater has been exposed so long. It's kind of developed a wetland vegetation within it. And then on December 1st, 2022, you can see the excavation still open. It's a little harder to see there because of the cattail growth in the snow. And that's also a really great perspective of this location. You can see in the background Gauding Hollow Parkway with a school bus on it. So this shows the progress in time of the last year here.
Now, up in the corner, the right corner of this particular demonstrative, can you explain what that particular snippet is?
Yeah, that is from the GRIP provided site-specific summaries. So this is the plan that was put into the GRIP for this site. So perform quarterly and groundwater monitoring, soil and groundwater samples. At that point, they were exceeding table 915-1 values. We are still seeing point of compliance not obtained. Excavation was started in February 2019. No indication of completion. That has changed. They requested partial backfill in 21, which we did not grant as it was still workable at that time. And the operator is waiting resolution of historical contamination, and that has not continued to be an obstruction.
And can you explain what the current site status is at the Grant Tank Battery?
Backfill is near completion.
And can you explain the status of the remediation?
The remediation is open.
And I believe we heard Mr. Durano earlier discuss that no point of compliance had been achieved yet. Is that correct to your knowledge?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the CPA details certain requirements for KPK for this particular site as it was subject to the last enforcement hearing. Since June, its KPK submitted an approvable detailed implementation and reporting schedules as set forth in the CPA.
No, but they did submit a new form on the 24th. So 2 days ago, staff have not had the ability to review that.
To your knowledge, has KPK applied with all the previously applied conditions of approval, including notice on non-technical work at this site?
No, they did not notice us on the backfill initiation.
And then have they completed the delineation of groundwater impacts at this site?
We're waiting on some data, but soil impacts are not delineated. So therefore we need to take a look at groundwater in the direction where they're not delineated.
Let's briefly dive a little deeper here. I'm on slide 20 of staff's demonstrative. This is a visual, I believe, that was created by staff based on exhibit 1074, which are analytical results that were provided by the operator, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a document you can find in COGCC, part of a submittal?
Correct.
And that is, again, marked as exhibit 1074. So can you describe what we're looking at here, please?
So in order to determine what was going on here, staff sat down and we created this demonstrative to kind of summarize everything that we had seen submitted. If you look into the upper right-hand corner, anything that's in red is an exceedance. So you can kind of follow from right to left. I know I'm going backwards, I apologize. You can see a lot of these edge samples are red. Ideally, you would see a sample stepped out from there saying that's green, that says this is in compliance. So we do not have point of compliance. That's what this data really shows us here, is we don't know how far those impacts really went.
And so you would disagree with Mr. Takis's testimony yesterday that point of compliance has been achieved at this site?
Correct.
Stanford, if I may, this is really hard to follow because it's so small.
Yep.
And I don't know if you can make it any larger, but could the witness like sort of, so like, I don't know, and are there, so I see the green lines that
Mhm.
point to spots. Is that where data was collected? And I
Correct.
don't mean to interrupt your direct, but
No.
before you move off the exhibit.
It's a busy exhibit. I do apologize about that. There was a lot to show here. So the leader lines are where they reported that they collected the samples. I believe all of our samples were, all the samples here were witnessed. So each leader line leads down to that point. Some of them were collected at the edge of the excavation. If you see them outside of that edge of the excavation didn't get any bigger from this point. So those are borings where they take a geoprobe, they probe down, they take samples. Does that answer the question? I
Yeah,
know it's very
that
different.
helps.
We tried to color code to help.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. In the interest of time, I'll move on to slide 21. And briefly, can you describe these particular pictures? What are we looking at here?
This is the progress of
As for
backfill.
clarification on the slide number, I'm looking at a slide 21, which was your last slide. Is this slide a different slide?
This is slide 21 based on my information.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's slide 20 in what we were provided, and maybe they got transposed at some point. My apologies. Thank you.
You've got access to it, Mr. Jacobs.
I have a hard copy with my
Okay.
noted so that I can make them timely.
Okay. You may resume, Ms. Stafford.
Ms. Graber, could you briefly describe these pictures that we're looking at?
This is progress through time of the backfill at Grant. We were informed it began around November 21st. We're still unsure of the actual date as we weren't notified. The backfill is still in progress as of our last site visit on Monday. So you can see here, December 16th was really the first photos we were able to get. The backfill had been proceeding for a while there. The 21st, you can continue to see the excavation. The January 3rd, 2023 was really hard because of the snow. And then January 9th, 2023, you can see we're approaching getting to that top layer. And it's fairly similar as of my site visit on Monday.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. And these photos are contained in Staff Exhibit 1009, which has received an objection from KPK. Are these photos an accurate representation of this or these portions of the location where the picture was taken?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Site visits and familiarity with the site.
And when was the last time you were on site or drove by this site?
Monday.
Thank you. And then the site, is this site still open?
Yes, to my knowledge, as of Monday.
And approximately how many days has it been open?
Oh, the spill was opened 1,548 days ago.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to slide number 22, which should be the same as was provided to KPK in the demonstrative.
Mr. Jacobs, you got it?
I do have it. I do have it, and I have an objection that I need to lodge, if you'll permit me.
Go ahead.
This slide has some unique information not on other slides that I find objectionable. Upper right, above the photographs, we have a GRIP provided project specific schedule. That's the very first schedule provided in the GRIP submitted on January 31, 2022. It is virtually a year old. I don't think that is relevant to substantial compliance now. And therefore I object.
Ms. Stafford?
Chair Robbins, this is going to come up a lot. So these particular snippets are taken directly from attachment 3 to the GRIP provided by KPK. Staff has highlighted instances where they did not meet the date they intended to meet.
Okay, thank you. We will allow the information in. And we will note that the commissioners can put the weight toward the exhibit as they feel fit. Go ahead.
Ms. Graber, turning to the soil spread field site, can you walk through the pictures here? Can you just briefly describe left to right what we're looking at?
Yeah, so the first photo was March 10th, 2021. I believe Peter Gontadas took it. It was a site inspection of the spread field. And then the center photo was provided by KPK on September 28th, 2022. It documents what they report as illegal dumping of used oil on that location. And then the photo on the right was our October 11th, 2022 drone imagery.
I have another objection. The first photograph is March 10 of 21.
Oh, I apologize.
6 months prior to the CPA even being in effect. And so again, I object on grounds of relevance.
If I may,
Yes, Ms. Stafford.
this hearing is meant to assess whether KPK has substantially complied with the compliance plan agreement, the Section 4 compliance requirements. It is extremely important that the commissioners understand how these spills and remediation and projects began, and whether or not they have changed in its current form. And
I agree with you, and so we'll let the photo in. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Graber, are these particular photos accurate representations of those particular locations on the date the photos were taken, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, the center photo was provided by KPK, so I can't independently verify it, but that was their report to me.
And how do you know that they're accurate representations? Excuse me.
That was, oh, I've been on location.
Thank you. I think we've, can you explain the current site status at this particular location?
It's been open 898 days.
And then does that mean the remediation has been open or the spill's been open?
The spill transitioned into a remediation, I believe. The project has been open for 898 days.
And just can you further opine, are there still outstanding data points, things of that nature that might be helpful for this commission to understand?
Yeah, so the most recent Form 27, we returned to draft on January 6th. It was missing the detailed statistical analysis that was required by the CPA. Another problem with that form was they were proposing to eliminate the pathway to groundwater. And they were trying to do it, or they were arguing that they could do it for arsenic and selenium. And it was an appropriate path forward for selenium if they wanted to, but arsenic was over residential screening levels. So this plan as submitted wouldn't lead them to closure. What we requested and what the CPA requested was the detailed statistical analysis. Upon receiving the form, we sat down as staff, went through it, and via statistical analysis, we're able to remove arsenic and selenium as background. So really, this is just them sitting down and putting together a cohesive scientific argument as to why it is acceptable for closure. Then we can move into a reclamation plan.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. In the interest of time here, I will note that this particular information you speak to is contained in Staff Exhibit 1026, which has not received an objection from KPK. I'm going to move now to the next slide here. Should be slide 23. can you walk us through the pictures that we're looking at here?
Yeah, this is the UPRR 43 Pan Am G Consolidation #2 site. It's also known frequently as the near miss location. The photo on the left shows the excavation as of April 22nd, 2022. You can see the excavation's open. There is a orange construction fencing tied to the cattle panel fencing that's closer to the road, and you can see the house in the background. On July 28th, you can see a pretty similar situation, just with additional growth there. The orange construction fencing remains, and the excavation remains open. On January 5th, 23, you can also see that it's pretty similar except for snow cover. And it's really hard to see in this particular slide, but the fencing is sagging on the left in that image. And then the last image was also from January 5th, 2023. And that is a different perspective than we've shown before. You can see the house in the foreground and the excavation in the background. I think it provides a good example of how close this is to this residence.
Standing objection on the site status foundation and the original GRIP implementation schedule, just for the record. Thank you.
Ms. Graber, these particular photos, are they an accurate representation of these particular portions of the location when the picture was taken?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Multiple site visits.
When was the last time you were on site?
Monday.
And now, can you explain to us what the current site status is here at the UPR 43 Pan Am G Consolidation #2?
So the most recent Form 27, we returned to draft in December. The map that was provided had not been updated to reflect the most recent sampling conducted. Additionally, not all quarterly groundwater monitoring reports had been provided to date, and the form contradicted itself. It both proposed backfill and additional excavation in different pieces of the form. That form was resubmitted on January 13th and returned again on the 24th, as the analytical table had not been attached. The site remains open, and soil impacts are in situ and undefined, and groundwater impacts are undefined, although it is important to note that a sheen has been observed early on in the excavation. It's been open up for a while, so we haven't seen it in a while. And it's also important to note that this is within aquatic native species conservation waters high priority habitat.
Now, in June and at the last site, the Grant Tank Battery as well, KPK was found out of compliance with the CPA provisions at these two sites. But more specifically for UPRR, since June, has KPK submitted an approvable detailed standalone implementation schedule as required by the CPA?
No, they have not.
Accurate maps and site diagrams?
I think the return to draft, because the maps were missing, it stands pretty hard that we don't.
And you mentioned approximately how many days has this site been open?
858 days.
Okay, I would like to move to, I believe what might be the last NOAV site here. This is the NESU consolidation. So Ms. Graber, can you walk us through the pictures here contained on this particular demonstrative slide?
Yeah, the photos on the left are from April 28th, 2022. You can see the flow lines within the shallow excavation, surrounded by orange construction fencing, which is partially down at the time. The center photo is a drone aerial imagery by COGCC, and you can see that the excavation remains in the middle of cropland. And then the third photo is December 14th, 2022, shows current site conditions, really similar to what they were when the CPA was signed. We got significant weed growth, partial down fence, and Not much progress.
Now, and again, these, I believe at least, some of these photos were taken from Exhibit 1009. Are these accurate representations of that portion of the location where the picture was taken, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Site familiarity.
Standing objection as to site status and original grip schedule, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I might, we've gone through number of pictures that have been marked as part of Exhibit 1009. These photographs are throughout this presentation. I would move that Exhibit 1009 be admitted.
Jack.
Mr. Jacobs, go ahead.
I object again on the grounds that they come from the Artemis database and we've not been provided access to that or discovery, and no document custodian has been produced. These are not images taken by COGCC staff, and they're maintained in a non-public, non-accessible database.
Okay, objection overruled, they're admitted. I would remind commissioners that you can take into account the objection and consider it appropriately as you think about the exhibits that have been admitted into.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Oh, sorry, may I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Graber, back in June, or I'm sorry, let me back up once more. Can you please explain the current site status at this site?
So it's been open 949 days. We have not observed any excavation has been conducted. There were background samples taken in June of 22. Those did not support the exceedances observed in the excavation were due to background levels. And I believe the most recent Form 27 in December of 22 provided no new analytical, and they proposed resampling the exceedance points and doing more excavation.
Now, you just said no excavation had been conducted. Did you mean something different? Because I'm looking at some excavation here. No additional excavation?
No additional excavation since the CPA was signed. So
Thank
there
you.
was an open excavation at the beginning.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for the record. Now, in June, there was no compliance determination made at this site. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
So since June, has KPK submitted information to address previously applied conditions of approval, specifically on the excavation soil and the background soil sampling and analysis that was due to COGCC by, I believe, a year ago today?
As of the most recent Form 27, which was in December, no new analytical was available.
And so what is the status of background sampling at this particular site?
That form that I just mentioned proposed doing so, and I believe we approved it.
So there is a proposal, but it has not been conducted.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay, I'd like now to, could I get a time check, please? I apologize.
So you've used 40 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Larson. I really appreciate that. In the interest of time, I will say that we will probably be jumping around in this particular demonstrative, so I apologize if I can't immediately provide council with the page numbers here. But at least for this purpose now, we will move just to the next slide in the deck, which I believe is page 25. So Ms. Graber, I'd like, this is, I'd like to discuss the Facility 4 North remediation, which is an Attachment A project. So how did this remediation project come about?
So there were two spills that daylighted in the road just outside of the high school. You can see it in the background of the third picture there. Those spills created fractures or cracks, I should say, in the road and daylighted there, 2 separate spills.
Now, can you walk us through the pictures we're looking at here, very briefly from left to right?
Yeah, so the first one is July 1st, 2019. That was the excavation that was initiated to repair the flow line. Photos from a COGCC inspector. You can see that there's groundwater present, and you can also see the product, which is kind of the darker brown color floating on the groundwater. The middle picture is from October 14th, 2022. This is the installation of monitoring wells at the location. There were wells prior to that. And then the third photo is December 12th, 2022, which shows the layout. You can see the monitoring well in the foreground. It's like a concrete circle in the middle there.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. And when was the last time you were on site at this particular site?
I was there on Monday.
Now, yesterday, I believe Mr. Tuck has referenced, excuse me, a Form 27 for this project that was recently returned to draft. Do you recall that?
I do.
And based on my notes, he referenced that form as an example of a Form 27 returned to draft only due to duplicative attachments. Do you agree?
I do not. There were multiple issues on this site or on this form.
If you could give me just one moment to pull that particular exhibit up, just if we can briefly walk through this, I think it would be informative.
Standing objection is to slide 25 on the site status and original grip schedule. For the record, thank you.
Noted. Proceed.
Ms. Graver, I just drug over into the share screen what has been marked as staff exhibit 1270. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you, and please take a moment if you need to refresh your memory on this particular exchange. I know you have a lot of these. So what were the reasons that 27 was returned to draft?
So point of compliance wells were proposed, and we hadn't received a recent groundwater contour map to tell us which way groundwater was going. The last time we got one was Q3. We're into January. I'd like to see that before so we can truly evaluate what's going on at the location. The analytical table was woefully out of date. The last reported analytical was 6/28/2021, and we were looking for 6 more quarterly events on that. And then there were conflicts between the surface owner consult dates and between the operator. And then, I try to break these up to say, like, these are the major issues. Hey, while you have this, can you please go through and remove the previously submitted attachments so we're not cluttering up the record, make it easier to look at later. And then, hey, will you clarify what happened with the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which were missed for the 2021 sampling, June 2021 sampling event.
Thank you, Ms. Graver. I'll move that back off of the demonstrative so we can finish up on this site here. Can you describe what the current site status is here now?
So that site has been open. The first spill was 1,400 days ago. The second spill was 909 days ago. No remedial activity has been done or proposed here, and we are now seeing free product at the down gradient monitoring well. So free product is oil on top of groundwater.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. I will move now to the next slide here, which we have what we've put together for this demonstrative as the H. Hewitt consolidation release. This is a GRIP project. So it's on attachment A. Can you talk about how this remediation project came about, please?
So this was a spill from a flow line which daylighted to surface.
Okay, and where is this remediation project located?
It's in Weld County. It's actually adjacent to the Kiefer, the Facility 8, and the Stiber. Oh, and 3 Farm. Well, that's postscript. Never mind. So those 3.
And when you say adjacent, is that geographically adjacent?
Yeah, yeah.
And can you walk us through the photos here and describe to the commissioners what we're looking at?
Yeah, so the photo on the left is from March 22nd, 2022. It is the white powder there is peroxide. The black powder there is what you see as COGAC, granular activated carbon. This was, as impacts were still in situ, we needed to get this excavation backfilled, because just to the left of that photo is an irrigation canal. That canal was about to turn on. If we left that excavation open, it was going to impact the flow of that canal. So we granted emergency backfill and we prioritized the form, got it out really quick, got it approved, oversaw the work so that we could backfill here. The second picture is June 23rd. It shows the backfilled excavation. You can see that no reclamation had been performed. On November 28th, you can see the excavation backfilled again, and no reclamation performed. And then the last photo is November 28th also. That is the tracking pad I referenced earlier that has been pulled back and sat on location as opposed to removed.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. So, can you tell me how long this, or excuse me, can you tell me how you, or how long this site has been open?
863 days.
And is there anything else anything else to add for this particular location?
We have done the point of compliance, so we've done the step out, but we don't have the source. So there's no wells within the source. So we're unsure if groundwater impacts remain. There are soil impacts. There really hasn't been a plan submitted for any additional in situ remediation or testing to see how well the peroxide and COGAC worked.
Thank you, Ms. Graber.
As to site status and original GRIP schedule. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Stafford.
All right, I'm going to skip around now, understanding I'm probably losing a lot of time. We had planned to go through each and every site on attachment A, but I understand that's probably not possible at this point. And I will note that we have marked several exhibits that probably that should speak to testimony on different sites that we are skipping. So I'm going to move now. Oh, sorry, I went too far. Ms. Graber, I'd like to talk to you now about the slide we're looking at here. This is an attachment A site. So what site, what remediation project is this?
That's the Martin J. Schaefer #2 flow line.
And how did this remediation project come about?
It was a flow line spill that daylighted to surface. The impacts migrated into a wetland and ran about a half-mile downstream, where it was discovered when the landowner's dog came back covered in oil. That's when it was reported.
And were you part of, I guess, any of the inspections at this site?
I practically live there.
Thank you.
Sorry for being blunt. Sorry for being blunt.
It's okay. Could we take us through these pictures that we're looking at? What are these pictures showing?
Yeah, so the picture on the left is from September 9th, 2021. Note that the date of discovery was August 30th, 2021. So, or sorry, September 2nd, 2021. So this is oil floating on the wetland and migrating downstream. The second photo is March 31st, 2022. It's the backfilled excavation, or partially backfilled, I believe, in that shot. And then June 30th, 2022, fully backfilled excavation. Reclamation had not started at this point. You can see the white stick-up monitoring wells in there. And then the October 11th, 2022 photo on the right, that is a drone aerial imagery showing the outline of the excavation and soil stockpile area. That's the area that is covered under the reclamation plan.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. And how do you know that these pictures are what they say they are?
I took a few of them and site familiarity.
And now, can you so looking at this site, what's the current site status here? Just could you please describe briefly what's happened at this site?
Yeah, we've actually made some good progress at this site. So backfill is approved, reclamation plans approved, and point of compliance on the monitoring wells are obtained.
So it sounds like you've made some progress. Is this project still open or closed?
It is still open.
And how approximately how long has it been open?
513 days.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention now. Okay. So I'd like to turn your attention to the Facility 7 consolidation line, another attachment A project and subject to the GRIP. So how did this remediation project come about?
This was a flow line spill that daylighted to surface.
And so does that mean it's a new spill, historical spill? What does that mean?
It's a modern spill. So the flow line release, or a hole develops in the flow line, and the flow line releases the fluid until it's built up pore space enough to force that fluid to flow up. The fluid doesn't go immediately up. It builds that pore space up, and as it builds the pore space up, it finally migrates to the surface, which finally becomes the path of least resistance. So a lot of times these flow line spills we see are the tip of the iceberg when we see the surface expression.
So these pictures we're looking at here, can you walk us through these photos?
Yeah, so the photo on the left was from February 16th, 2022. It shows the open excavation and some snow cover. The one at the right and center are both COGCC drone imageries, one from May 23rd, 2022, and one from December 8th, 2022. We flew these just to kind of get an idea of the scope here. The excavation is 220 feet long, 80 feet wide, and 25 feet deep at its deepest.
Now, has KPK requested backfill for this location?
Yes, they had, and we denied it.
And can you just briefly discuss why it was denied?
Per the submitted lab report and the implementation schedule actually agreed with the lab report. Impacts were above 1.25 times background. The Form 27 actually contradicted itself. In one section, it recommended additional excavation. In another section, it recommended backfill. So we tended to agree with the section that said additional excavation is needed based on the analytical report.
And just briefly here,
Standing objection as to site status and original GRIP project specific schedule for the record. Thank you.
Ms. Stafford.
Ms. Graber, really briefly, I've just pulled in what's been marked as staff exhibit 1240. I don't have any record of objection attached to it. So can you, the pieces of this form that conflicted with each other, would that be noted, the condition of approvals at the end of the form or comments? Can you just tell us where you would note that?
I believe I put it in a comment at the very bottom. It should be the last box below there. There you go. Keep going. Sorry. Oh, yep, that's it. Sorry. I was having a hard time reading it. So that right there at the top.
And so this is how you would have communicated that to KPK, that the backfill request was denied?
Yes.
Okay. I will take that away. Sorry, I think I lost my screen here. You can all bear with me. I apologize. Okay. I would like to move to, I believe it's a few slides after this. This would be what we're looking at. It's marked as the premium turkey farm remediation. This is included on attachment A, subject to the GRIP. How did this remediation project come about?
The Form 19 was submitted after a produced water vault battery discovered after a produced water vault at a battery was discovered to have integrity issues based on a hydrostatic test.
And so is this a new spill, historical issue?
I think this one's a mix of both, since the hydrostatic test, which was required by a COGCC inspector, failed. It was a mix of both new and old, because we don't know how long that produced water vault was damaged.
And can you talk us through where this remediation project is located?
It's in Weld County, and it's inside of a dairy operations.
Okay, and if you can walk us through the pictures that we are looking at on this particular demonstrative, which have been taken from staff exhibits.
Yeah, so the one on the left is April 20th, 2022. That's kind of the start of the excavation. On September 9th, 2022, we can see that the excavation's been expanded between those two photos. And it's important to note, if you look at, there's a dark spot there in the middle, that's actually hydrocarbon impacts. We took a split sample at this location, and the total petroleum hydrocarbons were 21,390 milligrams per kilogram. Table 915-1 lists 500 milligrams per kilogram. And then the photo on the right, you can see no additional excavation appears to have been conducted between September and December. You can see at the bottom of the excavation, there's a darker defined line. Those are impacts visible in the sidewall. And you can also see the flow line sticking out of the excavation sidewall.
Standing objection on the site status and original GRIP project specific schedule for the record. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Graber, when was the last time you were on site or observed this particular location?
That'd be Monday.
And was the status changed from the December 8th photo?
No, it looked very similar.
Thank you. If I could pause here for a minute and hopefully get another time check.
You've used 58 minutes and 7 seconds. So you have approximately 11 minutes remaining until you hit that 15-minute mark.
Okay, you made me nervous there for a second that I had gone over. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'd like to take you to, and I apologize for bouncing around here, but again, I don't think we have time anymore to talk about all of these sites, so we'll just try to hit some different ones here. So Ms. Graber, this demonstrative is attempting to present the Yoxall Farms manifold, which is an attachment A project and subject to the GRIP. How did this remediation come about?
This was a flow line leak that daylighted to surface.
And I guess where is this remediation project located?
So it's within aquatic native species conservation waters high priority habitat. It's right there on the banks of the Big Dry Creek.
And can you walk us through the photos that we're looking at? Are these photos of the site as they existed on the days these photos were taken?
Yes. So the photo on the left is kind of that initial surface scraping that we've seen. You can barely make out the flow line in the middle, the darker images in the soil, those are hydrocarbon impacts. The photo date is April 14th, 2022. In September 7th of 2022, you can see that we see more impacts. I believe that really is because the groundwater rose and pushed those impacts ahead of them. Something we see familiar when there are impacts in situ. You can see the flow lines within the surface scraping. And then the last photo, you can see there haven't been significant changes. The surface scraping still the extent of any investigation. There are monitoring wells nearby and they are exhibiting free product. You can see in the foreground of that photo, there's a little white pipe. That is a monitoring well that was installed by KPK and it is showing free product on groundwater.
And how long has this particular project been open?
915 days.
Standing objection as to site status and project specific schedule from the original GRIP. Thank you for the record.
Ms. Graber, I'd like to take you to this slide, which should be close to slide 47 if it is not slide 47. This is the COSLA A9 flow line, which I believe is an attachment A project and subject to the GRIP. Can you discuss this remediation project and how it came about?
Yeah, this was a flow line leak discovered by a third party during an aerial leak inspection survey, and they reported that to KPK.
And where is this remediation project located?
It's again in Weld County near the town of Frederick. It is on the edge of a wetland in agricultural pasture.
And can you quickly walk us through the pictures here and then the current site status, please?
Yeah, so the photo on the left is March 8th of 2022. It's hard to see with some of the weeds in the bottom and the angle, but we have been observing free product within the excavation since December of 2020. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. The middle is the excavation unchanged in June 13th of 2022. You can see that heavy staining. That's the groundwater kind of rises and falls here. Since it is adjacent to the wetland, it has a pretty tight nexus to surface influxes. And then on December 7th, 2022, again, the excavation looks very similar. And you can see the pipelines in the image and staining.
And so to date, is it your testimony that this excavation remains open?
Yes.
And the remediation?
The remediation is open and we don't have point of compliance. The furthest downstream monitoring well, which is closest to the wetland, is impacted.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. I think I probably only have time for one more of these demonstratives that we put together. So I'm going to take you to this one here, the James S. Haley. Can you, how did this remediation project come about?
This was a flow line that daylighted to surface and was discovered by the adjacent business owner.
And can you talk about the photos that we're looking at here? Briefly describe them from left to right, please.
Yeah, so on the left is the excavation as observed on April 26, 2022. You can see there's some benching on July 28th, 2022, or June 28th, 2022. I apologize. You can see the excavation has been expanded and you can see the flow line in there. And then on November 20th, 2022, you can see that that excavation has again been expanded a little bit. And then the final image is COGCC drone imagery. You can see that the excavation is a square with a access ramp, and you have cattle panels around it and orange construction fencing kind of covering that end there.
And again, can you describe at least current site status to your knowledge, please?
The remediation is open. We had a lot of back and forth on the reporting here. The inorganic and background determination, we had some discussions on, and then with each submittal, it appeared that the sample points were inconsistent. We would plot them against the lat long, we would take a look at them. They'd move in some cases, they'd be missing in some cases. So we had a significant back and forth. We returned the most recent Form 27 back to draft 7 times, time with a detailed discussion of what we were seeing. Before the 6th return to draft, we had a long sit down meeting with KPK, and we showed them our drone imagery. And at that point, Mark Hom noted that the excavation had been sampled at its current extent. So they needed to resample. So kind of unvalidated all those previous sample points. COGCC witnessed the sampling on Friday the 13th. And unfortunately, visible impacts are still in situ underneath the flow line in the upper left of that last photo. So additional excavation needs to be conducted.
Thank you, Ms. Graber. And can you, approximately how long has this project been open?
873 days.
And so taking this into account and thinking about I apologize, I'm not exactly sure how many project sites we were able to make it through. This sort of status of remediation open, additional work to be done, would you say that this is indicative of many of the sites on attachment A?
Many, yeah.
And I guess to try to wrap things up here with you, I believe it was touched upon yesterday in some testimony that the GRIP or the CPA, excuse me, meant to be a 5-year agreement. Do you feel like adequate progress has been made on these 58 remediation projects, 3 of which have attained closure? Is that adequate progress to you?
No, and I will note that one of them was a duplicate of a previously closed, so it was administratively closed. So we have 2 no further actions and 1 administrative closure due to duplication.
Ms. Graber, before we conclude, is there anything else you'd like to add with respect to the CPA or the implementation of the GRIP?
Only that I was hopeful that it would work and that it wouldn't be adversarial.
Thank you. I think I will conclude my questions there.
Okay, getting late in the evening, but I would like to try to get through cross from Mr. Jacobs at this point, and then we can maybe recollect and determine next steps.
We've covered a lot of ground in this direct, Mr. Chair. I would need at least a half an hour before starting cross, if you would permit. Alternatively, we'd welcome adjourning for the evening and continuing with cross in the morning. That would be my preference.
So you want a half an hour to get ready for cross?
That's correct.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Sometime, but we have about an hour left, so I don't know how long you want to go into the evening, but.
All right, my fellow commissioners, looking at you for next steps. We could, with that being the case, we probably should stop for the evening and then start up again. And then the question is, when do we want to start up? Tomorrow morning, we have a hard stop at 10 because we've got the cumulative impacts initial panel. We've got, so we would have, you know, possibly an hour and a half, 2 hours in the morning. Ms. Larson has also looked at our calendars, and Monday we could move some things around on some calendars and pretty much have, I think, most of the day on Monday if we wanted to move to Monday. Ms. Larson, looking at you, was that your analysis on commissioner calendars?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just uncertain that we're going to get through cross KPK's rebuttal, questions from commissioners, and closing in an hour and a half tomorrow. And so, and these are my musings, but I'm sort of thinking it might make more sense to stop tonight and then reconvene, you know, 9 o'clock Monday morning and try to knock it out all day Monday. What are commissioners nodding of heads up and down if you like that idea? Thoughts if you want to unmute? Mr. Jacobs and Ms. Stafford, could you be available for the you know, those things I just mentioned that are still on the table for Monday? Mr. Jacobs, I'll let you go first.
Excuse me, I need to unmute. Oh, I am unmuted. Excuse me, I was just checking calendar. There's nothing I can't move. I can.
Any rebuttal witnesses would be available?
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Stafford, your thoughts about this proposed idea?
Thank you, Chair Robbins. I believe I can be available on Monday, and I would like to note for the record that I did not need a half an hour to prepare to cross KPK's witnesses.
I understand. All right, AAG Davenport, do you want to weigh in?
Chair, I don't need to weigh in on anything unless you've got a question for me.
Okay, I'm just giving everybody a chance to talk. All right, well, I think that might be the best approach. So with that, I think we would be looking for a motion to continue this matter to Monday morning, January 30th at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
Motion in a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so for everyone, we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 a.m. Virtually, we will set up either this same Zoom thing or a new one. And we look forward to everybody's continued involvement and participation.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair, if you don't mind, we will use the same Zoom login, just so you know, everyone knows.
Okay, so for the 88 people listening in, if you want to listen in on Monday, it's the same Zoom login as was over the last 2 days.
Could I get one last time check, please?
Yes, so KPK has 1 hour and 7 seconds remaining. Staff has 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have approved an adjournment motion. We will see everybody Monday morning, and thank everybody for the work today.
Thank you.